Tournaments like this, I usually go to bed early, eat healthy, and drink a lot of water because it keeps my energy level high, and that is so important.
Stay hydrated with a lot of water.
I just try to stay calm and not to rage and talk to my coach.
I'm just trying to not get angry during the matches if something bad happens.
Ja, ich versuche einfach in jedem Game mein Bestes zu geben und immer ruhig zu bleiben, auch bei Rückstand.
Mentalmente para una competición como esta a gran nivel, yo lo que preparo principalmente es el tema de la paciencia. Yo creo que es lo principal en un jugador profesional.
To play FIFA at a world class level, you have to mentally prepare yourself for the worst, but you do so by putting yourself in bad situations in practice, so that when it comes to the real thing, if it does happen, if you're in a bad situation, you are ready for it.
I watched a UFC interview one time, and it says be confident in preparation. So if you believe in your preparation, you'll be confident when performing.
So the way I train myself mentally is before every game I try to remain calm, composed, and try to focus on every scenario during the game.
The most underrated Champions League item has to be Vinicius Jr. I think he's going to be in most people's teams, and yeah, I think he's the most underrated item.
Like Vinicius Jr. is the main guy. He's like a crazy super sub as well. So yeah, definitely Vinicius Jr.
A melhor carta da Champions League no FIFA provavelmente diria o Marquinhos dos melhores centrais do jogo.
Like, you might not think that card is underrated, and he probably isn't, but just in terms of some of the new centre-back cards that have came out recently, I still think that Marquinhos is right up there and can compete in this game.
In my opinion, is in FIFA 22, and it is none other than Frenkie de Jong. In my opinion, he's one of the best CMs. He has every stat above 80.
C'est peut-être pas la plus estimée, mais c'est celle que je préfère le plus. C'est De Jong RTTK. Je trouve que c'est un top milieu.
Es un medio centro muy bueno, con el balón es muy top y que además defendiendo también te cumple las mil maravillas. Así que yo creo que Frenkie de Jong es uno de los centrocampistas más infravalorados dentro del juego.
I think the Robertson left back card because he is very good, and I think no one uses him.
Unterschätzte Champions League Karte ist in meinen Augen Renan Lodi, weil in meinen Augen zu den besten Linksverteidiger gehört im Spiel.
La carta más subestimada de la Champions, yo creo que Cristiano Ronaldo 92 es un jugador que nadie usa por su movilidad, pero bueno, yo lo vengo usando desde ese bastante y sé que es una carta que me puede dar la Champions tranquilamente.
La carta más infravalorada de la Champions League para mí es Thiago Jaló, porque es un central bastante rápido, muy completo.
For me, the most underrated one is Mo Salah, because he got all what a winger needs.
Salah, because he is exactly like Messi and really good with the ball and good long shots.
Chiesa, because as I see it, most of the players are not gonna use him as a starter 11 player, but I'm gonna use him in my squad as a right midfielder in 4-4-2.
And welcome to the Swedish capital of Stockholm, which today has the honour of playing host to one of the most prestigious competitions in FIFA esports, the eChampions League Finals. We welcome back our 8 grand finalists who have had a lifetime to master their skills and a month to perfect them. Let's find out if they're ready.
I never really have breakfast before a tournament actually because I get a bit nervous.
Yeah. I have a lucky charm wearing it right now, and my parents gave it to me, and now my performance is better and better.
No, la verdad que no tengo supersticiones, simplemente juego FIFA.
Always before a game I thought good things, positive things is the key for me.
Anything is on my table, I get aggressive. So I put everything off the table and then I can play.
I'm really weird. I take my car and just listen to music to
WWE and AEW theme songs, like entrance music, and I just sing with it and do it really loud.
Nehme ich immer einen Bonbon zu mir, dadurch bin ich nicht mehr so nervös vor jedem Spiel und bringt mir auch auf jeden Fall bisher Glück.
Clean my mind, hear a bit of music and get to my zone.
The stage is set. Our 8 finalists are here. They join us from 4 nations to be crowned the best FIFA player in Europe. This is the one they all want, the most coveted trophy on the continent. All 8 have flown in, of course, and the 3 of us have flown in as well, ready and raring to go for this. Firstly, the pre-show presented by Just Eat. Well, welcome once again. We're back in Stockholm. My name is Rachel Stringer, and as always, as I have been all season, I'm joined by these two, Mike Labelle and Kyle Walker. And boys, I feel pretty privileged to be here because, Kyle, this feels like a momentous occasion. It's a big one, isn't it?
It definitely is. You mentioned it in the intro just there, the prestige of this tournament, the eChampions League. You could argue this is the biggest one within FIFA esports. This trophy is the one they all want to get their hands on, and here we are back again in Stockholm a month after we started with 32. We're down to the final 8 and someone will be lifting this trophy today. I'm so excited.
I think we're all so excited. We're excited to see who will get their hands on that trophy. And Mike, what will it mean to the one player who gets his hands on that trophy?
Well, it's got to be said, the ambiance is undeniable. And then from an individual perspective, we're looking at these guys from a career shift, from a financial shift, your brands, your partnerships, the opportunities. You've made it to the final 8, but nobody wants to be just the nearly man. And you can take that trophy home with you, get the congratulations, the crowd goes wild, you take it with you into future endeavors.
It will be a life-changing moment for sure. And one player who's hoping to lift that trophy, and he's hoping his team, Liverpool, make it a double on Saturday, is this man.
I've supported Liverpool since I think I was 3. I remember one morning I woke up and I just started shouting, I love football. This is my mum's story. I was like, my favourite colour was blue, but my dad's a Liverpool fan, so I was like, I just want a blue kit. So my mum and dad got me like a England goalkeeper kit, which was blue. And my dad was like, no, you need to be a Liverpool fan. So he started showing me videos of Liverpool. Liverpool didn't win a trophy for so long, so long. And the Premier League won the Champions League. So I sort of claimed to myself that I broke the trophy curse winning the Premier League. Liverpool finals are always cagey. When we played Tottenham in the Champions League final, it was a cagey game. The perfect outcome was obviously the double. I win the Champions League. Liverpool in the Champions League. Luckily enough, I've got tickets to go to the final. So as soon as this tournament's finished, I'm running to the airport and getting on the first flight to Paris.
Well, Fnatic Tex is confident and he thinks he can do the double and then Liverpool join him. So there we go. Let's have a look then at the winners semi-finals, which we're seeing first. Obviously, we've got Fnatic Tex and Predator FIFA, our first German player out of 4. We've got a massive German stronghold at these finals. Kyle, I know as an Englishman, you're a big fan of Tex. Tell me about how you're feeling about his chances.
Well, he's been so confident over the last few months, back at LAN events as well. He's been very vocal on social media about his performances and what he believes he can do. And now it's the time for him to do it. We can all talk the talk. Well, can he walk the walk? We will find out today, but he's very confident. However, Predator FIFA, let's be honest, it's not going to be an easy first match for Tex.
Well, none of these matches, of course, are going to be easy. It's the best 8 in Europe. Tell us a little bit more about the first German we're going to meet today, Predator FIFA.
And I'm glad you said first German because we have quite a few that are going to be on display. And we knew Germans would be here. It happens at every competition. And with Predator FIFA, he's kind of gone under the radar, which I think can work as an advantage. He doesn't have that pressure, and doesn't have the same expectations. We've seen him do a lot with the crossing, the reactions, and some of the intangibles in the game. And he's ready for this moment. I saw him just before we went live. He's doing interviews. He's feeling pretty confident.
Well, he should be feeling pretty confident because he's defeated thousands of players just to get here to this final. Let's hear how he's feeling coming into this one.
Predator FIFA will have the final chance of this game. Offloads it to Renato Sanchez. Oh, great save from Schmeichel. Rebound!
To be honest, I don't care who the opponent is. I just do my job. I play FIFA.
Oh, that's a big goal. That header, the leap.
and that's what I do. And if I play good, I win. If I don't play good, I'm gonna lose. Controlling the whole game.
I think that's a goal, isn't it?
As he knows that could be the goal to fire him into the eChampions League final.
Incredible feeling now to earn what you deserve, but I want to accomplish even more.
In the finals, you're going to go up against Tex.
Oh. Yeah, Tex is a brilliant player. It would be a hard game, but like I said before, I don't care who the opponent is. Just hope for the best and have fun playing FIFA.
Well, that in playing Tex shows just how much, I guess, they give Tex and show that he really is one of the ones to watch here. But let's move on then to our second semi-final in the winners bracket. This is the Iceman, Nicholas, going up against our second German in the form of Umit. And I mean, this is a massive matchup as well, Mike.
It should not be overlooked. This is a tasty affair. You have someone who's known for being cool, calm, collected. Nicholas has the Iceman nickname. They had the heart monitor on him at a tournament. It didn't move. He felt so cozy at home. And then someone like Umit, who's been up and coming, really been one of the best German players, extremely emotional and passionate, and he has that raw moments that you can just gravitate towards, the yelling, the screaming, the pop-off. It's what esports is all about.
This was the moment that he qualified to come back here, of course. You needed your earplugs in that moment. I mean, another player to watch, and he was obviously a former German champion as well. So, again, none of these matchups are going to be easy. Kyle, your thoughts on Umit?
I mean, look at the reaction just there. You can see how much it means to him. That passion, the vocal, being there, being in the moment, being present. He's going to bottle all of that, and hopefully he's going to use it today. But it's not going to be easy, as we keep on saying. The Iceman will be sitting just across from him there. I mean, frightening stuff to come up against him. However, this is like yin and yang. This is like the Iceman and the passionate player. I'm looking forward to it.
Contrasting personalities between those two, for sure. And if you guys do follow the FIFA esports community, you'll know that it's been quite the congested schedule so far. I mean, only a couple of weeks ago, we had this event, which was the Team of the Season Cup. It was a 2v2 event, and that man there, Matthias Bonanno, he came out on top with his teammate Heldaldo for Team Heretics, and it was quite the event. We loved being back in person, in London that was, but there were so many players who are here who were also there. Nicholas was one of them, Tex as well, which kind of brings me to the question of, that was 2v2. This is 1v1, completely different. I mean, you have to be able to adapt. Mike, how different are those two tournaments, or are these two tournaments?
Well, I think you have to give a lot of credit to players that have been able to do both. 2v2 being relatively new, we really don't know how this is going to be in terms of a shift, but it's dynamic. It's a different space. And we saw players that individually, extremely gifted, as a partner or a teammate, not nearly as gifted, whether it was communication, alignment, collective bargaining. I don't know what the agreement looks like, but it didn't come together. So if someone like Matthias Bonanno is able to double dip back to back, I think that says a lot to crediting the teenager.
Well, that would be something pretty special. And something else which is pretty special is what we have coming in the middle of our tournament today. It's the Icon Faceoff presented by PlayStation, because look who we have in the house, guys. Kaká, Fernando Morientes, Henrik Larsson and Ashley Cole. Absolute legends of the game. 6 UEFA Champions League titles between them. Yes, you heard me correct. They're all in the house. They're all going to be playing FIFA as well on this big stage behind me with some creators and some FIFA Fan Cup winners as well. Guys, this is pretty special. It's a treat, actually, for us as well. How awesome will it be to have these guys in the house?
Absolutely amazing. We talked about the prestige of this tournament. Well, it's lured some of the best players we've ever seen play football, especially of our generation, right here to Stockholm. Kaká, what? Wait a minute, what? Kaká is here. He's going to be gracing us with his presence. Ashley Cole, I'm sorry, probably the best left back we've ever seen. Certainly in my generation, will be here, as well as Henrik Larsson, Morientes. I am so excited. I'm going to try and talk to them, share some of my memories with them. You know, me watching them play football. They'll probably tell me to leave them away, but I'm looking forward to it.
That's classic Carl, right? He'll be trying to get a selfie as well. Pope on socials. We know how he works. And they'll also be handing the trophy over to our champion. But I know you guys will be wanting to know exactly how we find our champion today.
eChampions League finals. This is the format, pay attention. Still double elimination because we are carrying through that same bracket from the knockout stages. If you're in the upper bracket and you keep winning, you're gonna put yourself in a lovely position. You only have to beat your opposition once. If you go undefeated, no issues, no problems. You're gonna hoist the trophy, you're the champion. However, if you lose a match, you drop down to the loser's bracket. If you lose within that loser's bracket, you're eliminated. You're out of the competition. And as you climb those ranks, if you're able to get yourself back into the finals, you will have to force a bracket reset. If you force the bracket reset and you get that victory, you're gonna hoist the trophy. You're the champion. Welcome to the eChampions League Finals.
Well, it is crunch time then now as you drop down into the loser bracket round 5. If you lose this one, sorry, we're going to be saying goodbye to you. These are our 2 matchups then. Feldman taking on the oldest competitor left in it in the form of the 3rd German, Denny. But I'm going to move our attention to the bottom matchup. Snakes taking on Matthias Bonanno. Snake's got an interesting story, hasn't he, Kyle?
He has. He didn't expect to be here. He was actually eliminated previously in the tournament, but he finds himself back here, and you can see by his socials just how happy he is, but how actually he's going to take this opportunity. He's grabbing it with both hands, and maybe that just might mean he'll come into Stockholm, right into this arena, and he'll sit here thinking, I've got nothing to lose. I've already lost it all before. I've got nothing to lose right now, and he can play with freedom.
He's in a tough run as well. The only guy he actually lost to last time out was Nicholas, and the only other guy that lost to Nicholas as well was your Player Spotlight presented by Just Eat. Remind everyone who that was.
Of course, we're talking about Matthias Bonanno coming off the Team of the Season Cup, the 2v2. We already touched light on this, but is there really a player in better form? And there was that question mark coming into the season, or the return to LAN events. Can he do what he's been able to accomplish online in person? And the answer is yes. Undoubtedly, you see the #1 ranked player. There's nothing you could take away from this guy. All I can do is insert superlative on superlative. The biggest challenge he has is that he has to come from the loser's bracket, because he did lose against Nicholas, of course, the only other Argentinian in the competition.
It says there, #1 ranked player in South America on FIFA 21. Now he's the #1 ranked player in Europe West in FIFA 22. Why is that? Because he made the big flight across from South America to Europe to compete in competitions like this. I've been to South America. I've spoken to the pros over there. This is where they want to be. They want to face the best of the best. A couple of them have done that, so maybe we'll see more make that journey. But I'm sure Matthias, he'll want to be the one flying the flag for South America.
Well, this is the big one, of course. This is the trophy they all want to win. They all talk about it as well in their player profiles. So we're excited to see who can get their hands on it. Just behind Kyle, I can't really see it at the moment. But let's move on to our other matchup then in the loser bracket round 5. It's Feldman taking on our oldest player in the competition in the form of Denny. Let's talk though about Feldman, the only player from Israel left in the competition. What a community they have over there, Mike.
No doubt, and it's been growing. He's been one of the faces of that growth. And Feldman, in general, has still been on an upward trajectory, which I think is kind of scary because he's had so much success. And he's just a tactical masterclass of a player with the build-up, the defensive measures, and then also being able to close out games and have creative moments in that final third when necessary. And again, he's been a big leader of the Israel community in general in FIFA. And he's another guy that I think will make a run personally out of that loser's bracket.
And we cannot discount Denny as well. Yes, he's got the age number there, 29. We're saying that's old in the FIFA community, but surely that's an advantage. He's got the experience, Kyle.
As someone that's a similar age to Denny just there, I would say it's definitely an advantage. He's got all of that experience. He can bring it, and he's going to have to maybe use that in a certain way because the pressure will be on him. As we're saying, if they lose this first matchup, they go home. Not all pros can deal with that, especially maybe at a younger age. So maybe he could use that experience to project him and propel him forward into the tournament.
Well, let's hope so, because guys, the time has come. We've spoken about all 4 of our matchups you're about to see, but only one is going to be played on the big stage behind us. It's this one, Predator FIFA taking on Fnatic Tex. Let's welcome then to the stage, Fnatic Tex.
Now, as he makes his way to the stage, we've talked about what he can do, what he's done, and what he wants to do today. He knows that he wants to make this a double, starting with the eChampions League, finishing with the Champions League tomorrow.
And let's meet his opponent today then, Predator FIFA, the first German out of 4.
As you see Predator FIFA approach the stage, Both these gentlemen using the hoodies, good confidence, a little hand clap, warm up the hams a little bit. And again, is he ready to forge this upset in the opening matchup of today's affairs?
Well, we are about to find out. It's Germany taking on England. It's Predator FIFA taking on Fnatic Techs in our first matchup of the eChampions League finals. This matchup is after the break.
Predator FIFA will have the final chance of this game. Offloads it to Renato Sanchez. Great save from Schmeichel. Rebound!
To be honest, I don't care who the opponent is. I just do my job. I play FIFA.
Oh, that's a big goal. That header, the leap.
And that's what I do. And if I play good, I win. If I don't play good, I'm gonna lose. Controlling the whole game.
I think that's a goal, isn't it?
As he knows, that could be the goal to fire him into the eChampions League final.
Incredible feeling now to earn what you deserve, but I want to accomplish even more.
Well, here we go then. The moment we've been waiting for here in Stockholm, Sweden. The eChampions League Grand Finals are here. An action-packed day for these 8 players that have made it so far across group stages, knockout stages, and now only 8 remain. My name is Brandon Smith, and I'm joined by the legend that is Jaime Alvarez. I mean, Gravison, we have to speak about it. What an opportunity this is. What a tournament this is as well. It's so nice to be back in person, and at the end of play today, someone will be lifting that eChampions League trophy.
I mean, imagine like getting home every single week, every single after tournament, and getting to see that beautiful trophy at your home. Like I would obviously die for getting that chance, but yeah, it's nice to be back. Obviously in FIFA 21 we had a nice season. We had a great champ, but I don't know, we can see so many big names here. Tex, Predator, Nico, Matthias, Bonanno. Who's going to lift the trophy? We don't know, but it's obviously going to be a beautiful day of FIFA.
Yeah, it will be indeed a beautiful day in FIFA, it shall be. 2019 in Madrid was the last time we saw the eChampions League lifted in person. It was by New York City Chris back then. After an online period, we're back in person, and at the end of play today, someone will be winning $75,000, and that trophy you can see on the screen there. We have to speak about it too. There are playoff spots on the line today that the likes of Nicholas will be battling for. He said to me earlier, if I don't do it today, that's my season gone.
Yeah, it's just his season gone, because he's got no tournaments left, just this ECL and obviously the potential chance of playing the playoffs. But I gotta tell you, I've not seen Nicholas as nervous as I've seen 30 minutes ago. It's crazy because we obviously know how Nicholas is and how he's the Iceman, but he's nervous. And we see Predator and Tex, they were nervous as well. So I don't know what to expect from this match. Predator was incredible the last time we were here in Stockholm.
We have to speak about it. It's in our winners bracket game we're kicking off with first. It's Predator FIFA of Werder Bremen up against the star of FIFA esports over the last few years. It's Fnatic Tex in our winners bracket game. We have to remind you that these two were unstoppable last time out in Stockholm. Just 4 weeks ago we were here across the two-day tournament where we saw 32 players battle it out alongside a difficult double elimination bracket. These were two of the players that stayed on the right side of the bracket, wasn't it, Gravison?
Yep. We're obviously seeing so much player locks from Predator, because that's how he likes to play and how he likes to get comfortable at the start of the game. I think we're going to see a 4-4-2 from Tex. He's been playing the 4-4-2 in 1v1 and in 2v2. And we're seeing probably the 3-5-2 from Predator. And I think it's nice to see Thiago starting from Predator. I think it's a different pick. I think it can potentially work out good for him with Hullet. And also obviously Tex is starting with Ronaldinho. He was amazing last month with Ronaldinho on the wing.
And I mean, it would be a surprise if Schmeichel was in goal for Tex as well. He seems to be the superhero, whether it's at the Team of the Season Cup just a few weeks ago or here in the eChampions League. Cannot forget he is an invitational eChampions League winner. It was won online, but for him it doesn't feel quite the same of winning it in person here today. He said that it's unfinished business, a tournament that he's had all his eyes on as he looks to come forward with his first real chance off the game. It's R9 on his way through, can't bundle that ball past. So you may be thinking, why are these teams not full of icons and Team of the Year players? It is a Champions League format we follow here in the eChampions League, isn't that right, Gravison? So expect road to the final items, road to the knockout items, maybe the odd extra player in game that we might see mixed into these teams.
Yeah, we didn't expect to see as much of Mane, of Mahrez, of even Kimpembe, but they're really nice UCL items, and we're expecting big things from them. But yeah, we can expect Tex attacking from the right side of the pitch every single time because of Ronaldinho, that man.
Here's Ronaldinho again towards that back post. Still be looking for one man there, who's just edging his chance at the back of the goal. Pele can't quite turn his man there. Riyad Mahrez back to save the day. Not for so long though. Pele back hustling away, wins the ball from the get-go. Offers it back to Marcus Llorente. He'll be offering that box-to-box midfielder from the Atletico Madrid Spaniard. Have to talk about it. Back in the knockout stage as a Predator FIFA, it was a very strong 5-0 win against his fellow German in Denny 10 that is in today's bracket, but that was what separated those from staying on this side of the winners bracket, because technically you do get a second life in this tournament, Gravison. If you do lose, you're not out the tournament, you just drop down to the lower bracket, which means it's going to be a long road if there's any chance that you are lifting that trophy at the end of play today here in the Champions League final.
That's a mistake.
Offside trap was attempted to be played there by Predator FIFA. He's been on the back foot for these first 23 minutes so far though.
Yeah, we see the first boss.
Soak up all the pressure of Tex.
This is a good chance. Renato with the ball.
Mahrez, a couple of step overs from the Algerian winger back to Renato Sanchez once and twice, but Thiago went back nicely.
Yeah, we see the first pause requested by Predator because I think he's not comfortable with the build-up from back on the third line of the defense with the three defenders at the back. And obviously, we all know how Tex press is probably the best in the whole competition. Maybe a good chance from Predator.
First sniff a goal for Predator FIFA.
Nice defending.
Tex, sound as ever at the back. There's a lot of interesting storylines coming into this final A here. It was the FGS 4 qualification, the last one of the season for those hoping to book their spot in the Global Series playoffs, a tournament which will take place at the beginning of July, ahead of an action-packed July with the E-World Cup, E-Club World Cup and E-Nations Cup all taking place back-to-back-to-back. And there was a story there, wasn't there, for Tex, that he did lose to Matthias Bonanno. We got a top 16 finish regardless, but there was a lot of matchups that took place. Predator FIFA got Swissed in that tournament. He went out 4-3 in the end. Tex got a top 16. I think Umit had a good run as well. I think he beat Denny 10 in that tournament. There was lots of matchups that potentially could happen here today.
Yeah, Predator told me earlier that I think he missed the playoff spot for 10 points, 15 points. That's just a match in any of the 4 qualifiers. So he's obviously playing for a playoff spot at the moment. And I think Tex lost back-to-back in FGS3 and FGS4 in PKs against Matthias Bonanno. So obviously that's going to be like emotional for him if he gets to play Matthias at the biggest stage.
And obviously it was nice to see you in action a few weeks ago back in London. I saw a Gravison that wasn't in a suit and tie. He was in a hoodie with a cap on and a chain round his neck, who meant business. Just a quick word on that. How was the Team of the Season Cup for you?
It was amazing. It was the chance to play again. And obviously, like, I love to be commentating here besides you, but I was afraid that people weren't gonna take me serious as a competitor anymore because I'm here commentating. But I wanted to show them, like, obviously I'm commentating besides Brandon, it's fun, but I still had the hunger in me. So that top 6 was really fun, and it was a really great tournament. I mean,
top 6 finish alongside your teammate Daniel Aguilar was not a bad weekend.
No.
In London in the end, as Tex will still hunt to come forward for this opening goal in this winners bracket. And our opening game of the Champions League. One more pass, it's R9 with his first shot of goal. Stopped in his tracks by the PSG defender, who will be involved in pretty much most of the teams you'll see today. Marquinhos will be up and pretty much here, there and everywhere. Alongside the potential Kimpembe at the back there. It's Mahrez. Steaming forward. Whoa. Cheeky little Elastico says, see you later. For so long though. Ronaldinho back to get the ball. We saw so many star players pop out in the knockout stages. What 3 items would you say, Gravison, are going to be so pivotal for these players in their road to success here in Sweden?
Obviously R9. I think we're going to see R9 in every single match. I think Kyle Walker's item has to be on every single team, and Ronaldinho. If I was playing, I would be playing with him.
Look at the space he's getting, Gravison here. Little skill move back to R9. There's your first block. And there's your first goal in the eChampions League for Tex, who you have to say has been coming. He's just been knocking on the door and, more importantly, getting the ball to Ronaldinho. We know he's the star of the show. We know he's the danger man. Predator FIFA will know that. But there's just so much you can do before there will be a gap that will appear. Every single time Ronaldinho is beating, I think it's João Cancel on the left-hand side. He's ongoing that run. It's making Kimpembe come across, and there's just gaps opening up.
I think we're gonna see tactical changes from the Predator side. He's obviously there with, we have like a good chance now, 90 seconds, to get some changes up, because he's using the 3-5-2, and you have obviously 2 wings. You don't have fullbacks. So I think that's a great chance for Tex with the 4-4-2 to attack with Ronaldinho every single time. We're seeing him. He's building up with Ronaldinho's side every single time. And I think he should change to 4 defenders at the back because of the fullbacks. Because if not, Tex is going to be really comfortable with Ronaldinho every single time.
Well, half-time here, Tex does lead by a goal to 0. Remember, all the games are played over 2 legs with an aggregate scoreline for those that might be new to competitive FIFA. What's it like being in this situation, Gravison, for a player that has probably known for a good 4 weeks now who he's playing against in his opening game?
I mean,
it must be difficult not to overanalyze that match and that player coming into the game.
Obviously, it's kind of hard because you've been preparing yourself mentally for this situation for 4 weeks. But let's just say that when you play, nothing that you thought about, it's working. So I think that's a great chance for Predator to have Marlut by his side, because he's been at this stage couple of times. So maybe like Marlut can give him like great. Oh, this is great. No.
Could be a chance. Could be a second for Tex. Off the restart, little reverse elastico, as you were saying, but as you were alluding to, Graham, so maybe not all the preparation will be thought about as he comes forward. Is he onside? R9, yes, he is for Predator FIFA. It's aggressive. Marquinhos. They were just about to stop that alongside Kimpembe.
Yeah, and I think we maybe Marlo told him to put 4 defenders at the back because, I mean, we were talking about Ronaldinho. Here we go. You don't have to be like a good FIFA analyst to see that you have to have a game plan for Ronaldinho, because if not, Tex is gonna get comfortable, and whenever he gets comfortable, you just simply cannot stop him.
Just keep an eye on that mini-map as well. You see the red triangles, which is Tex's players on the screen. Just keep an eye on how much space Ronaldinho will have. Again and again. Pele, one more pass. Kimpembe will recycle it. Just back to the feet of the forward. R9 for 2. It's a Brazilian trio. Ronaldinho into Pele, into R9. They're making it look like clockwork. 2-0. The perfect start here in Sweden for that man on your screen, Fnatic Tex.
I think it's just a tactical mistake from Predator, because you see the 4 players for Tex, the 2 wings and the 2 strikers, they're just matching up against 3 defenders. So Tex didn't have to do anything spectacular right now. He just had to be composed and pass with the X every single time. So I think obviously Predator is in a tough place right now. He paused the game for the 2nd time in 50 minutes, and he has to do some changes. Nice defending. We don't talk enough about Tex defense. It's one of the best in the whole circuit.
Well, I think he's always been honest about that, Gravison, in terms of that he knows he's been a great attacker for so long. And if he was critical to himself, you know, defensively I could have been better over the last few years, and he has become better defensively. He doesn't leak goals anymore and still has this flair aspect to his game, this confidence, this oozing confidence that he can combine skill moves, get players like Ronaldinho on the ball and cause havoc at the back. And yeah, I have to agree with you. I mean, defensively, he is sound.
Yeah, he is. He's one of the best. His player switching is out of this world, and in my opinion, the biggest liability you could have if you're a FIFA player is a bad player switching in defense, because it's really hard, and Tex makes practically 0 mistakes with player switching, and he's aggressive and he can read your mind many chances. So I don't know, it's gotta be tough to play 60 minutes of FIFA, not getting any chances, and try to change anything on the pitch.
Oh no, this could be the mistake of all mistakes. Luckily enough, Kimpembe.
Vinicius,
well,
sub done.
Just about saved the day there. Would you be saying it's just a few nerves from Predator FIFA now, Gravison? He hasn't got going at all. Maybe he will now. Mahrez, little cheeky double tap pass. We spoke about Kyle Walker being a standout player. Look no further there. Lovely little header back into Schmeichel.
Yeah, Vinicius was not the only player getting subbed on. He changed Robertson, Andrew Robertson, for Joao Cancelo as well. So he's not just making subs in the attacking side of the field. He's obviously not comfortable at the defense as well, because he just changed the fullback.
Tex hunting for his 3rd. What a goal it could be for him across the 2 legs. It'll be the best of starts in the first game on broadcast here with eChampions League. He just doesn't seem to get phased playing on main stage in front of the cameras and the lights. It's just all second nature to him now.
This is good.
Yesterday, you may not have seen it, the players arrived in their suits here in Stockholm, Sweden for a media day. Tex was just grinding all day long. Might have been in a suit and tie and a pair of smart shoes, but that didn't affect him sitting there just playing anyone he could. Reverse elastico, it's tidy from Ronaldinho. Just about gets a toe on the ball defensively, does Predator FIFA. And then today, Tex rocks with a pair of sunglasses. Same again, took a seat. Just grinding. Hasn't really got too involved with any of the players here. He's obviously been polite, but other than that, he's just been getting his head down. He knows that it's business. Yeah. And what an opportunity it could be for him to lift a bit of silverware.
Yeah, obviously, it's not like he's unpolite or anything. He's just focused on the job at hand, which is winning the ECL. I think obviously Tex won the Invitational back in the days in 2020, but it's not the same. The Invitational is not the same as winning a live event against the best players in the world.
And with the journey that's got into this tournament, Gravison, online qualification, group stages, knockout stages, we're talking technically 4 different individual tournaments, including this one. To be a champion could be 3 goals as well. Little scoop turn from Pele. It's a big tackle at the back from Predator Fifa. Knew he had to make that one.
I just love Tech's imagination, because in that situation, what could you have done? Like roulette and elastico. He just does a simple scoop turn, and if Predator wasn't on point with the defense, that would have been 3-0. So, you know, he just makes hard choices every single time, but his timing is impeccable on the attacking side of it. And you know, many chances you don't have to be like spectacular. Just a simple scoop turn with the right timing can be a great goal. And maybe as hard as doing 4 elásticos in a row, you know?
We did see Tex in action at the Team of the Season Cup, a tournament that he played in, Gravison. He was alongside Diogo Mendes, his teammate of Fnatic, and there was still, although in a 2v2 environment, there was those little moments of Tex you still saw across that weekend. The skill moves, the flairiness to his game, some of the passes as well. He was assisting. I remember one from Hullet that was an unbelievable little dink pass over the top.
I remember, yeah, against Nip, I think.
There's not many teams it's obvious who the player is in a 2v2. Yeah. It always is when it's Fnatic.
Obviously. But yeah, I remember the match against Nip and Team Hullet, quarterfinals. They were losing 2-0, and I think it was like in 10-15 minutes. Tex just smashed them, scored 3 goals with the chip from Hullet. It was amazing.
Well, there we have it. Half-time in this opening game in the winners' bracket. It is Fnatic Tex that leads Predator Fifa by 2 goals to 0. It was a nervy start for the German, but for the only English player in this FIFA tournament. He is up by 2 goals to 0. It's all to do still for him, though, if he wishes to become the eChampions League winner. We're off for our first break here from Sweden. When we get back, we'll have the second leg between these two in the winners' bracket. Ronaldinho still bringing out that Brazilian flair. It's Samba in the box. It's Ronaldinho still. He's back to R9.
When you can't defend me and you can't score against me, what are you going to do?
Cheeky chip, surely R9. Reverse elastic. Oh, Tex.
Yeah, I'm buzzing. It's the first tournament in 2.5 years where I could feel successful at. I got top 8.
Yes, man.
But now we've got to move on to the finals. I'm happy, but the job's not done. My game style. I just like to control the game. Keep it simple until I get in my opponent's final third, edge of the box.
Look at the dribble.
Skill move. And then look for the extra pass and then tap it in the open goal.
Pick it up again! Well, welcome back to the beautiful city of Stockholm, which plays host to the eChampions League finals this year on FIFA 22. Do not worry, we're only just getting underway here in our grand finals day. 8 players have arrived, and this is our first game from the winners bracket. It's Fnatic Tex that leads Predator FIFA 2-0. You're joined in the commentary box by myself, Brandon Swift, and Jaime Alvarez. Many will know him as Gravison, a Spanish FIFA veteran. At the halfway point of this game, what are your thoughts, Gravison, your opening thoughts of what you've seen from both players?
Yeah, I think we saw dominance from Tex. Just he was obviously comfortable with that 4-4-2, and I think what I love about Tex, if you talk meta-wise, you can see the 4-3-2-1 being like predominant in Spain, Portugal, Italy, pretty much everywhere. 3-5-2, all the German players are using it, now the English players are using it. Tex doesn't care. He just sticks to the 4-4-2. He knows the game plan. He knows how to build up from his side of the pitch till he gets the ball to Ronaldinho, and he's just comfortable with it. And you don't see like a proper response from any of his opponents, because he's been playing comfortable from the first tournament to now the fourth part of the tournament, which is amazing. Obviously, we could see Predator changing it up, because I think from the tactical standpoint, he was just a little bit unprepared with the 3 defenders at the back, because you see Tex goals every single time. They were single X passes, but pretty easy, you know. Nothing spectacular.
From that first leg, as we said, Tex made it 2-0 in total. That was the first one. This was the second one that did follow shortly after. It was the Brazilian trio linking up perfectly. Pelé, Ronaldinho and R9 finishing it again for a brace. And that was all that happened at the end of that first leg. But quite a lot happened on the side of Tex. He's got a very comfortable lead heading into this second game.
And I don't think we have seen Tex lose in a while from a 2-0 advantage.
The last time we saw Tex in a position where there was question marks over Gravison was back in the group stages, where he went 0-2 in the Swiss. And we all sat there back home. You was in Spain, I was in England, and we were thinking, surely not. Surely.
No, there's no chance.
There's no chance. Oh, yeah, he did. He came back and qualified 3-2 in the Swiss, which was enough to qualify him into those knockout stages just over 4 weeks ago here in Stockholm. That's yesterday's news. That's weeks ago now. No one cares about that. Right now, he's on his way to a top 3 guaranteed if he wins this game.
And I think if you want to, I mean, obviously Predator just wants to get that playoff spot, but Tex has to be thinking about the chance of winning the tournament. And if you want to get like a good chance of winning the tournament, you have to reach that grand final in the winner side of it, because you just guarantee that top 3, and you get so many chances of playing again in a potential losers final bracket. And you know, you just, if you want to have like good chances, you have to reach that grand final of the winner bracket.
It needs to be a perfect start from Predator FIFA. Does come with an early pause into this game. He's being coached by Marla, a player that has hung up the competitive boots as of late in the FIFA esports scene. He's decided to put more of a coaching hat on over the last few seasons, but he's a player that has been to plenty of tournaments. He's at one of the first big ones all that time ago, back in Berlin, back in the days of the birth of FIFA esports from EA Sports. I'm sure at the halfway point, Gravison, he would have been adding his tactical standpoint onto how can we get back in this game.
Yeah, I remember, I think it was in FIFA 18 or 17, he did a top 4 finish in a tournament, which he knocked out so many big names out of the way. I think he was like really, he got a really good mind for the... Ooh.
This could be all she wrote. This could be done now. Tex can find a way through when Aldino picks up the pieces. It's R9 for 3! There it is! That's not what Predator FIFA would have needed. But for Tex, it's just one man that's running this show at the moment. Ronaldo Nazario, no surprise at all. 3-0. And honestly, at this moment in time, you say, Tex, you're in a winners' final, top 3 guaranteed, alongside $30,000. I just don't see this being turned around from how good defensively Tex has been as well, Grav.
That's just a mistake you cannot afford if you want to make a grand final in the winners bracket. Obviously we talked about Tex possession press after possession loss, which is really good, probably the best of all the players that are playing here. But I mean, you cannot afford to make that mistake if you're a Predator and you're 2 goals behind. So I don't know, maybe a narrow formation, maybe 3 defenders at the back again, maybe press after possession loss in the tactical standpoint, I don't know, but you have to make some changes because you're running out of time. Tex is playing spectacular.
Hasn't put a foot wrong yet, has he?
No.
Didn't in the knockout stages either. Stayed on the winners bracket side and to face against one of the 4 German players did qualify for this tour. It's a long ball over the top for Arno. Chance Predator Fifa that he really needs to take. He slowed it down a bit too much. He's allowed Marquinhos to get back and win the ball. I think what's more of an impressive stat, Grab. There was 9 German players at the knockout stages. Last time we were here in Sweden, 4 of them did make it through to this stage. 2 are in the upper bracket, 2 are in the losers bracket. But regardless, there was no surprises that there was going to be German names in this eChampions League final, and on paper, it was odds-on favourite for them, for one of them to make it to a grand final, you'd like to think.
I mean, 4 out of 8 players, 50% of the players being German, that just talks about the quality.
Oh! Penalty ref! It's clever from Tex, a heel-to-heel from Mahrez. It's a bait skill move that leads, surprise, surprise, Marquinhos to jump into the tackle. Is it R9 again for 4? Up steps Tex with R9, it's 4-0. Winners final, get his name in it now.
Oh, the heel-to-heel. I mean, that was just beautiful. That was beautiful to watch. Que bonito. Whoa. I mean, just a simple heel-to-heel, which is not that effective this year. But if you use it at the right time, obviously, it's going to destroy your opponent. So, I don't know. If I was Predator, I would just, I don't know, stand up, clap him, because there's simply nothing he could have done, because you will spend an elastico, reverse elastico, something from there. But heel-to-heel, you wouldn't expect that from anyone. But Tex just does it, simply does it.
It's a great time on top of that, Grab, because obviously you're looking at Predator Fifa, he's going to be diving into tackles now, he's getting a little bit frustrated, he's 3-0 down. It's the perfect time to bring that into his attacking movements for Tex. As this game is taking place in the winners bracket, it's Nicholas against Umit. There's a lot on that one because Umit, Tex are already in the playoffs. Predator isn't in the playoffs. Chance for Pele! Schmeichel, surprise, surprise, comes to save the day. But for Nicholas, we spoke to him earlier, you've been speaking to him a lot, Gravison. If he wins that game, he's in the playoffs. He gets a top 3 guaranteed. If he loses, he still could get to playoffs, but it would be a long, long journey for him because he might have to play, potentially, a fellow Argentine.
Matthias Bonanno. Again. After that win in the quarterfinals of the winner bracket. I don't know. I told you before, it's the first time I'm seeing Nicolas nervous. Even if we're talking about FIFA 19, the match against Moauba, it was probably one of the best matches we've seen, FIFA esports-wise, and he wasn't nervous. But he was nervous this time because it's just the chance of his season slipping away.
It's not often I get to have a conversation with Nicholas as well. His English has got a lot better. I'm looking for goal number 5. Reverse elastico to reverse elastico from Renown Nazaria. Tex looks to build up for goal number 5 here. It's a game he can look just to keep possession and see out now. There's no real need for him to score more goals other than just to rub salt into the wounds with this result. But Nicholas was saying that for me to be in this position with a bit of pressure, it's a privilege for him. Should we get a passing count on screen here from Tex? Eventually comes
the build-up
to a close from
Jesus Christ,
the Brazilian.
Whoa. I mean, what was like 30 passes, 40 passes inside the box? I mean, if Tex keeps playing like this, I'm telling you, there's not a single person in this arena that can stop him. Have you seen that build? That was incredible. That was out of this world. I mean, if you're a Predator, you just lost all hope just in that 10 minutes build-up from Tex.
It's not the tournament start you need, is it? Mentally.
Mamma mia.
Confidence building. Out the window. Confidence destroying, certainly that. One more pass. Pele. R9 to me, to you, to me, to you. Who's going to finish it? R9 had a go, looking for... It seems like R9's the only person to score. It's the rule he's put on his players in this game. Regardless of this, I'm sure we'll be catching up with some of the other games that are taking place around the grounds. Tex makes it 5. R9 makes it 5. Heel to heel. Says no one uses it. Tex does.
Get me out of here. Are you serious? What was that?
First half hat-trick.
Just give him the trophy already. Jesus Christ, this level of FIFA. Fantastico. Oh, man. I got goosebumps. I'm telling you. I got goosebumps right now. This is incredible. This level of FIFA is just simply out of this world. Whoa.
Well, that man's loving it as well. But look, he's a long way away still from lifting the trophy. He goes into a winners' final, wins that, then he's in the grand final of the eChampions League. You're probably thinking, is it time to jump to another game? Probably is. Let's jump over to another big name who's in this tournament, Matthias Bonanno, a player that you've been speaking to a lot over this season and here in Sweden too. I think we'll catch the highlights of the first leg before we jump into the second leg there between Matthias Bonanno and a very difficult opponent that he's up against in Snakes in that loser bracket. That's a difficult game, Grav, because whoever loses that is out of the tournament. And I've always said this, Matthias Bonanno, yes, he won qualifier number 4 as of late. Yes, he won Team in the Season Cup. But for me, he's missing lifting a trophy in a 1v1 tournament. He's done it online, but I want to see it in person. In La Liga, it never happened across the Cup and the League. This is his opportunity.
Yeah, it's not the same. And obviously last year he won the Libertadores. He won FGS 1 and 2, I think. And another one, I think he was 4 titles. But yeah, online, it's not the same.
No.
It's obviously not the same. But I'm going to tell you, I didn't see it that much, but the third goal from Matthias was really something else.
Well, this is the first leg highlights. We're going to join it live in the second leg. Matthias Bonanno is up by not 1, not 2, 3 goals to 1, so it seems so far. Was there any more from Snakes in the last 5 minutes? Yes, there was, which makes this game really, really exciting. And here we are in the second leg. There was an early start from Snakes to make it 3-3. Matthias Bonanno said, you know what, I'm bouncing back in this tie again. One more pass, finds Mares, makes it 4 goals to 3. And we join this live right now. This is Elimination FIFA in the losers bracket round 5. Credit to VFL Snakes, by the way, of Bukum. I don't know what it is about VFL Bukum, but they just produced stars. It was Megabit years ago. Now it's Snakes, a player that no one knew. It was his first ever FIFA online, offline tournament for him. And what a chance we joined back into. 4-4. This is a game to keep an eye on, because one of these two is out. Matthias Bonanno could be out of the eChampions League if he loses this game.
And that's so out of... I don't know. I didn't expect that from Matthias Bonanno. The offside trap was awful. That's something you wouldn't expect, obviously, from Matthias, because he usually makes no mistakes, 0 mistakes. And if you want to grind an opportunity, you have to sweat a lot to get like a really good chance. But I mean, we got to talk about the Snakes, because if I'm not mistaken, he didn't qualify for the FGS3, right?
He didn't qualify for FGS3. On top of that also, this is his only chance of getting to the playoffs this year, which involves needing to finish top 3. Out of the 9 German players, no one would have said Snakes to be in that top 4 that qualified. No one. Even us here in the commentary booth, or anyone working on this event behind the scenes. He was a surprise package, and to be honest, didn't get enough plaudits and credit for the result that he had back in the knockout stages in Stockholm. He was the story of the tournament, the story of the weekend. And now he's holding Matthias Bonanno to a 4-4 scoreline. He could be on his way to go up by 5 goals to 4 for the first time. You spoke to Matthias at all across the last 24 hours. How's he feeling coming into this tournament?
He's feeling comfortable because he just won the FGS4, and that gives you like a good boost in confidence. He obviously won the Team of the Season Cup, and I think obviously there were doubts in his mind when he moved from South America to Spain and to Europe, because obviously you can trust yourself, but you don't know what's really gonna happen. And he's been crushing the scene. Both him and Nicolas, they've been crushing the European scene. So I think he's confident for today, but Snakes is playing good. And I gotta tell you, there's something with, and this is like a thing I like from people from different countries. You see 4 Germans playing in this tournament, and you see Snakes, Denny, and Predator using Thiago as a midfielder. You don't see Thiago from any of the different players. And obviously, let's just say that there were potentially 4 Spanish players in this tournament. We might be using, I don't know, let's just say Thiago Jallo as a centre back. So obviously, when you talk so much with different players, it just influences you, you know?
Here is Matthias Bonanno now trying to turn Kimpembe half-time here. Coach Edu just behind him. I loved it earlier in the players' booth. We were just having a little wander around this morning. I was walking past the both of them from Team Heretics, who've had an unbelievable debut season in the FIFA 22 ecosystem. Matthias was in the game, and Edu was just watching a previous VOD of Snakes' gameplay. Just, they breathe FIFA differently, those two, don't they?
They live and breathe FIFA. Both Edu and Javi, our analyst coach in Ducks, they just live and breathe FIFA every single time. And if you, I don't know, if you can be with them in a train, in the airport, at a club, here in an event, and they're going to be talking about FIFA every single time. They are so young, they're 18 and 19 years old, but they just...
There's just a hunger there.
Yeah, definitely. They just have that hunger to be the best. And I don't think Edu is going to stop with that Team of the Season Cup win. I think he wants to lift big trophies this year. They are obviously qualified for the E-Club World Cup. They want to qualify for the World Cup in the 1v1 situation. And I think they're ready to lift a big trophy again in a 1v1 situation.
And again, he's been superb online. We cannot talk any higher of Matthias Bonanno in terms of the results he's had in South America and here in Europe since he's moved over. He's not just come over to Europe to make up the numbers and to finish in a top 16 or top 32. He's come to be in championship Sundays and to be winners and to be crowned as a champion. But for me, he's just been missing that one trophy. La Liga, he had the Cup, he had the League, who just didn't find himself in that winning situation. He lost in the Cup back in Zaragoza to Zidane, and then didn't make it into the final day in Madrid just a few weeks ago. And I have to be honest, we spoke about this backstage, it's the potential restrictions that for Matthias
maybe
could be an argument that you could discuss of why he hasn't been able to pick up those results in Spain. Here, he still can do that today. But it's going to involve a serious performance. He's on 9, does well! Carl Walker does even better at the back for Snakes. The chance is still alive. Carl Walker not once but twice is the hero to save the day for VfL Bochum.
We talked about him being a key player, and that save, that was something else. Jesus Christ. That was amazing. I mean, I'm playing foot champs with Kyle Walker this weekend.
Just keep in mind, though, whoever wins this game could be facing Umit or Nicholas in that loser bracket. It's not going to be a fun game whatsoever. Back to goal. Here's Mahrez building now for Matthias Bonanno, who's looking for that goal number 5. He's been leading this game so many different times. He just struggled to hold on to that lead.
I think there was a clear chance to R9. He passed it to Hullet. He wasted a big chance. Good pass from Snakes.
Mahrez cuts back. Sar9 moving and grooving. Van der Sar just about gets 2 hands on that. I think what's more impressive from the Argentine, Matthias Bonanno, he was the #1 ranked player on his console last year in South America. And he's the #1 ranked player in European West here.
At the moment.
Which means playoffs are in the bag for him. It's not about playoffs. For him, it's about being a eChampions League winner here. R9 scooping and moving in the box. Can't Find his way past the French defender in Kimpembe. Chance to break forward for Snakes.
And obviously back-to-back top one for Matthias Bonanno. Last year in South America, this year Europe West. That just speaks about his discipline and his hunger to win it all. South America is a tough region, really tough region. Like every time you get to play against a South American player here at a LAN event, I mean, that's tough. They yell at you. they bring so many companions with them. It's a tough experience to be at.
Thiago, we said about him being involved in a handful of the German pros teams, nearly just became the ultimate playmaker that, as you can probably guess, with the upgrades that have happened in the real world of football with the likes of Liverpool, Real Madrid, it's allowed a lot more of those players to be included in these teams. Their upgrades, they've had along their journey in the Champions League. Spoke about it for Tex, what a perfect weekend it could be for him if he was still in the Champions League today. And Liverpool tomorrow were to be crowned as
what a save.
Champions League winners. What a save from Van der Sar. It was a time green finish from Matthias Bonanno. Just punched away by the Flying Dutchman. Edwin van der Sar could be a chance to break forward now. Riyad Mahrez does well to just push off the likes of Renato Sanchez and Hullet, not for so long.
Matthias Bonanno is turning it up at the moment. He's playing so well. And if Snakes can get like a good 5 to 10 minutes possession, I think he's losing this game.
Well, as I look to the side of me here in the main studio, that's full time between Tex and Predator. Tex with an all-important win there. He'll be in the winners' final now. Predator FIFA will drop down to the lower bracket. Round 6 he'll fall into, which is elimination FIFA. He did get a goal back, did Predator FIFA, but overall, Tex will come out with that all-important result. Pele. Matthias, lovely scoop turn, finds Mahrez, who will drop back to Pele, who, to be honest, did very well for that to fall into the back of the net because it was a time-red finish, wasn't it?
Whatever works. That's gonna be tough on the Snake side. Oh man, every time you say that red time, it's tough mentally. But yeah, 10 minutes away. And if we talk about Matthias Bonanno's pool, formation pool, it's amazing. He can play anything. We were just seeing he was playing 5-2-1-2. He played earlier the 4-3-2-1 as well, 4-4-2. At the Tots Cup, he was playing with Hidalgo with a 5-3-2 as well. So he can play practically anything, and that's important. In these kind of situations, when you're tied up and nothing works, you just pull something out of the hat, and it works.
I think what was more impressive for me from Matthias Bonanno and Team Heretics in general is I spoke to Coach Edo, and after this, surely you guys are having a break. There's about, I think, 4 weeks until the playoffs. He went, no, we're just going to keep playing. There might not be any tournaments involved in, but we just have to keep playing and keep playing and keep playing and keep grinding. Because what's the point in us switching off for 4 weeks and then come back to the playoffs and not be ready for it?
Yeah, no, obviously he's from Tenerife in the Canary Islands, and it's hot and it's sunny there, and he doesn't want to take a break. So it's hard. He's just professional. He's really professional.
It's just been so refreshing to see that hunger as well from a team that have invested heavily into the scene, punched into the feet of Pele. Can't quite lock on to that one. Can Snakes? This is Matthias's game to throw away now. Remember, this is not
Team Press. Yeah.
the match that will take him into the grand final, the match that will take him into loser bracket round 6. And unfortunately, it'll be the end of the road for VFL Bochum Snakes in the tournament. Is there a need to go forward for Matthias? Nicely won back by Renato Sanchez. Snakes is his last chance. Chance for Arnaud. No. What a save from Van der Sar. That was the last chance of the game.
Yeah, it was. Definitely. That was a big lack of composure from Snakes. He could have ball rolled, chipped it, extra passed it, anything but that. Oh man, that's gotta be tough. That was a really, really big chance. And he's gonna remember it for a long time.
Well, there we have it. It's the first name that falls here in Sweden. We start with 8 now. After this round, there'll only be 6 names that remain. It is the end of the journey of the eChampions League for VFL Snakes. For the 4 German players, there's only 3 that are left in the tournament as it stands right now. Matthias Bonanno in loser bracket round 6. I mean, names are going to fall here, round per round, but a German name falls first.
I mean, there were 4 Germans, so obviously we had to see some Germans going out of the tournament. But they're telling me we had something coming up.
Yeah, what a game we'll have coming up very soon indeed between Nicholas and Umit. We'll join it live, but there are a lot of storylines that are emerging today, and there's a lot of players that aren't here that will be sitting at home today with their hands praying that these players on the screen can get results. If Tex and Matthias and Umit and Feldman finish in top 3 scenarios, there's Danish players, there's Italian players, there's British players such as Footwear's Ethan that are all hoping that certain players have certain runs today in the eChampions League, Ravison, because it could mean that they qualify for the playoffs. Because if you don't know, the eChampions League offers 3 spots. A top 3 finish guarantees you a spot in the playoffs, alongside all the leagues in the competitive FIFA ecosystem. Let's check in with this game, though. It's in the winners bracket. We haven't seen it yet. Nicholas Umit. Nicholas wins this game. He's in the playoffs. Currently sits in, I believe, 24th in the rankings. This was the highlights from leg 1, where we saw Nicholas go down to 10 men, which, surprise, surprise, meant that he was on the back foot, went down by a goal to 0, but it's how he responded in this game, Gravison.
Yeah, that was a great extra pass to R9, 1-1, and he obviously got another. Oh, that was. That has to be a really bad offside trap from Umut. So 1-2, and I think something happened in the game.
Yeah, I think we're joining it live as we speak right now. It's Nicholas against Umit. This is a massive game. It's the winner's bracket. And it is 2-2. There was a goal back from Umit just as we kicked off the second half. Spoke to Nicholas before this. You had a long chat with him, Gravison. What was his overall thoughts coming into today?
I mean, I don't think he's been this nervous since FIFA 18 or FIFA 17, because he knows it's his only chance of getting back to defending his crown, actually, because he won back-to-back playoffs, if I'm not mistaken, in FIFA 18 and in FIFA 19 on the PS4 side of it. So he has to defend his crown. But I was just talking with Adruman, who is also here, and he told me that if you had to be in this position, the player you wouldn't want to play would be Nicholas, because of his composure, of his presence. But Umut, I mean, I don't think Umut is going to be intimidated by Nicholas. No. Maybe he was like 2 years ago or something like that. But now he's got a big name on himself, on the Bundesliga scene, and obviously in the international scene as well.
Here's Nicholas, the Iceman, as he's been renowned for many years in the FIFA scene. Here's Mahrez! A great save from Van der Sar. Last 19 minutes left to play here. You're absolutely right. He was a PlayStation champion back at Atlanta a few FIFA seasons ago. Oh, Nicholas! That goal might be enough for him to secure a playoff spot. And more importantly, a spot in the winners' final against Tex in the eChampions League. Hammer that one off the training ground into Hullet. No one saw the run of the forward there. 18 minutes left on the clock. This is in Nicholas's hands to throw away here. And just on that point, you were saying about Nicholas, this is the confidence that I've loved from Nicholas. I was speaking to him today and I went, so you've got to win this to get in the playoffs. And he went, I do. And to be honest, if I'm not in those playoffs, it's not really the same, is it?
No, it's
just
not.
He's just saying there's just a bit of a name factor about me that it's not really the same if I'm not in the playoffs. And I loved what you were saying yesterday in the rehearsal sort of media day. He said that it's a privilege to have this pressure. I like this pressure. I've not had this sort of pressure all season long. So for him, he's been enjoying it as much as he's probably hating it at the same time.
Pressure's a privilege every single time. Like, obviously, you're nervous in these situations, but if you want to have these nerves, you have to be in that situation. So that was a set piece, good set piece from Nicholas. I think they invented that one with player lock in South America between him, Diego, and Cezinho, and that was money. 3-1.
Just to get your thoughts on leg 1 as well, sorry, Gravison, is that Nicholas was down to 10 men for about 15 game minutes. Credits for him for managing that game, because he only came out of it 1-0 down. It could have been a lot worse.
yeah, that was probably like the biggest factor in this match. I mean, we don't know what's going to happen in these 14 minutes left, but that could have been a butchery. Like 2, 3, 4-0 now. Obviously against Humut, who's playing a narrow formation and who's going to have so much bodies on the attack. So that's just what makes Nicolas Nicolas. He gets a red card, and all you can get from him is 1 goal.
And I'll be honest, out of the 4 German names that are here that have qualified for the Champions League, you would have to look at that man on your screen of Hummer being one of the strongest players. You said he was a club championship winner of the virtual Bundesliga this year. He's won the Bundesliga in past years too. He was a PlayStation champion back at Atlanta. He's a new name in a very competitive German scene that, rightly so, has been getting in the reps, has been finishing highly in some of the biggest tournaments in the FIFA ecosystem. And he's also got Anders Vergang as a teammate, which isn't too bad, is it? He's had a lot of talent that he's been surrounded by in the last few FIFA seasons. Here's Nicolas to try and end this game now. Gareth Bale looking for the cutback. There's the one more. There's the goal. Nicolas with ice in his veins. No matter where he is in the world, no matter the year, no matter the day, he might just be on his way to the playoffs in just 4 weeks' time. That's what he came for firstly, and now be thinking, Tex next, win that, I'm in the grand final, and who knows, I could be an eChampions League winner.
Que golazo. That was incredible. The player lock. First in the set piece, now in this last chance of the game. And I wasn't thinking about that. We're gonna see a rematch. Nicolas against Tex. Do you remember FIFA 18 Barcelona, Foot Champions Cup? That was the first time we saw
the birth of Tex.
Yeah. And we're gonna see him again. What, like 4 years later, I think? Or even 5? No, 4.5 years later.
Well, in the honest way, they were on opposite consoles, weren't they, for such long time now, both on the PlayStation. And this is a fixture that will certainly be enjoyed. What a game this is going to be, by the way. A game to book yourself a spot in the grand final of the eChampions League. Tex against Nicolas. That is going to be one hell of a matchup. Umit will be disappointed, but he is still in the tournament. He must keep that in mind. He'll drop down into that lower side of the bracket where, I mean, he's not going to be happy with this one. Matthias Bonanno will wait for him in another knockout game. It's one Argentine to another Argentine for Umit.
I mean, to be the best, you gotta beat the best, and the best is blessed. So yeah, Matthias Bonanno it is.
Well, smiles all round for Nicolas and Guild Esports. They'll have a player in the playoffs in just a few weeks' time. Commiserations to Umit, who no doubt will feel disappointed with that result. But regardless, he does get a second chance, he does get a second life in the eChampions League because he had such a good performance in the knockout stages just a few weeks ago here in Stockholm. His tournament still is alive, but obviously no one wants to start off on the losing streak. 2 Germans on the losing streak, we have to say, that unfortunately are now in that lower bracket.
I could think right now about the lower bracket, but I'm just thinking about that Nicolas versus Tex. That's just the dream matchup for so many years. FIFA 18, 19, 20, 21. You always expect to see the best players matching against each other, and I think we're talking about probably 2 of the best 3 players in the world, and we're gonna see them live here at an LAN event in Stockholm. So I'm happy, I'm telling you, I'm happy.
We're already getting started, Graham, so we've got a long day ahead of us here in Stockholm. But from us in the commentary box, it's now back down to Rachel and Mike to break down our first games here in Sweden.
Yeah, thank you so much, guys, for calling that first round of matchups. And Mike, I'm going to say that's exactly what we're going to see. We're going to see the best of the best go head-to-head, don't we, on this massive stage, which is the eChampions League finals, of course. They just teed it up nicely. Tex taking on Nicolas. I mean, the guy that wants to do it for both himself and to double for Liverpool tomorrow, and then the Iceman as well. But commiserations, of course, will bring you up to the speed on the guys who've already said goodbye to. But your prospects on that matchup, the winners final.
I mean, we're back to LAN events. We're back in Stockholm. This is a dream matchup. I love that script, that narrative. You really couldn't put yourself into a better position. 2 undefeated competitors. You know it's going to be a game that's going to be grinded out. Tex looked very impressive in his opener. Nicolas battled through a red card, got the job done. His 4th goal was just brilliant. If we get a chance to break that down, I'd love to showcase it in terms of the player lock and just the thought pattern and process. It was so impressive.
Yeah, of course. Well, Mike's just brought you up to speed on a couple of the scores, but let's get you across all of them from the 4 matches we saw then just now. They're all playing, of course, some behind the scenes and one on the big stage here. So winners final looks like this. Fnatic Tex taking on Nicholas. How did it happen? Well, Fnatic Tex, he defeated Predator there 5-0, and then it was Nicholas taking on Umit. That was 4-2 in the end. Loser bracket round 5. It was Nom Feldman 6-4 over Denny. Unfortunately, it was a goodbye to Denny. And then Matthias Bonanno 5-4 over Snakes. That was the matchup we brought you up to speed with a little bit later. But now it's Umit Feldman and Predator FIFA Matthias Bonanno for a place in that losers semi-final. Mike, bring us up to speed on those 2 exciting matchups we're going to bring you next.
Well, we have a difference in momentum because you're dealing with 2 competitors that, of course, have won their game and then a couple that dropped down. So it does come down to confidence, and especially if you're looking at the likes of Predator FIFA, where he really got demolished against Tex on the main stage. That wasn't close from start to finish, and now he's got to be able to bounce back, and can he do that against Matthias Bonanno? And then Umit and Feldman was a matchup that I was kind of hoping to see anyway, so this is like a little bit of that double helping. We got Nicholas Tex in the top, we've got Feldman going up against Umit in one of the drop downs. I'm not mad at this whatsoever.
Well, let's speak a little bit more about Feldman as well, because he had an interesting path last time out as well. People criticised possibly how he played against Michael Fischer, but it was trying to get here to the final 8. I mean, you get here however you can, surely, Mike LaBelle.
I would have done the exact same thing. And if anything, we've got to give a lot of credit to Feldman. He showed that he's a tactician, both offensively, defensively, the build-up play, and being able to pivot to his opposition. As you see a beautiful roulette here with Dino for Denny to kind of start to propel that comeback.
We didn't speak about Denny that much in the opener. Again, there was 4 Germans that started the final 8. Now we've already lost 2 already, 2 still in it, of course. Denny was the oldest one. We were talking about how much experience he had in the game, and he did. 6-4, unfortunately, was the loss here, which shows how great, how high quality matchup that was, Mike.
Yeah, and what happened is later on in the matchup, he kind of had to go for it, opens up additional space, and it allowed Feldman for some counter-attacking opportunities. You got a little more additional time. Of course, you're going to pick out the right options at this level.
Yeah, well, let's talk about that next matchup. Who's had the more difficult route? Umit there had to face Nicholas. Feldman there, I mean, they're very tough, all the same, but who do you think is coming out a little bit more motivated after that one?
I would rather be playing after a win. So I would say that Feldman, coming off a victory, is building in better momentum than coming off a loss.
Well, yeah, I think the same as well. Well, this is your matchup coming next, and we're dropping down to losers round 6, as we're calling it. So it is Umit taking on Feldman there. Obviously, Umit's just dropped down from the winners bracket, and he faces Umit as well. So let's now bring you up to speed on a couple of guys who are facing off right now.
He can be dangerous, doesn't have the 5-star skills that maybe he'd want in that area. This one certainly does. Heel to heel, oh 9! Simple for Feldman.
If my opponent gives me the option to go forward and I see that his defense is not that strong, I will try to score a lot.
Robbie Feldman, beautiful play in around the box.
My opponent didn't have any constant pressure tactics, and I just thought to myself, okay, if he's not going to press me, I'm not going to give him the ball. I know it's not the prettiest thing to do.
LA, big opportunity, down well to it, the rebound falls nicely, it's ugly, but he will not care one bit.
I don't care, I took the win, and that's the most important thing in eSport.
Well, Umit then is doing it for Nom Esports and the whole Israeli community. We've spoken about how they'll get behind him here today, won't they, Mike?
Well, Feldman, but yes, of course,
Sorry.
they're gonna back him heavily. And again, I said this at the beginning of the show. It's somebody that I expect to go through the losers bracket. So I don't know if maybe I'm getting ahead of myself, but I just rate him that much in terms of being ready mentally and then being able to adjust, being able to pivot on the fly.
Yeah, for sure. Well, everyone wants to win this big one, of course, and let's hear from Umit on what it would mean to him to win.
I think it's one of the biggest tournaments I ever played, so it's my biggest aim to win the eChampions League. It would be a crazy dream. I think everyone is here to win it all.
don't know if it's that much of a crazy dream to have. Everyone's got to have a dream, of course. Well, let's bring you back up to speed then on the bracket here. Losers bracket round 6 is where we're at right now. So it's going to be RB Leipzig's Umit taking on Nom Feldman. That's the matchup that we've just been bringing you up to speed on. And then if you cast your eyes down to the bottom of the screen, the next matchup in this losers bracket round 6 will be Predator FIFA, of course. He just lost to Tex in the winners semi-final, and he's taking on Matthias Bonanno there, who was in that really closely contested match against Snakes. And Snakes, we said, was so awesome to get here in the first place. But those are the two really important matchups. This is now single elimination, remember. So if you lose in this lower round 6, you are going home. You're looking for a spot, of course, in the winners semi-final. You've still got a long route to that final, Mike Labelle. It's getting really tough down here now in the lower bracket, isn't it?
I know we say this all the time, but every game really matters when you're facing elimination. We're going to see that adrenaline. We're going to see the pressure. We're going to see the tension. And I'm kind of here for it. It's part of competitive FIFA. I'm glad that I don't have to exchange roles with these players or these competitors, but that's what it's all about. And we've also seen so far now 2 Germans have been eliminated and 2 remain.
And it's also, the matches are coming thick and fast. There's no time to kind of get your head around what has just happened and reset, really, Mike.
Especially if you're coming off a loss, you don't get that moment to decompress. You're not going to sit with your coach for a long time period. You're going right back into it. So it's a matter of having that short-term memory and then being able to refresh, recharge into the next game. We're going to have that reset. A lot of R words.
Well, we're ready and recharged and refreshed because the next matchup is coming your way right now. It's Red Bull Leipzig's Umit taking on Nom Feldman. Okay, let's welcome our 2 competitors to the stage. This, of course, is Nom Feldman. Mike?
And it's the first time that we're seeing him on the main stage today. And I say that because the ambiance is a little bit different. Sits down, he's ready. He's already played a game today and had a success, of course.
And now let's welcome Red Bull Leipzig's Umit to the stage. He's just competed in that winner upper bracket. He just unfortunately got a loss to Nicholas 99 FC. Can he bounce back, Mike?
He can bounce back for sure. He's proven that throughout multiple tournaments. And I'm kind of hoping to see some of those pop-offs because you feel it a little bit different on the main stage. We talk about his passion time and time again.
Yeah, of course. Well, this is losers bracket round 6. It is Germany taking on Israel after the break.
Lots of touches for the fullbacks. Yeah. For Nicholas in this opening 50 minutes. Chance! What a strike!
I wasn't playing really good in qualifiers online, but here at LAN I think it's really different. Nicholas is back.
Nicholas reclaims his throne at the top of the mountain of South America.
In the last round, I think Cuadrado was really helpful for me.
To try and kill the game, though.
Yeah, he's killing the game well. It's something you have to do. We know the stakes are high.
I try to make my possession game style against Matthias. I know he's really good at the defense.
Cuts it back and an emphatic finish.
Well, welcome back to Stockholm for the eChampions League finals. You join us in the second round of play, coming live from losers bracket round 6. It's between the German and the Israeli. Robbie Feldman up against myself, Brandon Swift, and Ryan Pessoa of Manchester City Esports in the commentary booth. Ryan, you had the pleasure of watching round 1 unfold. The biggest news to come is that Nicholas will be at the Global Series playoffs with a massive win, pressure off his shoulders.
Yep, of course, great to be alongside you at such a prestigious event. And of course, for Nicholas, the key was to win to accomplish playoffs. But again, he still has a few more steps to win the trophy, and he'll be backing himself to do so against Tex.
Yeah, we have to look at this game now, as we said. Two players that are in different positions, we were saying before the game kicked off. A player that is on an upward trajectory through the loser bracket, and a player just suffered a defeat against Nicholas after being in a winning position.
Yeah, they're the toughest things when competing at this level. Of course, everyone here is fantastic. They've got the skill set to compete, but the mentality sometimes separates the best from the elite players. And I think that's what potentially we could see here with Umut. He needs to bounce back. He'll have his coach over his shoulder telling him, all right, we've just lost a game, tightly contested. We were 1-0 up. However, that game's done now. We have to move on. This is an all-important game. We want to progress further in this tournament, and he has to bounce back right away.
And looking back at that game, he had to play against Nicholas' 10 men for a good 16 game minutes. He only won that game by a goal. Still, Nicholas did so well to keep it out 1-0. Do you think he looks back on that and maybe I could have had a second or a third goal there and maybe press Nicholas a bit more?
Of course, you could say that when you look back at those type of games, and you could look back at missed chances or potential mistakes that led to goals. But when your opponent has 10 men, sometimes it works against you. I'll be honest, I've had situations where you feel as if maybe it would work in your favor, but it didn't end up doing so. But again, for Umut now, he's still only aged 18, despite having all those years and experience behind him. But again, he'll have his coach behind him. He'll know his family and friends are supporting him. And it's the same for Robbie Feldman, as we spoke about him being on an upward trajectory, winning his game against Denny to progress into the next stage of the loser bracket. He knows what he takes.
And look, Germany's chances of winning in each Champions League is just halved. They've just lost 2 players in the loser bracket. Snakes is out, and so is FC Heidenheim's Denny 10, one of the oldest players who is left in this eChampions League competition, as we are now underway in the round 6 of the lower bracket. Robbie Feldman is a player that we need to talk about briefly. He caused a bit of a Twitter storm after his performance in Stockholm just 4 weeks ago, with maybe the way that he closed out that game against London United's Michael Fisher. But regardless, he won the game.
Yeah, you could say caused up a storm is to say at the least. Definitely, of course, winning that game in such fashion. He just kept possession of the ball, which is the most sensible thing to do. I have no qualms about it. I think he done the right thing in order to reach this stage. I think that was a priority. Being in the final game to make this last stage was the most important thing to do, and he done what he needed to do.
And he came out on social media and went, look, I don't care what anyone thinks. I've won the game. I've got $10,000.
Exactly.
And I'm into the Champions League final for the first ever time. The first ever Israeli to make it to a top 8 in the eChampions League. He has been the player that has really been flying the flag for Israel in terms of the next gen of talent that's come through, as he looks to defend this first chance of the game, which he does do well defensively between the two French league players there, Renato Sanchez and Marquinhos. I asked Gravison the question, I'll ask you the same, Ryan. What 3 players in-game do you think are going to stand out with their Champions League variants of their foot items in-game?
Oh, I think you'd have to lean towards some of those cards that have had the upgrades throughout the season of the Champions League. Of course, you've got Riyad Mahrez, you've got Kyle Walker, and I would also say Renato Sanchez. I know he potentially might not be on display for either team, or you can see him used by Robbie Feldman. I just feel as if he's got the attributes in-game, the pace, the power in possession and defensively to help contribute in-game. And I think, I wouldn't say he's overlooked, but I'd say at this stage of the game, you wouldn't expect him to be used.
Well, it's had about 5 minutes after that defeat from Nicholas, who sent him down into the lower bracket for the first time across the Champions League. He was a player that had a dominant display in Stockholm for the knockout stages, stayed above that lower bracket side, didn't even need to think about playing elimination games. As you rightly said, has to put that result to the back of his mind and put this one to the front of it. Lovely little extra pass from Riyad Mahrez into R9. Couldn't quite find the extra pass he was looking for.
Couldn't. I think that's a bit unfortunate there. He done really well to build up to find the extra pass, which is, of course, the key in FIFA 22. Building up, trying to find the extra pass across the box for the simple finish. The pass was on, it just didn't find the personnel.
No Ronaldinho in either starting 11, right? It's interesting to see a player that not everyone seems to be using, because maybe that man's in his shoes instead. Sadio Mane, one of the highest rated players in the game through the Champions League promo. It's Robbie Feldman's first sniff, first chance at goal. He doesn't care. He's up by a goal to nil.
It's end-to-end action as he makes the cross count with Mane at the back post. I was just speaking about potentially conceding a chance there at the other end, but of course, the cross to the back post. Green time to finish from Sadio Mane. Robbie Feldman takes the lead early on in this first leg. For me now, Brandon, of course, when competing for Umit now, he was just coming off of, we spoke about the loss he just come off of, but going 1-0 down, it's tough to bounce back, especially someone against Robbie. You know what he's capable of in terms of keeping possession. You know how experienced he is. So you'd be hoping that, of course, easier said than done. You wouldn't want to concede the first goal. But again, the key thing is now, how can he bounce back? How can he respond, especially after missing that potential opportunity to score an easy goal?
And just back off that, the result against Nicholas, you've been in a game and played against many of these players that are even here in the Champions League. It's not long, is it, to refocus and change? I think you had about literally 4 minutes to go off the stage, to probably sign a document for the result against Nicholas, have a drink, you're back on the main stage, you're back in another game, but this time it's elimination FIFA. It's not long to reset.
No, it's not, and it's not easy. Again, that's the other aspect you have to think about, is the transition period from potentially losing a game, going into a game against somebody that's just won a game. It's not as if you're playing against another opponent that's also lost. You're going against someone that has that boost of confidence, that vote of confidence from the previous victory that they just received. So again, it's tough to bounce back.
And Robbie Feldman is a player that would probably happily win by a goal to nil.
Oh, without doubt. Without doubt. And who can blame him? As we said, this is the way you have to play in order to try and keep the games as close as possible. And you wouldn't be the person that, if you win a game, or if you lose a game, sorry, you want it to be lost to your opponent doing something out of the ordinary, something spectacular, rather than you giving away possession needlessly or forcing errors that didn't need to be forced.
Just a word on Robbie Feldman. I still remember back in the day, FIFA 19, he was in the playoffs, the only Israeli in there on the PlayStation. I said, just watch out for this player, watch out for him. On a bit of a mad run. Unfortunately, it wasn't enough to qualify him for the FIFA E World Cup back then. But regardless, he is a player that has been so good over the last few years. Such an experienced name, and also someone who's had a really good season in the FGS in the qualifiers, Ryan. He's fourth in his European region at the moment. He's already at the playoffs.
Yeah.
He's a player that, at the moment, is on track probably to be at the FIFA World Cup.
He's on a rich vein of form throughout this FIFA 22 season. Of course, ranking at number 3 in Europe East. He's performed spectacularly over the year, not just in individual accolades, but of course representing his nation in the E-Nations Cup as well, trying to reach the finals and the playoff stages. But again, he's someone over the years that has been consistent. So it's great to see him to perform at the highest level, because again, I've played him before. I know how good he is defensively, in possession, in transition, as we see potentially a chance here.
Mane finds Mahrez, the danger man. The Algerian winger will strike Umit back into the tie. And from the first 2 hours or so of today's grand final tournament, it's been that man that's been just a bit of a nuisance, to be honest, Riyad Mahrez. He hasn't really kept to one position. He's just been here, there and ever, a bit of a free roam around the box. And I think half the time, not many people expect him to take the shot. He's the player that normally offloads it into an R9 or a Pele.
Yeah, exactly, and it's a fantastic goal there to strike it in at the near post with Riyad Mahrez. Again, I was speaking about him earlier on as one of the players in game items to watch, because again, he has the attributes in terms of dribbling, the 5-star skill moves. He's got the finesse shot trait, and he's got relatively high shot power. Of course, that wasn't a finesse shot, but the shot at the near post, I wouldn't even say that's a guaranteed goal, because again, there's sometimes you potentially even anticipate maybe a block there from the defender or something, as we see Robbie Feldman keeping possession for this last attack in the first half is something that you have to do at this level, just to make sure that if you do give away possession at the end of the half, there's no time for your opponent to react, to respond. And if you do manage to break through, again, unfortunately for him this time, it didn't work out. You could potentially score, but Brandon, we're going to half-time.
Yeah, we're going to half-time in this one. It is RB Leipzig's Umit 1, Robbie Feldman of Nom Esports 1. It was a perfect start, maybe against the run of play, some would argue, for Sadio Mane, who scored a header of all goals at the back post from the Senegalese winger of Liverpool. As we know, this is in the build-up to the Champions League final tomorrow. Just get your thoughts on the winners' final that we're in front of. It's Nicholas against Tex. That game I think you commentate on following this one is one hell of a game that, rightly so, Gravison said, we haven't seen since Barcelona back in FIFA 18, which was the cross-console final, one of the biggest tournaments to date in the FIFA esports landscape.
Yep, it was a tournament where Tex made his footprint in the FIFA esports scene. Of course, coming out victorious, winning that competition in Barcelona, defeating Nicholas in the final. Again, Nicholas I'd say he wants revenge. I'll be honest, he seems to be now that throughout the years, Nicholas, of course, has performed at the highest level, and he always has been amongst the greats throughout the seasons. But again, nowadays, his personality is coming out a lot more. We know him as the Iceman, but he has that level of, dare I say, arrogance about him. But again, it's the arrogance that's deserved because of what he's accomplished throughout the years.
And for him, he's got that job done. Playoffs in the bag. We'll be seeing more of him in a few weeks' time. The start of July. He'll be hoping to do enough to get to the FIFA E World Cup. Robbie Feldman to kick off this second half in the best way possible. Happy to back Andy Robertson at full-back. Lovely ball over the top, finds Mane. Can he be the player to find the all-important extra pass into R9? He can't quite find it. Big win from Kimpembe, and chance for Robbie to find that killer pass. Is he onside? Pele, yes he is! Maybe too much time! Golden chance, big save, Van der Sar.
That's a huge chance there from Roy Feldman. I think it was great movement there from Red Bull's to move the goalkeeper, anticipating the ball roll, and he sort of forced Feldman into a decision. But the angle was already narrowed down there from the goalkeeper and defender. So we see a potential through ball here, which couldn't reach Mane for Red Bull's but chances at either end so far in the second half.
I'm sure the likes of teammates of Nom Esports, Yuval Belli and Nisat will be sat at home cheering along their fellow countrymen. And Robbie Feldman, our national teammates, and have had decent E-Nations run in their hunt to getting to the FIFA E-Nations Cup. Another tournament takes place later this year in July. Does change things ever so slightly, doesn't it, where it's elimination game of FIFA, Ryan? It does up the stakes a little bit more with the cash that's on the line today. $225,000 prize pool split alongside 3 tournaments. Every game you win, we're talking chunks of cash. Extra 5k, extra 10k, round per round, alongside there's players also, as we said, they're at home, needing these two to get top 3.
Exactly. You can look at it in one way, because for some players, these two players need to advance into the top 3 to give up a spot for the players in the leaderboard. As a ball into the box here.
It's a brilliant finish from R9. The extra pass finds Ronaldo Nazario. And not once but twice, but Feldman will find himself up by a goal. And it just came from nowhere. Explosive build-up play, punched in. What a ball that is, by the way, from Mane. The goal scorer of the first becomes the provider of the second. And Feldman, with 21 minutes on the clock, has the narrowest of leads that he can maybe take into this second leg.
Oh, it's an incredible goal. As you said, it sort of stemmed from nothing there. The ball into the box for R9 Ronaldo. And of course, with that foot item, with his incredible finishing in game and shot power, it's almost certainly going to end up in the back of the net, and that is exactly what's happened there for Robbie Feldman. Again, takes the lead now. Umit's been behind twice already in this game. Does he have what it takes to bounce back? 20 minutes left to go in this first leg, and we'll see if he can bounce back now, or potentially even for Robbie Feldman, he could potentially push on and try and get a couple more goals.
Absolutely. One name you saw on the bench that hasn't had any involvement in previous eChampions League tournaments is Oxlade-Chamberlain, with Liverpool's running the tournament. He's now a 90 rated in-game foot item that is going to be on the benches, and who knows, for the likes of Tex, proud Liverpool fans, might come on in the last 5 or 10 minutes of the game.
Yep, of course, you've got those players from the club that you love. When you're in a position where potentially the result is comfortable, even without that, Oxlade-Chamberlain has that fantastic foot item, as you mentioned, based on the road to the final upgrades throughout the Champions League season. But there's so many cards now that can be used in midfield. It's very difficult to choose, and I think that's why players usually opt for just one icon item in midfield.
This is nice from Umit. As you said, only 18 years of age, but in that time has been a Bundesliga club championship winner. He was the standout name on the PlayStation back at Atlanta all those years ago, losing to Olilito in that FUT Champions Cup final. Look at Gareth Bale just running rampant through the defence of fresh off the bench, can't quite find the extra pass. Maybe he can now. Pele into R9, back to Sadio Mane with a quick flash strike at goal. It's a deflection on the way through, wasn't able to really challenge the goalkeeper. You have just tuned in, this is the Champions League finals, where at the end of play today we will be crowning a winner. Alongside, they'll be picking up $75,000. We've got icons here in person in the studio as well, the likes of Kaká gracing us here today. Ryan, what was you alluding to there? Sorry.
I was saying that pass there was a run from Gareth Bale for that didn't play, but this could end up leading to a chance, but it was stepped in there from Robbie Feldman to intercept that promising attack from Red Bull Leipzig's as we see a pause cued as well for Robbie Feldman. Now in possession, 8 minutes to go in the first leg. He's done it before. He's happy to keep possession. He knows what's at stake, the prize money, the stature of the tournament, and of course, the chance to progress into the next stage of the loser bracket. He doesn't want to give up possession or give up any easy chances to give any lifelines away for Umut. And I say, roles reverse though, sorry, for Umut, I don't think he needs to press. I wouldn't leave any gaps personally.
Yeah. And how difficult is it? We've all been there, casual to pro, when you've played against someone that, in the nicest way, is looking to just see out possession, see out the game, and just swap the ball from side to side, side to side. It's so difficult to even press, let alone win the ball.
Yep, I think the key word for me, which I always say, is draining. It drains you, because of course, you now think to yourself, all right, despite this being the first leg, you go into the second leg, you might give away possession. You might be scared to give away possession, which also leaves you to be a bit more risk averse and potentially not create any more chances that potentially you would have done if the scenario was different. But again, if the roles were reversed, most people would do the exact same thing as you push towards a last attack for Robbie Feldman.
So you're going to get that chance. Back to the goalkeeper, Van der Sar, into Kimpembe. And we may be in loser bracket round 6, but there still is so much up for grabs here in Stockholm, Sweden. If it stays like this, it'll be another German name, sorry, that will fall out of the losers bracket round 6. But at the halfway point, it is Noms, Robbie Feldman, that leads RB Leipzig's Umut by 2-1. When we get back from this break, we'll have a second leg here, finding out who will be in that losers bracket final. Who will take on Matthias, Bonanno and Predator FIFA in the last match of that losers bracket round? Only time will tell. We'll be back in a few minutes. Will be patient!
At the practice games, I was really confident because I won many matches and I played really, really good FIFA.
Big chance here for Umut!
The Vasco was really good for me. I was with Vinicius in the box and he stand there with his Marquinhos and I cancelled the pass.
Look at the cancels, look at the skill moves, R9! The smiles continue in Germany, and RB Leipzig's Umut.
It's a crazy feeling to be in the top 8. It's such an unbelievable tournament and I worked so hard for this moment and now I'm here.
Welcome back to Stockholm, Sweden, which will be the host for the Champions League Grand Finals. And also, we'll see one name pick up that trophy in just a few hours' time. But before that, there's still a long, long road to conclude, as we've already lost 2 players here. 2 German names fell out the tournament of Denny 10 of FC Heidenheim, and of course cannot forget VfL Bochum Snakes. After this game, one more name will fall from the tournament. It'll either be Robbie Feldman of NOM Esports or RB Leipzig's Umit. You join myself, Brandon Smith, and Manchester City's very own FIFA player Ryan Pessoa in the commentary booth from this game. A game that still has so much more to give us, Ryan, with the scoreline still being so tightly contested.
Absolutely. The first game, of course, Robbie Feldman taking the lead twice. Umit needs to respond, and of course it's going to be interesting to see how he sees out this game tactically, because we saw the possession towards the latter stages of the first leg from Robbie Feldman. But for Umit, again, you just don't want to make any mistakes. You want to make sure that if there's going to be a goal early on, it has to fall his way in order for him to get back into it.
And as we said, there is also another game taking place in this loser bracket round 6. It's between Predator FIFA that lost to Tex and Matthias Bonanno. We will give you an update on that after this game is concluded. So do stay with us for all the updates here in the eChampions League as we slowly but surely move towards our grand final. How about that one, as we said in that winners bracket? Nicholas Tex, that comes up later today as well. Some huge matches, right, we've got here, which we're absolutely blessed to see. Not online, but back in person.
Yep. It's amazing being back at in-person events, of course. It feels like it has been a long time, but just seeing the top pros playing at the highest level back in person with such a prestigious tournament with the prize pool up for grabs as well is incredible.
Renato Sanchez, massive win there. It is Feldman from left to right in that white strip. The only Israeli player that's in the top 8 here. He's made history for himself already for getting this far. A player that has made so much history for Israel in terms of FIFA esports accolades and position that he's been able to take himself to, and likes of the past Astralis, now NOM Esports. He's already picked up his first win today against the fellow German in Denny 10, looking for his 3rd goal. Here he's never had more than a 1-goal lead. Pele into the feet of R9, that's lucky. If I'm being completely honest, it's a very fortunate goal. But he's not going to care. He's not going to care at all there. He's up by 3 goals to 1. Samoana missed the ball. It fell on a plate. Literally a plate for Mane to tap it in. There's the 2-goal cushion we've been alluding to.
Yeah, you know what? When it's your day, it's your day. I'll be honest, there was a sequence of lucky elements throughout that attack, but the key thing is when luck falls your way, you have to take it, and that is exactly what Robbie Feldman done there. The missed kick, or a missed attempted kick there from R9 Ronaldo, falling right to the back post for an easy finish. 2 goals up now, 3-1 on aggregate for Robbie Feldman, and now you could lean towards him keeping a lot more possession, as we saw in the previous stage of the eChampions League to get here. He was very disciplined in possession, kept the ball when he needed to, and forced his opponent into mistakes. And now for Umit, potentially some gaps might open up.
This is where the goals could start flying in. It's difficult for Umit now to just get back in that right mindset, Ryan. He's already probably feeling hard done by that he had to play against Nicholas in the first game. It's not a nice fixture, but regardless, trying to win his bracket side, you're going to be playing against fellow winners, and that's what he had to play against. That goal, not really what he was after, as he finds himself now 2 goals down.
Yeah, it's going to knock his confidence tenfold, but again, he's somebody that's been in situations where his back's against the wall and he has to perform when it matters most. But again, I was alluding to earlier in terms of giving away possession needlessly or leaving some gaps when trying to attack now for Umit. That could fall perfectly into Robbie Feldman's hands here, because personally, Umit has to, I wouldn't say now, it's only a 2-goal deficit. There's still 65 minutes left in this game. You wouldn't need to push out or go all-out attack. However, maybe as the time goes on, a few more bodies going forward, a few more gaps open up, and if he doesn't get the goal to bring it back to a 1-goal deficit, it could potentially go to 3, to 4, to 5. You never know.
I see it as simple as this, Ryan. Robbie gets another goal.
Oh,
he's looking after possession. It's a 3-goal cushion. Umit's going to come out and press as high as he can, and then Rowe will say there's a gap there. I'll take that. And next thing you know, you're right to say it's 4, 5, 6, and unfortunately, it's another German name that falls out the tournament. Umit's got to now find just another level with him to try and turn this game around.
It's such a difficult play style to play against because you know that
Look at the space! Pele's in a running race here, Ryan. Sorry to cut you off. Could be a comeback if he can find R9.
Oh.
Still could find Mahrez. He does. Well played, Kimpembe.
That could have been it. Game, set, and match just there with that counter-attack. It wasn't meant to be for Robbie Feldman. But as I was saying for Uma, it's tough because you know that every mistake you make and you get punished for it, it's just that it feels as if the game's just going away from you. There are other opponents where you feel as if you can make a mistake but still get chances. But against Robbie Feldman, it just feels as if the game is done when he takes the lead.
This is big, really big from Mahrez. And Umit needs to release it a bit earlier. There just wasn't a body, there wasn't an angle line up there of R9 or even Pele.
There's no space. Of course, you have to look for the extra pass, but there was nothing there for Umit to take advantage of. And again, 7 minutes to go until half-time, Brandon. We know exactly what the game plan is here from Robbie Feldman. His coach will be over his shoulder telling him, we've done this before. They've seen us do it before. We know how it's done. Keep the ball for the last stages of this first half.
This is top 4 as well, Ryan. This is top 4 FIFA. You win this, you are guaranteed top 4, which is another $10,000 on top of the cash you've already bagged. So this isn't any game of FIFA. Yeah, yes, you don't get to a final off the back of this, but you double your money. It's the biggest payday for half of these players that have got here.
Yep, it's an incredible sum of money to be battling for. And of course, when you have it, you're this close. You're 45 minutes or so away from sealing the extra money. And of course, being closer to be crowned the eChampions League 2022 winner. Of course, being in the loser bracket, you have to reset the bracket against either Nicholas or Tex, who we will see compete later on. But every opponent here is at the highest level.
It's last chance for half-time for Umit. Got numbers forward. He's teed runs from the likes of R9. Nicely done! Yes, for Umit! There is a way back in the tie. And it's come at the best time possible.
It's perfect. He needed that to build up. Looking for the extra pass into Ruud Gullit. And of course, when you have him in front of goal, that close out a few yards away, he's always going to find the back of the net there. But it was calm, it was composed. And of course, coming just before halftime, we were mentioning how important it is to keep possession for Robbie Feldman. He ended up giving it away, and he's been punished.
And a player that was actually here in the Champions League final just those years ago was Ruud Gullit in Madrid. He graced us in the studio. Comes to save the day. Potentially for Umit there, which you said the game plan for Feldman would have been, look, let's keep the ball and get us into half-time.
Yep.
That's massive for Umit to even get a goal out of that scenario. I was going to say, at this moment in time, if he was 2-0 down, to cry out for some sort of attacking change, but doesn't really need to change too much, really, now, does he? He's only a goal behind, and a goal in FIFA terms, Ryan, you know better than anyone, it's nothing.
Yeah, genuinely, and as we say, that goal is incredible, incredibly important, I should say, because we know what it means to come back in FIFA. It's very difficult sometimes against players of this level. So when you have the opportunity, you have to take it and make it count. And as we spoke about tactical alterations, as we said, I don't think he needs to make any changes. You can maybe set up another tactical variation of the same formation you're in, maybe press after possession loss, maybe a few more bodies on balanced attack. They could contribute more with your fullbacks. But you don't need to go constant press. You don't need to go team press yet. It's still all to play for.
No, it is indeed. That man on your screen, Umit, has all 45 minutes to find an equaliser if he wishes to send this into extra time. We haven't been there yet so far in the eChampions League. What do you think his coach will be saying on that side of the stage? A player that was 2-0 down on aggregate now is only 1 goal behind. It's a case of you're going to create chances.
Yep.
On the side for Rowie, bag one more, get into a comfortable position, then look just to see it out.
I think this is the difficult thing for Robbie Feldman's perspective, is that you've kept the ball, you've had a game plan when you're a couple goals up. When you concede, do you still stick with that game plan? Because then if you give away another, what happens then? Do you still stick with it, or do you go back to what was working to initially get you into that advantageous position? But as we said, for Umit, if I'm his coach, I'm telling him just keep going. You've scored already, there's going to be a chance, you just have to take it.
Remember, elimination FIFA again after this round. We'll go from 6 to 4 in the eChampions League with half the competition in just a matter of a few hours. And potentially, it could be all German players out. The nation had 4 players in the final 8. They've already lost 2 of them. They could lose another 2 in this round if Matthias Bonanno was to beat Predator and Robbie Feldman was to beat Umit. Anything really can happen here in Stockholm. As we said, Nicholas against Tex is a game that will be happening a bit later in the winners' final. And will plan to be an exciting game. A game we've waited, technically, what? 3 and a bit FIFAs to see, from FIFA 18 to where we are today.
It's been a long time coming. And what better stage to have 2 of the best players in the European scene competing for this tournament. As we see Umit building up here.
Lorento tries his best to punch into the feet of any ongoing runner there. That time it was Sadio Mane.
I think that was a rash ball over the top there from Rory. We never really see that from him. It was sort of a rash moment, but with his build-up play going forward, he's very structured in his formation. I believe he sticks with a 4-4-2. He knows exactly what he's going to do. He has a game plan, keeps switching the play, trying to get it to one of the wingers, the wide midfielders, and then he plays a driven pass into the striker, and it's very, very effective to score goals and create chances for him. He scored a number of goals to even reach this stage in very similar fashion. But again, he has a game plan going forward, but defensively, a very similar one in the sense that he will stick to it in terms of keeping possession, playing it around the back, holding up the ball. He knows that when you're in a position when leading, maybe I've jinxed it here, you try and keep it. So we see a cynical challenge in midfield.
Into the book, key shout will go. Into a pause menu will go as well, actually, following that from Rowie. Must be careful of Hullet now. What changes are following here? So he's got coach Andres Torres behind him. A player that has been successful in his own right, was an Austrian Bundesliga winner back with RB Salzburg just a few seasons ago now. Is in the coaching role of NOM Esports. It's been a massive part of their success over the last few years. And we have to give credit to NOM. They've been a bit of a talent factory in Israel. The likes of Yuval Belli, Nisat, players that conquered the online era and also appeared in recent tournaments in the offline era we've had as of late, Ryan.
Yep, they've got an incredible esports roster, and of course, Israeli representatives for the E-Nations Cup as well have done fantastic this year. They've put their name out there to show that they're one of the nations to be feared. They're one of the top nations competing in FIFA esports. And again, no better way to show it than competing here today.
And a nation that isn't just good online.
Yeah.
A nation that can prove themselves offline. It was a big argument for them to say that, you know, we're very good online. We haven't had a chance to show how good we are offline. They've had that this year and they've been able to put forward some big results. 23 minutes left here in the loser bracket round 6. You join us live in Stockholm, Sweden for the final day of the Champions League. And one of these 2 players will be knocked out of the competition. And following this, we will join Matthias Bonanno's game against Predator FIFA. Again, another elimination game. Winner of this plays winner of that. And we are left with just 4 players in this tournament. As a pro yourself, what is it about this eChampions League that is just different to a FUT Champs Cup, an E-World Cup, an E-Premier League?
I'd say, of course, all competitions are fantastically important, but just the stature of the Champions League itself in actual football. Coming into this, we know what it takes to reach here. It's a strenuous process throughout the season. It starts off it started off late in 2021 to reach here today in May. You know you've had to come a long way. You have to take a lot of names down to reach this stage, and of course the prize money is spectacular. That goes along with it, but just winning that trophy for any player is huge.
And what, it was online qualifiers in December. Come February time, you had the online sort of group stages. Then it was out to Sweden for the final 32 for the knockout just over 4 weeks ago. And now, as you said, it's a 4-step process before you can even think about lifting the trophy. It's another big tackle from Robbie Feldman, who's had that side to his game. It's a big tackle into a pause. He's done it once or twice in the game. Just gives him that time to break up the play ever so slightly.
Yep, that's something that sort of goes under the radar a little bit. When players pause in these competitions, it's sort of, when you feel the game getting away from you a little bit, or maybe you're making a few decisions you're not happy with, just pause the game, sit down a little bit, take a sip of water, speak to your coach, just relax and die the clock down a little bit. Make your opponent sort of just sit there waiting. They're idle. They're getting a little bit frustrated, so it builds up the tension for them even more for this momentous occasion. And again, for Robbie Feldman, he knows what it takes to kill the clock down at those vital moments. And again, the last 20 minutes now, you'd anticipate Umut potentially having to change formation, to change tactical variants and push forward for another goal.
Umut now. Pretty much all done with his tactics. We can just see on our screen here in the commentary booth. It's just Robbie Feldman looking to make his last couple of changes. In the nicest way, it's 12 minutes, which isn't long, but it's also enough time that there can be a couple of chances.
Yep. He has to change something, Feldman. He has to go forward. He has to leave this game. If he ends up losing it and the scoreline remains the same, or he ends up conceding another, he needs to feel like he's done whatever he could do to try and get the equaliser. And that's not the best way to do it. Giving away possession in midfield now.
He concluded now. He really could. Mohamed Salah off the bench in a running race, finds it to R9. If he could just score this chance for Feldman, he could have really put the game to bed. Probably didn't expect to get that much time.
No. It sort of fell into his place there, but he couldn't get into a position to create a good chance there. But for Umut, 5 minutes to go now. There's more bodies going forward. It looks as if he's thrown everything for it. There could be a chance.
R9, Vinicius! Oh no! That one will be doing the rounds on social media today. If that is the chance that stops him from staying in this tournament, how on earth has that gone wide? I think it may have been Vinicius Jr. on the replay there. Just, how's that not even hit the target, let alone it's gone wide?
He's done everything he could do to score the goal, and it just, it's rough. As we see the build-up, it's R9 into Vinny, but the extra pass was to Pele on his weaker foot. For me, that has to find the back of the net, Brandon. On Pele's weaker foot, it doesn't matter. 4-star, 5-star, 3-star, it's Pele. Left foot, he has to find the back of the net, but fair play to Umut. No reaction, sip of water, move on. Let's see if we can try and get another. That's it. It's a testament to how mature he is at 18, because, yeah, I'd have turned the stage upside down.
I mean, we can sit here and laugh. Luckily enough, we're in a soundproof glass box, because if Umut heard that, I'm sure he wouldn't be laughing at us. Yes. 83 minutes, near enough 84 minutes on the clock now. We said there was 12 minutes left to play. We have got just under 7 minutes left here. He will be able to create another chance, and it will give him, I'd like to say, even after missing that, a bit of confidence to say I can create a chance.
Yep.
And he will be able to create a chance if he can get the ball back off Robbie Feldman, who I can promise you is going to hug onto this ball for as long as he can. Why wouldn't he? Could be top 4 guaranteed.
Yep, he has to.
There's the ball back. Referee plays advantage. Vinicius rushes it, gives it back to Marquinhos, who will look after possession for Robbie. It's another big win again. RB Leipzig Summit with the last chance of the game. It's Andy Robertson bombing on from left back. Looks to go into Gareth Bale. Off the bar is Ty Green.
You've got to be kidding me. As soon as I saw Bale in the box there, you know what was coming, as he potentially could win it back here, but it's Mo Salah for Robbie Feldman. He gives it away again.
One more roll of the dice. This is the last roll of the dice, the last chance to save your tournament status in the eChampions League for RB Leipzig Summit. It has to be perfect. It has to be magical. Pele intercepted well. Renato Sanchez will kick it out of play, and Robbie Feldman continues to write history for Israel and for Dom Esports. Top 4 guaranteed, and he'll be looking up and praying to the FIFA gods that may have just saved him in that game of FIFA.
Wow, those chances at the end there for Umut, I really do feel for him, I'll be honest. You could have argued there that both of them are sureties. I can't believe it. I thought one of them was going to find the back of the net there for Umut, but of course, commiserations to him. He bows out of the eChampions League, but for Robbie Feldman, his tournament continues.
I mean, I knew Gareth Bale had leaped him, Ryan, but I didn't expect it to be that sort of...
As soon as I saw him, we knew what was coming. We knew what was coming, but 3-2 to Robbie Feldman, who, of course, we mentioned will advance into the next stage of the eChampions League. As we see the highlight here, Robertson, you can see Gareth Bale at the back post, marked up against the Robertson counterpart. Off the bar, green timed, bounced down just, oh, it could have been. That could have been the goal to get the equaliser, and I really thought it was going to be.
I mean, forget that chance, that Pele chance, and said, well, we're doing the rounds on social media, I can assure you, a little bit later. But there was 4 German names that arrived in the Champions League. 3 of them are out already. There's only 1 name that remains, and we're going to go to that game very shortly indeed. Predator FIFA against Matthias Bonanno in a loser bracket round 6 matchup. Winner of that will play the winner of the game we just saw. Robbie Feldman's in the top 4, guaranteed $20,000. I mean, it's the best run an Israeli and FIFA players ever had in this eChampions League tournament.
Yep, incredible prize money up for grabs in this incredible tournament. And of course, for Roman, he'd be delighted. Of course, I don't think he would even be caring about the prize money. He'll just be happy that he's at the next stage and he's going to try his best now to see if he can win the tournament.
Let's have a look at the highlights then of the game. We're going to be joining live right now, I believe. It's between Predator FIFA and Matthias Bonanno. It was an action-packed first leg, we believe. I think it finished 1-1 in the end for leg 1. We'll get those highlights for you as soon as we can now. But Matthias Bonanno, I mean, there wasn't many Argentines that turned up here in Stockholm a few weeks ago. It's the only 2 that still remain. Let's check into this game then and see what happened in the first leg. Predator FIFA was up by 1-0 after the 26th minute. It took just 27 minutes for Riyad Mahrez to equalise there. Now, this is the second leg. Predator FIFA's in the white. What's happening here at the back from Matthias Bonanno? Oh, no, Van der Sar.
Wow.
Normally Mr. Reliable. May have just cost Matthias Bonanno not 1, but 2 goals down. He did bounce back though. He found a way back in this one. Oxlade-Chamberlain came on, made his first real involvement in this eChampions League format. R9 scored that goal on the 34th minute, making it 3-2. And now we join it live, I believe, just about half-time. Wow.
That goal, the Van der Sar error there, for me, you're off. Half-time, not even half-time. As soon as that's gone in, pause is cute, Michael, get on, get ready. Start warming up, stretching, because that is an awful mistake to make there for Matthias. But again, he's somebody that's very calm and composed. You sort of associate that with Argentinian esport players, with Nicholas, well, renowned as the Iceman. They don't really tend to react until they've accomplished what they've set out to do, whether it's to win the tournament, qualify for playoffs, qualify for the World Cup. That's when the outpour of emotion tends to come. But for Matthias now, down by 1 goal up against Predator. Would you say that's an upset? I would say so, just based on how Matthias has performed throughout the season. Of course, winning the final cup, what was it, a couple of days ago, a week ago now? So he's coming on into this tournament in a rich vein of form. But for Predator FIFA, again, a fantastic player, but he needs to reach top 3 in this tournament to qualify for the playoffs. And he'll be hoping he can bounce back and get that huge boost of confidence to beat Matthias and advance into the next stage of the loser bracket if the scoreline remains the same.
No, absolutely. Again, he came off the back of what? I think it was a 6-1 defeat to Tex Predator FIFA.
Yep.
Again, we're speaking about this. Players are in completely different situations in the tournament. Could have easily felt sorry for himself and felt a little bit sad and down about it. But no, he's bounced back and he's taken this game to Matthias Bonanno, a man that's feared in Europe, let alone the world of FIFA esports. At the moment, more of the same from the German. He'll be the only name left.
Yep. And it will be, for him anyway, he'll be proud to carry that responsibility on his shoulders. He's a great competitor, a champion in his own right, of course, winning in a previous edition, as we see potentially a build-up here. Oxlade-Chamberlain, we were speaking about being a player for some teams here, as we see the chance.
One more heel to heel. It's cheeky from Matthias. But that's what the Argentine does. 4 minutes after the restart, he looks across to Edu with a huge vamos. Game on in the losers bracket round 6. 8 goals, it's 4-4, and it's still all to play for. Sorry, 6 goals, 3-3. Still all to play for here.
Oh, that's a huge goal. Of course, the goal he got initially in this game was shortly after conceding the goal to go 3-1 down. A great time to score, but another great time to score is straight after the break, and that is exactly what he's just done there. The tides have shifted. We spoke about Predator potentially causing an upset, you'd say, but now it's back on level terms, and you can say Matthias, definitely from what we've seen so far, is definitely in the ascendancy and has the momentum.
Well, well, well. One thing that Matthias hasn't done, Ryan, is he hasn't led across these 2 legs. It's a very different thing
when you're
chasing a game compared to leading it.
You know what? This might be the most susceptible version of Matthias we've seen so far. He ended up winning against Snakes. I believe the score might have been 5-4. He was 3-0 up. He was comfortable, and whenever Matthias, let alone 3 goals, you give Matthias a 1-goal lead. As we see a run trigger there from Kimpembe. Watch out, is he going to play it? He uses it as a decoy. But as I was saying, he's been conceding a lot more goals than he would have expected coming into this tournament. He's always seen as one of the best defenders in the FIFA scene. But he's already conceded 8 goals across, what, 2 games of FIFA, 2 sets of games already, and this one isn't even finished.
I don't know what it is about Matthias, but Atlan, it just... He's a renowned player, regardless of how good he is, but haven't seen that big, dominant performance in terms of that winners bracket run. I've been able to watch him a lot in the E La Liga, and hence why I'm making reference to this across the cups and the leagues, and online he's great. 2v2, cannot fault him there. But I just feel like, I said this before we kicked off today, I want to see that 1v1 trophy lifted for him at LAN. That's what's missing from him. Because yes, he won E-Lib last year. Yes, he won multiple qualifiers, but it was at home. There was no trophy being lifted. It was in front of a studio, and I'm not doubting his ability at all, because he can do it, but I just feel like that's what he's missing, that little part of the puzzle.
Yep, I agree. And of course, the accolades he has behind him are incredible. But again, for his names, they could be definitely hoping he can do something in this tournament to get his hands on the eChampions League. And again, if there was one trophy he could lift at this stage of the season, there's no better one to do than the eChampions League. But we're seeing his build-up here. Both of these players have sets of avenues to build up. We see the switches associated with Matthias. That one doesn't find its destination, but he manages to keep possession. But for Predator FIFA, he utilizes the player locks basically every pass. Honestly, it's remarkable. He might be one of the best players in the world at it, and again, that's one of the reasons why he's so good at transitioning from defense to attack.
Again, Werder Bremen, a German team that have had a lot of success in competitive FIFA. Obviously, they won the FIFA World Cup those years ago with Moal, but had the likes of Megabit on their book, still do now. And he's had to sort of, again, find his footing in a German scene that's so compact and so difficult to even be spoke about, let alone win trophies. He's done that so well.
Yep, that's the thing. The German scene, the amount of players they have there that are capable to win events is remarkable, let alone even qualifying. They've got so many players at the highest level. They've got the infrastructure through their domestic league as well, which goes on throughout the season. So many top competitors and top teams. So again, being able to put your name down as one of the best German players puts you as one of the best players in the world automatically.
Well, final 10 minutes here, 3-3 is the score. I remember one of these names being knocked out of the tournament. Van der Sar, brave, stopped. Cristiano Ronaldo in his tracks. Bale finds R9, nicely done. Oxlade-Chamberlain towards the back post. Matthias Bonanno! Morientes may have just scored the goal of all goals, which could be enough to secure top 4 and a match against Robbie Feldman in the losers final.
Wow, so much space at the back post there for Riyad Mahrez to find the back of the net. Of course, a great save. He couldn't do enough to stop it going in. But for Predator, he'll be devastated in this position. Being up by 2 goals, whether fortuitous or not, to give it away to Matthias or give it away to anyone is very difficult. But he has to bounce back. He's going to potentially try to just go a little bit more attacking, put a few more bodies forward, change personnel, potentially change the tactical dynamics of this game. Wow.
It's the first time he's led across the two legs as well, Ryan, which is an interesting story to take from Matthias here. Let's have a little look at the side of the Argentine. It's a 5 at the back, as you can expect. Cuadrado comes on alongside João Cancelo. Important changes being made there. He's got 7 minutes to defend if he wishes to go into that game plan.
I think for Matthias as well, next to him, he has this fantastic coach, of course. They've both competed throughout this season by each other's side. They've gone through the struggles and they've, well, of course, reaped the rewards of the success. And they'll be telling him how to see out this game. They've had experience now on seeing out important games and scoring important goals. Again, that's twice now he scored late on today to take the lead. And again, it's going to be tough now for Predator to find a way back, but we're hoping he can do it instantly from this kickoff.
Well, he has to now, otherwise it'll be the German fairy tale that comes to an end here in Stockholm. 9 of them arrived at the knockouts. 4 of them did enough to make it into the top 8. Incredible achievement. However, it looks as if Germany's hope of an eChampions League winner might not happen unless, on that occasion, Quadrado, just say Mohamed Salah, could have got past Kim Pembe there, defended superbly well. He will get another roll of the dice. Pele, nicely done, finds Vinicius Junior, massive tackle again at the back.
Wow, what a challenge there. I thought as if he could have played the extra pass, just a slight cutback for an easier finish, but I felt that would have been the obvious thing, and maybe that's what he was anticipating. But the ball over the top there, it seems to be it, and it will be it, Brandon. That's it, it seals the deal.
Matthias Bonanno, the gift that keeps giving. Loving life in Europe, and at the moment, loving life here in Sweden. He's not made it easy though. 2 wins back-to-back in the loser bracket. Round 5, round 6. He's taken out 2 big German names on his way through as well. And also, there's no German players in the tournament. They're odds-on favourites to get a grand final spot. 4 of them arrived, 2 in the upper bracket, 2 in the loser bracket. 4 names remain, no German players. But there is 2 Argentines, Ryan.
Yep, and exactly. And of course, 2 Argentines at the top of their game, performing at the highest level. So of course, they are favourites as well to potentially go the distance. We could see an all-Argentinian final today, which you would say is likely, but again, overcoming Tex, I don't see it happening. I think Tex has what it takes to go the distance.
Yeah, well, as we said, we started with 32 a few weeks ago. Then we came here with 8 today. Now only 4 remain in the Champions League final. That's it from myself, Brandon Smith, and Ryan Pessoa. For now, it's down to Rachel Stringer and Kyle Walker.
Yeah, thanks, guys. Well, 2 really tight matchups like we expected, Kyle, when it gets to this stage of the competition, both only being decided by 1 goal apiece as well. Let's talk about those 2 we just witnessed. Finally, the one behind us there. Matthias Bonanno going through again, not really easily, over Predator FIFA. And we were speaking to Gravison, weren't we, who's watching with the team there, Heretic. Said it's really nervy in the back room where they're playing. They're worried for him. He's not really playing the FIFA that we know he can do, Kyle.
Exactly, and you could see just by the player cam his face, he looks slightly nervous himself, and he didn't look himself, but he got the business done. He overcome Predator FIFA 4-3. That is all that is important in this one. And now he goes through to the losers semi-finals to take on Nom Feldman. However, Feldman might have watched the end of that game feeling slightly more confident because he seems to have been going through his games and building momentum, doing the simple things really right and actually getting the job done. Whereas Matthias, some of those simple things, he's made a few mistakes. So he will need to take some time, reassess and go back to the drawing board.
Yeah, exactly. And of course, it's the players that actually started in the losers bracket that have made the run, which means momentum is very much on their side. They've won a matchup and they're keeping on progressing through it. It's those players that drop down from the winners that we've seen go home so far. Well, let's bring you then up to speed from the highlights from that last matchup there. Our Red Bull Leipzig's Umit took on Nom Feldman, of course, and we were watching this, weren't we, in the back room, and it was a pretty cagey affair, really tight game again, Kyle. Like, Feldman, we were very impressed with him, though.
We really were, and he's been someone that we were highlighting in the pre-show, talking about what he's managed to do so far this season, and he sort of took that confidence into this game, and time again, we saw him creep into the lead. But one thing I will say is Umit never gave up. Even going into this second leg, he made it a cagey affair, as you said, going into the second half of that second leg, and even up until the final few moments, you can see how much it means to him, because that header hits the bar, nearly crosses the line, and he was so close. However, he didn't score, and now unfortunately we do say goodbye to him, and Feldman goes through. And I'm telling you, Feldman now will be feeling confident going into the next game.
Yeah, he will be, because that 88th minute chance there for Umit, we thought it was going to go in. I jumped up off the sofa in the back room there. I thought it was going to go in. I thought we were going to go to extra time for the first time so far in these finals. finals. Well, enough from Kyle and myself, because Mike Lebel is standing behind us and he has a MasterCard moment of the match from that matchup. Mike?
Thank you so much, and of course I do. We're going to look at Feldman versus Umit and really focus on wing play, something that we're seeing at the competitive level, and how you integrate and how you also escalate and be creative with that wing play. And someone like Feldman's been doing a great job of utilizing this space. So you've got a simple play here where you're going to draw in these extra bodies. And when you see those bodies here, it opens up a lane of space, and you're always looking for your target man. In this case, it's going to be R9. Once you see R9, you're going to whip it in there. You got a triangle but space to work with. And it turns out being a simple turn and finish with the 5-star weak foot, but the key is being able to isolate that space, and the pros are doing such a good job of making some of these somewhat, I don't want to say rudimentary, but like very classic build-up plays that look simple, but they're doing it at such a high level, and they're recognizing what's happening and having that vision, and that was the MasterCard moment of the match, and I was really impressed by Feldman. I think he's building momentum in the right direction, but we're sending it back to Kyle and Rachel.
Yeah, thanks, Mike. Well, Feldman is through to that losers semi-final, of course. We'll bring you up to speed on that one a little bit later. But now we're going to turn our attention back up to the winners bracket. And this is the winners final, which is coming your way. It's a massive matchup, Kyle. We've got Fnatic Tex taking on Nicholas99 FC. And what I'm going to remind everyone was, do you remember when in 2019 they played together in that eClub World Cup? And what happened there? They came out on top. They actually know how to win as a pair. They're now sitting on either side of the controllers down there, going against each other. What does that mean?
I mean, it's huge. We've talked about these two for such a long time when it comes to FIFA esports, of being the GOATs of FIFA alongside some other competitors as well. So it's going to be a very, I'd say, great matchup, but it's going to be who can get that advantage, who can make the most on the mistakes. Tex is in great form at the moment. Nicholas, again, another player that's confident. I spoke to him before the tournament even started, and he was saying that he feels confident. So honestly, it could go either way. I think they're saving grace for both of them. If they do lose, one of them will lose. They'll drop down into the losers bracket. They get another chance.
This really is kind of the grand final, isn't it? Even though it is only the winners final, of course. We know all about Tex. We've been previewing him all day. Let's find out a little bit more, though, about his opponent, Nicholas99 FC.
Lots of touches for the fullbacks.
Yeah.
For Nicholas in this opening 50 minutes. Chance, what a strike!
I wasn't playing really good in qualifiers, so online, but here at LAN I think it's really different. Nicholas is back.
Nicholas reclaims his throne at the top of the mountain of South America.
In the last round, I think Cuadrado was really helpful for me.
To try and kill the game, though.
Yeah, he's killing the game well. It's something you have to do. We know the stakes are high.
I try to make my possession game style against Matthias. I know he's really good at the defense.
Cuts it back and an emphatic finish.
Well, he looks pretty confident, doesn't he? And he has that snake as well tattooed onto his hand. Let's welcome then Guild Nicholas99 FC to the stage in this, the winners final. He looks pretty confident, calm. He's going to take his seat there, Kyle.
He is, and he is the Iceman. He won't be showing those emotions, but even though we do say that, he has been showing more and more emotions in some matchups we've seen. Now and be back at LAN, he definitely will be showing them.
And now let's welcome then to the stage his opponents. He gives a little nod there to the audience. That's his mum, of course. It's Fnatic Tex. His mum is always in the audience. Remember that quote, if you like FIFA, get your mum involved and he might end up here. And where is he? He's here in the winners' final matchup. This is coming up, Fnatic Tex. It's Guild Esports Nicholas99 FC for a place in the grand final. Come back and join us for this one.
He can be dangerous, doesn't have the 5-star skills that maybe he'd want in that area. This man certainly does. Heel to heel, R9! Simple for Feldman.
If my opponent gives me the option to go forward and I see that his defense is not that strong, I will try to score a lot.
Robbie Feldman, beautiful play in around the box.
My opponent didn't have any constant pressure tactics, and I just thought to myself, okay, if he's not going to press me, I'm not going to give him the ball. I know it's not the prettiest thing to do.
LA, big opportunity, down well to it, the rebound falls nicely, it's ugly, but he will not care one bit.
I don't care, I took the win and that's the most important thing in esport.
Welcome back to the eChampions League finals live in Stockholm. My name is Richard Buckley, and what a game you are joining us for right now. Ryan Pessoa is in the commentary booth with me. Fnatic Tex versus Nicholas 99FC from Guild Esports. What a game, Ryan!
We've been waiting years for this.
Oh, literally years.
It's been a long time coming. It's been a long time coming, and yeah, can't wait to get started.
Yeah, I mean, just the permutations, the limitations, what could possibly happen. This is one of those games, very similar to a dream boxing match, to a dream football match. Oh, what happens if you put PSG in the Premier League? What happens if South American teams can play in the Champions League? This is what happens when you take the best two players of a generation, I would say, from their respective consoles. You stick them live in the middle of the stage and say, boys, battle it out.
I think we've got, for me, personally, would you say the best PlayStation player up against the best Xbox player throughout the years? I think it's hard to argue otherwise, because
I would say so.
From what they've accomplished on both of their respective consoles, of course, now competing on the PlayStation 5 at this eChampions League event, it's hard to separate them because they haven't played against each other. We don't know.
They've played one competitive match against each other. That was in 2018, Barcelona, Cup #1, where Tex broke out. He became the man we know and love today. Nicholas 99FC was in the grand final against him. He was defeated, but that did not stop the Argentine. And here we go. Winners bracket grand final.
Yep, a huge game. And of course, we speak about the times they've played against each other, or the one time. What about the time they played with each other? They've, of course, competed at the E-Club World Cup, coming out victorious as well in FIFA 19, alongside one another in that huge competition. So they've got the experience of playing against each other and with each other. I think that adds a little, an extra element, in my opinion.
Yeah, it certainly does. They've accomplished so much together. First ever sort of Club World Cup duo champion, and here we go against each other to guarantee a top 2 spot, to guarantee $50,000 in the bank account. and a shot at becoming the 2022 eChampions League winner. It's going to be Tex from left to right in the red strip, and Nicholas from right to left, all in white. Early indications showing Tex he's going to be calm, he's going to be composed, and he's going to try and pick away at this Nicholas defence.
I think for Nicholas as well, as we see at the personnel choice with the foot items, he's using Cruyff as one of his icons, and is of course opting for Cristiano Ronaldo's Champions League item in at the back post. We've seen him with the crosses. He scored one already today as Tex builds up.
Could be a chance actually for Tex. Reversal has to go inside the box. Pele looking for that extra pass. It is synonymous with FIFA esports at the moment, and I don't think a lot of people do it better than Tex.
No, yeah.
At getting that ball into the extra man and then the simple shot away.
Yeah, the thing is, it's such an ordinary thing you would expect someone to do, the extra pass, but an ordinary player would potentially go for the shot that would get blocked or the keeper would save it, but someone that's otherworldly, I'd say, is Tex. He chooses the right option at the right times, and that's a key testament right there with that step across from Marquinhos to retrieve possession.
It's an ordinary move made extraordinary by Tex.
Yeah, genuinely. He makes everything look good though. Like Ronaldinho, no
simple.
one.
Makes it look
it's
easy
very
as well.
simple.
Yeah.
Even with the person, nobody thought of using Ronaldinho. It was either Pele, R9, Hullet, maybe Cruyff, but those were the
Vieira,
four. Vieira, maybe. Ronaldinho
yeah.
was never in anyone's thought process, but he just makes everything look good. And he's a fantastic player who's deserved his success over the years as well. And people have doubted him, which is the craziest thing of all time. Like, I can't believe you could even doubt someone with that stature. We see potential chance from Nicholas here.
Mahrez across goal, Schmeichel with a good save. It's going to be headed away from Marquinhos. So we were talking all about Tex, but Nicholas is right in this game. Little ball slipped down the right-hand side. Shot across goal. Maybe was looking, Tex probably thinking he's going to cut this back. He's going to look for a cut-back pass.
Yeah.
Taking the shot. Very confident is Nicholas.
Yep, he does the unexpected, Nicholas, in terms of his build-up play, his personnel, his formations. Even last year, we saw a lot of players opting to use a set formation and set style. He was using the 4-5-1. 4-5-1.
Three centre-mids, make it compact, make it hard to play against. What a save from Edwin van der Sar.
What a save. I thought that went in. I thought that was almost certainly going to be a goal there from Tex to break the deadlock. As we see, he's still got the corner, but it's a great tackle there from Nicholas to retrieve possession, almost giving it away instantly. But he's calm, he's composed, he's assertive, and he switches to play.
And if you're a neutral right now, this is everything that you want from this game. Played at a high tempo, both players going back and forth, creating chances, forcing extraordinary saves from the goalkeeper on both sides. As Nicholas comes forward again here, Riyad Mahrez seems to be his terquista in that right-hand side of the pitch. Let's get the ball back.
Just watch out for CR7 just wandering there in the box. Just keep an eye out for him throughout this game.
I'll keep my eyes
That's something
peeled.
that he's going to keep watching on for. But speaking about the 4-5-1 though, that is a very obscure choice. Again, he's used it this year as well. He's had success with it. He's used the 4-3-2-1. He's used the 4-1-4-1. He's used so many different formations as Tex breaks through.
Ronaldinho deep inside the box, looking for the cutback. Cuadrado just about does enough to send it home to Edwin van der Sar. 30 minutes gone, and Tex has been in 3 or 4 times already.
Yeah, both of these, there's been good chances for both of these players, but as you said briefly earlier on, we want to see this. We want to see end-to-end between these two players. We know what they're capable of going forward. Defensively as well, defensively astute. I think Gravison mentioned it earlier with Tex. It goes under the radar how good Tex is at defending. For me, that's his key point. He's one of the best defenders to come up against. He makes the pitch feel small. Feels like there's nowhere to go.
It was just sort of during like the FIFA 19 season where it was so good offensively, but defensively he got so much better. He learned how to control the game, the tempo of the match, not allowing your opponent to play. When he can press almost better than anybody else.
Exactly, that's the thing, and he's fantastic with it, but also the mentality. He's very, very disciplined. He knows what it takes to win. You can see that from the trophies he's lifted, the accolades he has behind his name as Nicholas builds up here. The run from Ruud Gullit potentially could be on there, but Tex has done his research. I saw a little player change there to try and block it.
João Cancelo coming into the penalty box now. Kyle Walker across, Johan Cruyff moves it onto R9. Great turn, Schmeichel spreads himself so well, covering most of the goal and keeps it 0-0.
Oh, that's a big save. I don't think he anticipated having that much space for the turn. Maybe even the pass was for the player just in front of R9 Ronaldo, but he tried to take it on his right foot, turning out But maybe if he turned in, he could have found the back of the net. But the last few minutes of this first half, I was going to say there, maybe Tex opts to keep the ball.
I think you jinxed him.
I always. There's
the
no
walking jinx,
genuinely a walking jinx.
Well, the final chance will fall to the Argentine in Nicholas. CR7 down this left-hand side. He gets dispossessed.
You jinxed it there. There we go.
The referee going to play any extra time? He's not, and that will do us for the first half of play. 0-0 in the Champions League winners bracket final between Fnatic Tex and Guild Nicholas 99 FC, but it's been very, very entertaining for a 0-0 so far.
Yep, it really has. You can see Nicholas getting words of wisdom from his coach over his shoulder. He has a little notepad out as well. I find that remarkable how much FIFA esports has come on. Genuinely, from the days when I came into the scene, back when dinosaurs were roaming about, no one has notepads. No one had coaches behind them.
You had a Triceratops in the corner. Never mind a notepad.
Yeah, the thing is it goes to show how in depth it's come. The scene has come a long way. You have this FIFA, especially variations of formations, of tactics, of ways to nullify your opponent. It's come miles.
Do you think back in sort of when you were playing FIFA 17, FIFA 18, even into FIFA 19, we didn't see that variation in formation? It was very much you either play a 4-2-3-1, 4-4-2 potentially, maybe. But a lot of it was 4-2-3-1.
Yep.
When we saw someone play differently, it was, oh, what are you doing? You're stepping outside the box a little bit. Now, we've seen 3 backs, we've seen 5 backs, we've seen 4-3-2-1, 4-4-2, 4-2-3-1, sort of being phased out. It's old news.
I think that's for me, it's sort of refreshing. I know a lot of pro players in the scene, they might think otherwise, but just being able to, you don't have to play one way. You can play several different ways. You can use several different players to have success, as we were speaking about, even the 4-5-1. Back in the day, you would never see it. Maybe down in Division 7 where you're roaming around, you see a few 4-5-1s, but in the main esports scene, you would never see that. Never.
We're back underway. Nicholas from left to right in that white strip. Looking to open the deadlock here. Johan Cruyff looking to slip it down the left-hand side of the pitch. Juan Cuadrado, but defensively, both players being very astute in their observations so far. I wasn't expecting this to be a blowout.
No.
A tightly contested match is what this had written all over it, and so far it's lived up to estimation.
I've let myself down here. I meant to ask you for your prediction at the start of the game, but it's still 0-0, so I'm going to say it's okay. What is your prediction for this matchup?
Got a chance here for Tex. Looking to build. Penalties. I don't know who's going to win. It's going to go to pens.
The thing is, with Nicholas, it's remarkable watching him throughout the years. It seems as if he takes part in games that are 50-50 more often than not. But the craziest thing is,
always comes out on top.
I don't understand. I would love to see a success rate in games that have gone to penalties, have been by 1 goal.
I'd also love to see, I'll have to go back, do some research, all his knockout matches in tournaments, his win percentage.
Oh, yeah.
And Tex as well, for that matter, because they don't lose a lot of knockout games. Chance here for Tex, whipping it into that back post. Ronaldinho gets up. Henrik van der Sar with a great save.
It's a huge save there. I didn't anticipate Ronaldinho winning a header at the back post. He's normally renowned for his flair in possession. Very rarely his aerial opportunities. See, I saw the run from Renato there. That could have been played from Nicholas, but he plays it inwards there, and it was Renato for Tex to intercept it in the middle of the park.
Chances starting to fall here for both players in this winners bracket final. Beautiful feet from Pele, slides it into Ronaldinho, Elastico, ball roll, step overs. Just about does enough defensively.
He's warming up. Tex is warming up. Genuinely, I always say this every time I have the pleasure to commentate over a game where Tex is playing, is that he is petrifying when he slows down and stands still in the, oh my, you don't know what he's doing. Elastico, reverse elastico, sombrero flick, rainbow flick, lateral heel, anything he could pull out of his locker, and he's got the repertoire. He's got it in his skill set to be able to pull out any skill move. So we saw another pass there that could have been played, but...
Slight offside trap.
Yeah.
The player's pushed up. Maybe on another day you might be able to slide that down inside right channel, not on this occasion, as a Nicholas 99 FC right there. I wouldn't say bewildered, maybe just I mean, both players look relatively composed.
Yeah,
I would say at the moment on the stage.
Yeah, I'd say they're very calm players. They've been in latter stage of tournaments. They've won tournaments before in person, and so they know what it takes. And I think it's just something that becomes natural to them. Playing in front of an audience, in front of cameras, a camera crew around you, you've got your opponent directly in front of you. It may seem foreign to players that have never experienced it before, of course, but for these players...
They prefer playing here rather than backstage?
Oh, 100%.
They prefer being on the main stage
because
with
even
the
behind
lights
the
and the
stage,
cameras.
don't get me wrong, you're in person, but you'd want to see your opponent and know that you're on the biggest stage. Everyone's watching you play.
I feel like a few mind games come out from you, Ryan.
Yeah, without doubt.
You like knowing that you're inflicting.
Yeah, but you just have to... That's what we always speak about. The skill is very important in esports. You have to be at the highest level in terms of your skill to compete for these prizes and tournaments, but the mentality is tremendously important, as we see Tex retrieve possession towards the byline as he turns back now.
High up the pitch there, Tex winning it back, plays it into Renato Sanchez, R9 Ronaldo, into Mahrez! He slots it into the bottom right corner. As he runs away in celebration, it was all about the win of possession in the top right corner.
Yeah, not even a flinch there from Tex as he plays the ball into the box. A few extra passes into Riyad Mahrez on his right foot. Of course, 4-star weak foot on that foot item. Again, that mistake though, you wouldn't really associate Nicholas with making too many errors, especially in his own half towards this corner. Did that stem from a throw on?
It's an unforced error.
Yes, an unforced error there, which he has paid the almighty price in conceding a goal against Tex now, and it remains to be seen, can he bounce back to try and get another, or will Tex sit on this one-goal lead for the rest of this half?
Or will he look to step on the gas
and
think he's making mistakes? This isn't what you just typically associate with Nicholas. I can get a second here. I can put this game out of reach. Referee does play advantage, and we will carry on here. 12 minutes left of regulation time in this first leg. Sadio Mane brought off the bench. La Croqueta into R9. Extra passes there. Vinny Jr. slots it in.
It's beautiful. It's a little fist bump with his coach there. It's fantastic play. Building up on the byline with Cuadrado was phenomenal there. He took his time. He waited until the pass was perfectly open for him to play it in towards the box, to pass across, and the extra pass to Vinny. It's sublime.
So for everyone watching at home, why the little sort of La Croqueta just before?
The La Croqueta pass just to potentially prevent an interception. I think it's necessary. There are some occasions where some players overplay it, but you do it just to make sure that if the pass is played initially, it could be blocked. So just to get that extra angle there to play it across goal, and that is exactly what he done. Responded straight away from that kickoff is exactly what he needed to do.
Perfect response from Nicholas here. Truly fabulous game of FIFA we are watching right now on the main stage here, live in Stockholm. The eChampions League. We're in the final stages. 4 players remain. Matthias, Bonanno, and Robbie Feldman down in that losers bracket. We'll be playing the loser of this matchup right now. I know there's a few permutations still floating around for the playoffs for people watching from home. They'll have eagle eyes on all the matchups. Still so much FIFA left to play here to see who guarantees a grand final spot. And that winner's bracket advantage that we can't underestimate at all.
For me, that's the biggest part. Irrespective of the guaranteed prize money, so your play lock here from Nicholas didn't end up leading to anything, but just having that sort of safety blanket, that cushion, that if you do end up losing in the grand final, you have to lose twice. See another corner lock again. Oh my God.
What a corner. He played it onto the edge, he player locked, and then player locked back onto the Vinicius Jr. for the AI to knock the head down to him. Mechanically, how impressive is that?
Oh, it's incredibly difficult, of course. It's something that we've seen him score from earlier today against It was a goal to seal the deal, I would say, to give him that extra lead in that matchup. But it's very difficult to mark because when you have Rudhuller in the box there, aerially, his stature in-game, he's dominant in the air. So you leave it to the AI just to flick it down and an easy finish. But what a block as well there from Cancelo on the line.
Right place, right time for João Cancelo and for Tex as well to clear that off underneath his own crossbar. And we're going to see a variation of it here from Nicholas. He goes for it again. Rudhuller He's flicked it down again. It's a beautiful corner. He knows exactly what he's doing.
Wow.
You can't defend it. Ryan's applauding here in the commentary booth.
Do you know what's the most impressive thing for that? Is that how has he player looked it that quickly from skipping the play? No, that is unbelievable. It's unbelievable. It's a corner variation that, again, you'd hate to concede it, but you know you've worked on that.
There used to be sort of a bit of a FIFA joke about having to do sort of low-driven shots and being an octopus.
Yeah, that is seriously.
From Nicholas right now.
That's very difficult because, again, he changed the corner taker, clicked down the button to play lock, flicked it,
and then
moved him and crossed. Yeah, you're having a laugh. There is no way. That's unbelievable.
That's the difference between this level and people
at home. Yeah, genuinely, it separates him from one of the best players again because it's a variation. Tex can't do anything.
You can't bring the keeper.
You can't win the header, number one. So like, what he done? Tex done actually sort of a good job to try and stop it because when the ball was played in, he sort of brought his keeper out to try and close the angle. As we see, you can get a response here.
Still
Gareth
well
Bale at the back post.
Oxlade-Chamberlain.
Rash clearance though. There's still one more chance here for Tex.
Let's see what he can do with it. Throw inbound to Renato Sanchez. Gareth Bale slides it into Pele. Cuts back to Gareth Bale. Heel to heel inside the box. Looking to twist and turn. If it goes out, it's going to be a goal kick, I think.
Yeah.
And that will do us for the first half of FIFA. It's must-see FIFA action here at the eChampions League. You cannot take your eyes off this for 1 second. Tex exits the stage to the left for a very short break. As it stands at the moment at the end of leg number 1, Nicholas is leading 2-1. Do not go anywhere.
Two good chances though, Gravison, in the first 20 minutes. It's going to build him confidence. Denny 10. Pele! That's the difference!
I played really confident at the warm-up. My first opponent, I beat him 6-2. I think we are in a good way. It was not easy to score against me.
Beautiful! What a save! Pulling out saves all weekend long.
For me, it was easy to score a goal. So the key was the formation.
It's on 9 minutes in. 40 minutes, he's done well there. Oh no, he's done even better.
I looked to my coach and I smiled because I know it's over. I'm through and now we are in the top 8.
Welcome back to the eChampions League from beautiful Stockholm, Sweden. It's been an incredible day of FIFA esports action, and we're just getting to the final stages of it right now. Winners bracket final to see who guarantees a top 2 finish. As you can see right now, at the end of leg number 1, Nicholas is leading 2-1 against Fnatic Tech. She's joined by myself, Richard Buckley, and professional FIFA player Ryan Pessoa in the commentary booth. Ryan, a few thoughts as we get into this second leg very quickly of what you saw in that first 90 minutes.
End to end, especially in the first half, there was a lot of chances which you would anticipate on another day. Either of those players could have taken it, but so the second half is where the action came in. 3 goals, of course, Tech's taking the lead. But I'm still starstruck over the corner technique there from Nicholas. It's not per se the technique to do it, the player lock-in. It's just the fact he's done it that quickly is incredible.
As we are back underway, Nicholas from left to right in that white strip. And Tex in the Fnatic home kit from right to left. Marcus Llorente in the middle of the park for Tex. First goal is everything in this second leg. I think if Nicholas gets it, 2-goal cushion with how good defending he is. Oh, what's happened there? He's offside.
Just offside. I was going to say, I thought he might have gone behind slightly too quickly there. The cut back into the cross, but watch out. I told you, Cristiano Ronaldo on this pitch.
You warned us all.
Just watch him throughout the whole game. Just keep your eyes on him. He doesn't play the full 90 for Nicholas. He plays about 60 minutes, 7. That's enough. Just one cross. That's all it takes.
Schmeichel's looked a little bit...
Oh, he's been ropey, but again, I don't know
shaky.
Who'd put him in. We saw what Van der Sar done for Matthias earlier. He can't step in either. It's you might have to step in, go. I'll be honest. I don't know who goes.
Check in. Get Petter in. Petter can come and do a good job. It's Van der Sar for Nicholas, for those curious at home. Kyle Walker into Marcus Llorente. Ronaldinho looking to twist and turn. Can he offload it into Mahrez on his right foot? Marquinhos does well.
It's beautiful dribbling there. They're twisting and turning, but he's just done too much there. But again, I didn't think he anticipated it having that much space to turn into initially.
Is Nicholas defending those extra passes a little bit differently? He's sort of giving the space
yeah.
and
it's
then
weird.
quickly
and then he's
him.
snapping on him straight away. Maybe that's something that he's spoke with his coach about. Again, before.
Or can he just not get near him?
Yeah.
He's dribbling
Either one
the
is
box.
one of the two. But we spoke earlier. You mentioned how he's been reviewing VODs about Tex's gameplay, how he builds up with his attacks, and we know Tex throughout the years builds up on the byline, creates those triangles traditionally in his formations, whether it's the right DM to the right attacking mid to the right striker in the 4-2-2. In this sense, he builds up towards the byline, and the moment he gets there, he aims to get the pass across the goal, get the extra pass again, but it's just not worked out in that sense for him.
And he can almost lull his opponents into a pedestrian state.
Yeah.
And then he accelerates so quickly in the final third.
And you just don't know what to do. We saw with Predator FIFA earlier. He's a fantastic player, but defensively...
Does he go down the byline, reverse elastico inside. It's so hard to defend. But Nicholas has done well so far.
As we said, it's the easy things he makes look... Do I even call it easy things? It's just a pass. You would think, all right, I'm at home, I just play the extra pass, but it's the dribbling as well, knowing which way to turn, the skill moves to execute.
And the pressure of the situation.
Yeah.
You win this game, you're guaranteed $50,000.
It's unbelievable. See, Nicholas just still going forward, but dying the clock down. I've actually jinxed it again. I'm not going to say anything again when it comes to that. But again, this first 25 minutes, he's done well just to recycle possession and not try to trigger too many runs or bomb too many bodies forward.
Could be a chance here for Tex. You talked about those triangles and where he can accelerate and explode into the box. Renato Sanchez.
Yeah, right here.
Sliding it into Pele. Maybe look to offload it, roulette into the defender. A couple of bodies across there to try and dispossess Pele. Kyle Walker, maybe not the cleanest of dribblers. Nicholas once again defends well. For Nicholas, you talk about a game plan or even sort of a mental game plan. Get into half-time, get to the 60th minute, force the changes from Tex, force the extra bodies up the pitch and maybe look to counter-attack and and kill him on the break.
Yeah, I think that is the key game plan here. His coach should be telling him is that if you can just keep this game with this same scoreline for the next 30 minutes, Tex has to change something. He has to push forward. A few more bodies contributing to the attack, of course, leads to a few more gaps in defence. But that's easier said than done as Tex builds up here.
Ronaldinho offloads to Pele. Oh, the extra pass back to R9.
It was there. The one time you'd expect Tex to play it. There could be a ball over the top as well.
And Ronaldo. One-on-one against Marquinhos. Black shirts running back. Beautiful from Nicholas with R9. Just about does enough defensively, does Tex.
Oh, I thought that would have been one of the great goals in the eChampions League. The shot cancel, the skill moves there. Waiting and biding his time. There was no one up there for support, but he couldn't get it in his stride in his end-to-end FIFA here as Ronaldinho for Tex builds up towards the byline.
It's a very, very good defensive game. I think the first half of the first leg, it was very offensive.
Yeah.
We had shots, we had chance creation, and we had probably a positive XG. Right now, defensively, both players are just standing strong. I say that, and Pele, Elastico's inside the box.
It's good. It's great defending, I'll be honest.
Still on, though. Don't count Tex out yet. Marcus Llorente fires it into Renato Sanchez, and now we can praise the defensive prowess of Nicholas 99 FC.
Do you know what it is? It's as you said, he's not... It's like he's kind of allowing the extra pass there, but then as soon as you think you're going to play, boom, onto you straight away.
Clenches it.
Yep, clenches it, and he doesn't allow you any room to breathe, because once you step in there, and of course, you do potentially run the risk of giving away a penalty. That is another option, having to tackle in the box there. You may get, he got a red card earlier on against Umut,
yeah,
but he defended spectacularly in that game. To only come out of that first leg with a 1-goal deficit,
impressive.
It won him the game, genuinely, because that could have gone another player. They could lose that game 2-3, 4-0, and it's game done based on that red card. But he kept himself in it, and we're hoping he can see this last attack out from Tex.
Final chance of this half. Marcus Llorente, cricketer into R9. Just can't quite get away from the defender. That's a mistake at the back for Nicholas. R9 looks to latch onto the pass, and Hullet says, have it. Get that out of play. Get me into half-time.
Yes, we got into half-time, of course. 0-0 in the second leg. 2-1 up for Nicholas against Tex on aggregate. It's been an astute defensive performance from Nicholas, but again, there have been some slight errors, you'd say, defensively, giving away the ball, but he hasn't created not a shot in this second leg. But again, he doesn't need to. He doesn't need to score.
59% possession, I'm hearing, for Tex in that first 45 minutes of play. Nico's defending very well, though, and is that something to do with his formation potentially as well?
Yeah, he's opted to something. He's opted to something he's been comfortable. I always spoke about the variations that Nicholas opts to use throughout the years, but a 4-2-3-1 is sort of the go-to defensive formation. It's structured. You know where your players are going to be. You've got the two defensive midfielders just in front of your back four, and of course, you can set your attacking midfielders to come back and support you defensively. So he'll be hoping, again, if he can just see out 20, 15 more minutes, 20 minutes, he knows Tex is going to pause it, maybe change formation, maybe have someone go forward a little higher up the pitch to leave a gap in behind, a fullback potentially, and he can exploit it.
I mean, just look at this. Tex against Nicholas on a main stage, live on LAN.
Yep, years. It's been a long time coming, and a long time coming for Nicholas to try and get his revenge after, of course, losing in Barcelona in FIFA 18 at an event he would have backed himself to end up becoming victorious, but it wasn't meant to be. And of course, that was the tournament that put Tex on the map. That was the year, not even the year, the tournament where it was his breakthrough tournament where he ended up,
he broke through the stratosphere,
being victorious. The skill moves on display, the performance.
And I know you even talk about it to this day. Could have been Ryan Pessoa.
Yeah, I played Tex in that game. It was a close game. Could have gone either way. Maybe I'm biased in it.
You thought you should have got something out of that game.
Yeah, David De Gea again. I've seen robberies in my time. As we see there, that could have been another. But to this day,
It's right up there.
Tex should still be behind bars. He's here today, and that is exactly what matters. And he'll be hoping that the last 40 minutes potentially, that's offside there from.
He's
maybe
on.
not.
CR7. He's brought the offside trap. And Ronaldo. Cuts it back to Ronaldo. His counterpart. Cristiano offloads it to R9. What a save from Schmeichel.
Wow. What a save there. You thought you overplayed the first attempt. Builds it back into the box there for another extra pass. Maybe you could say take it first time. maybe.
What a save.
But wow, incredible from Schmeichel, incredible.
Starfish.
Yeah.
And now, if you talk about a confidence builder, that is exactly it for Tex. You go, look, my keeper's performing like that.
It's a huge confidence booster because, again, it gives you that glimmer of hope. If you can get a goal here from this corner. It's great defending there from Nicholas with Kimpembe to get it out.
Doesn't have too many bodies flying forward, though, the Argentine. Looks for a slightly slower approach here. What a save. We're going to see that in compilations.
Yeah, it's an incredible... It's a key moment in this matchup.
It could be where the game swings.
Yep.
We'll have to wait and see. 30 minutes left to play in this pivotal winners bracket matchup.
These are the moments I was speaking about, just dying the clock down at this moment now because I've done it again. I've actually done... Okay, genuinely, I'm not going to mention it again, but if he gets possession again for Nicholas, he knows that Tex is going to cue a pause. He's going to have to change something. He's going to have to go a little bit more attacking because there won't be too long left now for him to try and get that equaliser.
Marcus Llorente. Arna Ronaldo picking up possession.
I've noticed something there. I've been paying attention to the way Nicholas is defending. He's backing off initially when he switches and then stepping in, bang, jumping in.
For the pass.
For the pass. Just because it looks as if the pass is open, but because he's already controlling the player to move him back just one step, it's not as if he's committed completely. He knows what he wants to do, but he's taken a step back, made Tex think the pass is on, and then he's just bit and just gone in for the tackle. And again, it's worked phenomenally well in this game. There's a fantastic tackle there from Tex there with Kyle Walker to try and push forward and get a goal.
This game is on a knife edge right now. As Fnatic Tex streams forward. Pele, Kimpembe comes across. The ball will fall to Ronaldinho. Elastico looking for that dink into the box. Cancelo defends well. And the black shirts pressing high up the pitch. Will there be space in behind for Nicholas to potentially exploit?
Not
on this occasion.
Can he keep that in possession? I think that is going to be... I wonder whose possession that is. That could even be Tex's, but the pause has been cued. So we're going to be fortunate enough to see a replay of that fantastic save there, the build-up. This pass here, I thought as if he overplayed it, but the twisting, the turning, the extra pass hit, maybe first time across goal there, but it's hard to say. But what a save, Richard. What
ridiculous
a save
from Schmeichel.
It's unbelievable.
I think the quickness that he's got down, for me, to be able to get himself down so quickly, and it's not a bronze player who's shooting, it's R9 Ronaldo.
Yes. It's a big save in a big game. 20 minutes to go, of course, between Fnatic's Tex and Guild's Nicholas 99. You honestly can't really call it. You'd, of course, I was going to say you could expect Nicholas to see out, but you can't expect that. When you're up against Tex, Tex can score 3 goals, bang, 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 just like that. It could be game over, just like that. He's very, very efficient in front of goal, albeit he's behind and he hasn't been in this leg, but he's proven it over the years.
We're in the perfect position to see you through this final 17 minutes. Will it swing Nicholas's way? Will he hold on or will Tex fire back? Nicholas has got runners at the back post. Vinicius Jr. floats it in. Ronaldo wins it. Schmeichel. Gotta ask questions. The amazement, I would say, from Nicholas. I think he expected the goalkeeper to collect.
Yeah, you'd expect the goalkeeper to get it in his grasp, but it's a great goal there, or great counter-attack, I should say, from Nicholas. He made the counter-attack count. I'll be honest, I think that pass might have been aimed towards the back post. That's 100%. Where I would have, that's where I would aim it. That's where you'd think he has aimed it. Mane, we've seen him score a green-timed header earlier on today, but 3-1 now, 15 minutes to go. You think this could be all ends up unless Tex can respond.
It's going to fall for a goal kick. Another pause coming in here from Tex, and maybe one final roll of the dice for Tex. Let's have a look at that goal, Ryan, and talk me through it, because I want to pick your brains on something. The goalkeeper actual positioning is a little bit weird to me. He sort of moves to the near post and then doesn't get across.
Yeah, I don't know. Maybe that's a movement from Tex. I'm not too sure if he's done that. If he has, I'm not sure why. Maybe he anticipated. It's like trying to be in your opponent's mind too much. He might think, okay, the most obvious thing is to move my keeper across to block the cross. That means that Nicholas might actually shoot near post. We've seen Nicholas score goals like that before, so maybe that's in his head, but I'm
still furious with the goalkeeper.
Yeah, the keeper's got to claim that. As we see, this could still be onside here. Another option for Nicholas to get another. Mane's in at the near post. Schmeichel comes out. Shot cancel.
Just like that.
Yeah.
That's why you can't leave that near post open, because Nicholas will take it if he sees the opportunity. Maybe one chance squandered there.
I think the shot cancel wasn't necessary. I think he overplayed it slightly. He still took the shot almost instantly, but Tex gives away possession here.
He's having to force it.
Yeah, he doesn't have any option. It's just trying to push forward as Nicholas. Can he make it count this time to make it number 4? He does, and it will be Nicholas advancing into the grand final. Johan Cruyff, 4-1. Tex will be dropping into the lower bracket, of course. Still in the tournament is key to mention, but Nicholas will be advancing into that grand final spot where he is a step closer to be crowned the eChampions League 2022 champion, of course.
What a performance.
It's been incredible. He's turned it around. You have to mention, he was losing.
Yep.
He was 1-0 down from Tex, and to bounce back in that quick fashion is remarkable.
Just and defensively.
Yeah.
He's just been equal. Yes, there could be a couple of opportunities where Tex, or another day, does score. He gets the cutback, he plays the extra pass, he gets the shot away. But I would say for the lion's share of the game, Nicholas defensively has been nearly perfect.
Yeah, it's been incredible. Like I said, you have to give testament to, of course, Nicholas, but his coach behind him. They've done an incredible job in terms of researching Tex's game style, researching the most effective ways that Tex has been scoring his goals and nullifying it. He's done incredibly well here, but for Tex, again, he has the opportunity to bounce back in the loser bracket, and he's got the ability to do so.
And he'll be facing one of two players who he's very familiar with.
Yeah,
Robbie Feldman, who we beat on this stage here, or Matthias Bonanno, who he seems to be battling every other week at the moment.
Yeah, and it was, of course, another fantastic save from Schmeichel in that game against Robbie Feldman. That game was really close. It could have gone either way. Some may argue Robbie was even the better player as we see the end of this massive game between two juggernauts in the scene.
Nicholas 99 FC progresses into your grand final. Not a lot of reaction from the Argentine, a lot of mutual respect on the stage between these two behemoths in the FIFA esports landscape. Guild Nicholas 99 FC with a truly remarkable performance. One of the best performances I've seen from the Argentine in a very long time. Defensively perfect, took his chances when he needed to in the final third, and Fnatic Tex drops down to the losers bracket final. Guaranteed top 3 still because of where he's finished in the winners bracket, but it means that if he wants to lift that trophy at the end of the day today, he's got to force a bracket reset.
Yep, and of course it's possible. Yep. We know how good Tex is. He's come into tournaments before where his back has been against the wall. He's had to deal with tons of pressure, and this is no different. The biggest stage of all for the eChampions League. Can he do it?
That's the question we're going to find out very, very shortly indeed. But one question that has already been answered is one of the names in your eChampions League Grand Final. It's going to be the Iceman. It's going to be the Argentine Nicholas 99 FC with a remarkable performance here in Stockholm, Sweden. If you were just to sum it up in a couple of words, what did he do so well in that winners bracket final?
I'd say tactically, it was tremendous, especially from the corner set piece in the first leg, just to change the dynamics of the game, giving Tex something else to think about, and defensively in the second leg, incredible.
And Tex now down in that losers bracket. What's the reaction going to be?
He has to pick himself back up. The two players, Robbie Feldman or Matthias, either one, they're incredible. They're so good. It goes without saying they're at this stage for a reason, so it's nervy because they're going to be in the upwards trajectory, whereas Tex is going to be on a low because he's just lost an all-important game. So this is going to come down. It's crunch time. Let's see what Tex is made of, honestly, and I think he can do it.
Yeah, it certainly is crunch time here at the eChampions League, but the man of the moment is Nicholas 99 FC, and he's joined with our very own Kyle Walker.
Thank you, Richard and Ryan. Yes, I'm joined by Nicholas. What an incredible performance from yourself there. However, let's go back to that first leg. Wasn't easy as it looked towards the second.
Yeah, it was very, very tough. I think both games, like today against Sumut and against Tex. So I think I played well. So I think that's it. I think I had a good defense, so that's okay.
And you've made your way through to the grand finals now. How much would it mean to you to lift this trophy just here, to be an eChampions League winner?
You know, the trophy and the competition is so special, but I think the match against Sumut was my tournament, because I am not qualified to playoff. Now I beat Umut, so I am already qualified now. So I think that was my tournament before this grand final, you know. And now after that round, now against X, I think I play with no pressure or something, and I just try to enjoy it. So let's see.
Now you said that game there against Umut, winning that one, that secured a spot at playoff. So now you're playing with freedom. It means that you're playing your best FIFA. Does that mean going into the grand final, I mean, you're just going to be the Iceman that we've seen over the last few years?
Yeah, in the online qualifiers, I didn't do too good, but I think here in LAN is so different. When I came before top 8, I was really happy with my performance, because Nicolas is one of the best in LAN. So I try to show every match. So yeah, that's it. I think it's Iceman is back, or never was gone. I don't know, but I'm here.
Well, you're here indeed, and you're going through to the grand finals. Good luck for those. Thank you so much for speaking to us. Let's get across to Mike LaBelle to break down some of the action in the MasterCard moment of the match.
Wow. We always talk about margins at the highest degree and the highest level, and we have to go over how this corner kick is special and why it's such an advanced set piece, and really it separated both of these competitors because it gave you a little more momentum. It changed the dynamic of the game. You heard Ryan talk about it a little bit, and you're going to see something that I rarely ever see, where you have a combination with the corner kick. You're aiming towards a big target man with Ruud Gullit, but you're going to bring in player lock, which allows you to have practicality with new mechanics, and you can basically control 2 players simultaneously as individuals. If you're not used to player lock, it's a functionality that was introduced last year in FIFA, and this is brilliant. You see Gullit knock it down to Kimpembe, and they partnership, they align, and allows them to score that goal, and it's just such a clever way to use this new mechanic. I'm extremely impressed. I think everyone was surprised online, at home, in the booth, you name it. Another person that's probably been impressed is Rachel, and I think she's joined by Kyle as well, but that was the MasterCard moment of the match.
Thanks, Mike. Yeah, I'm going to echo your word there as well. Wow. And he said in his own words, didn't he? The Iceman never went away, Carl. That's Nicolas, of course. He's our first grand finalist here in the eChampions League after defeating Texer 4-1. What a display from him. We just heard from him. Carl got to speak to him. It was great to see how calm and collected he was just going through there. He said as well, I can do it at LAN.
Yeah, and we've seen him do that for so long, and then obviously the last 2 years, everything goes remote. You maybe start questioning yourself. People are looking at your performances, but here we are back on the main stage, eChampions League finals, and he's in those grand finals just now. He can definitely do it at LAN, and I'm worried for whoever meets him because the pressure's off. He's made playoffs. Now he can play with all that freedom.
Yeah, he spoke about that as well. Well, he's into the grand finals. Let's see who still wants to make it there. We're going to drop down now to our losers semi-final, and in that we have Feldman and Matthias Bonanno. These 2 great players in the game. Again, you were both saying how well they've been playing. So was Ryan. Let's talk about Feldman first then. 2-time Israeli Cup champion, and again, he's come the hard way. So is Matthias, right through the loser bracket, but we keep talking that the momentum is in their favour at the moment.
Definitely, and I mean, this season so far, we highlighted what he's done at the very beginning of the show. 3rd in Europe East. He's having a great season, and one thing I'd like to point out, he's been tweeting about the luck has been with him, and we've seen that, especially in that last game. The luck is definitely with him, and he might need that going up against Matthias Bonanno right now. But for Feldman, once again, he has to take on another competitor that is incredible. All 8 that started today are incredible, and any of them could beat the other. So I think Feldman will probably believe in himself, and he'll come into this feeling very confident, especially after looking at Matthias's previous performances.
Yeah, and we talk about him. He's already made history just getting to the final 8. The first man from Israel to ever make it this far. And let's hear his thoughts on even being in the final 8.
The eChampions League is really, in my opinion, the best competition of the year. It's like the Champions League in real life. It's a dream for everyone to arrive here. And the fact that I'm the only one from Israel who made it, it really makes me proud of myself.
Well, yeah, very proud moment for that man indeed. And someone else who's gone a much longer way to get here is the man we're going to talk about next, Matthias Bonanno. We know his story. He changed, didn't he, from crew esports over in Argentina, over here to Team Heretics to just be able to compete on this European stage. And he's, you know, in the final four now. He's trying to get to that losers final. What a year he's had so far, Kyle.
Oh, amazing. I mean, this is someone that we've been talking about since all the remote tournaments when we were working on those in South America. He was someone that dominated that region. He's taken that step across, and look at the achievements he's already done. Team of the Season Cup when we were in London a few weeks ago. He was incredible with Hidalgo as well, and now he wants to keep on progressing. He wants to keep on going. He wants to make his way through to playoffs and to the World Cup as well, and he definitely wants to have many more trophies. And what best to start with than the eChampions League trophy? He's doing it the hard way. He maybe has to look at some things to improve. He'll probably be doing that right now. But if someone can do it, we've seen that Matthias can.
And you can see he's trying to improve as well. He was sitting in here, in this arena, watching as well, and maybe just soaking up the atmosphere, because he'll be on that big stage next. And what better way to kind of feel the tension than to sit in the seats here and watch firsthand. But let's just kind of bring you guys at home up to speed on this man as well, Matthias Bonanno.
Oh, this could be into the box. What a chance! Oh! Matthias!
Mi plan es ir a partido. Cuando vas ganando una ronda te podés cegar con pensar en la próxima, por así decirlo.
Vamos.
Partido a partido, concentración en cada eso y, bueno, analizando rival a rival.
Matthias! Well, it was one of the many names that came from the online era. Optole against Matthias Bonanno.
Cuando marqué el 4-1 contra Optole sabía que lo iba a lograr.
Goes back inside into R9!
¡Vamos! ¡Vamos! Aunque él se haya puesto 4-3, yo en ningún momento empecé a dudar. Sabía que el partido lo tenía yo, que lo manejaba yo y que lo iba a conseguir.
Well, we'll be hoping for celebrations like that from either of these two. Nom Feldman taking on Matthias Bonanno, and it is the man from Spain via Argentina who walks onto the stage first, representing Team Heretics, of course, Kyle.
Yes, he'll be feeling so confident. He may not have had the start to the day that he will have wanted, but he can capitalise on all the experience he's got over the last year.
And now let's welcome his opponent, Nom Feldman, of course. Again, what a season he has had so far. He's going a hard way through the losers bracket, but this is the losers semi-final. A man who's already made history, being the first ever qualifier for Israel to make it to the final 8. And this man from Argentina and now Spain as well. This is the losers semi-final.
In a match that will qualify you for the eChampions League Grand Final.
Ich halt eigentlich echt unbekannt in der Szene bin. Ich bin seit letztem Jahr erst so richtig in der FIFA-Szene drin. Jetzt schon ICL Top 8, das ist wirklich unvorstellbar. Ja, ich werde auf jeden Fall mein Bestes geben. Ob ich es gewinnen kann, natürlich. Also
Is there a winning goal with it? Yes, there is! As Snakes erupts on the stage! Well, it was a journey that started late last year in December with thousands of people signing up online to try and be the best in the world. We went down to 32 in Sweden last month. We're back again 4 weeks later, where there was 8. Now there's only 4. One of these 4 players will be the eChampions League winner by the end of play today here in Stockholm, Sweden. Myself, Brandon Smith, and Jaime Alvarez, most will know as Gravison, taking you through this loser bracket semi-final. There's only 4 players left here, and this is really anyone's tournament now, Grav.
At this point, I don't know, I think each one of them could win the tournament. Basically, we see like the Feldman with the Dark Horse story playing really well, but now he's facing up against these big monsters. Obviously, Matthias Bonanno, 2v2 Tots Cup winner, and also the winner in the FGS4. We see Tex, obviously, doesn't need any presentation, to be honest. Nicolas, the Iceman, he's just beat Tex 1-4. That was crazy. So I don't know what to expect from this match, but I think we're gonna see beautiful FIFA right now, because the 4 of them have been playing amazing for the last couple of months, let's say.
Yeah, well, there's 4 players left. What, a British FIFA player, 2 Argentines, the only 2 Argentines that were here 4 weeks ago, still are in the tournament with just 4 players left. And that man on the left-hand side of the stage, the only Israeli that is in this Final 8. He's already made his country proud and no doubt has already written so much history for himself and for NOM Esports. What are your first thoughts coming into this game in terms of the 2 play styles we're going to be seeing here, Gravison?
Yeah, obviously we've seen Feldman play. I think he appeared on the scene on FIFA 19, playing the 4-4-2. Still, at this day, 3 years later, he's still rocking the same playstyle, and it fits him well, and he's been doing well. But Matthias, I think he can adjust to it. He can play the 3-5-2, he can play the 5-2-1-2, 4-3-2-1. So I think he's gonna play with 3 midfielders, any formation with 3 midfielders, and I think obviously Matthias is the favorite in this tournament, but I just kind of see Feldman reaching the final of the losers bracket, because I don't know, first of all, he's rocking the Real Madrid badge, so that he gives him like a boost in the ECL, but I think he has what it takes to reach the losers bracket final.
It's the first time they've actually met in this eChampions League format so far this year. I found it quite interesting that he actually leaned into his teammate of NOM Esports, Yuval Belli, because back in Stockholm 4 weeks ago, Gravison, he did play Matthias Bonanno, and he did lose to Matthias Bonanno, did Yuval Belli. There was a bit of a conversation there in the break between the 2 games, I'm sure, of he just saying to Yuval, what can I expect from Matthias? What can I expect in his play style? How was he going to probably approach this game? And there would have been some good insight there.
Yeah, I remember last year when I played with Nid and Nadriman at Doxy's house, we were talking pretty much every single day about opponents, play styles, and obviously NOM doing this work they're doing and having so much talented players. They can speak, but offside trap now. They can speak pretty much about every single game style, opponent. So having like a good, solid team, it's obviously better for yourself, because you're gonna have so much knowledge of FIFA.
Matthias Bonanno has had to come through the loser bracket here, Gravison. It's not been an easy road for him. He actually went 3-2 in the Swiss rounds. Back in February, he was not through with the cleanest of qualifications, but regardless of that, came into knockout play. Did fall down to the lower bracket in the knockout stages here in Stockholm, losing to Nicolas, then came back today and has had 2 big wins back-to-back.
I was speaking with Matthias right now, watching the Tex-Nicolas final, and he told me something which I found kind of interesting. He told me his build-up, Feldman's build-up is really good, which I agree, but he told me his manual press is also really good, which I didn't notice. And right now, watching it, it's true. His manual press is really good. So Matthias was thinking of using the 3-5-2, but because of Feldman's manual press, he took like another route, and I find that quite interesting, because obviously Edu and Matthias are really good at analyzing opponents. So that was kind of a good insight I wanted to tell you guys.
And what else did he say at the break in terms of that conversation, Gravison? Because he's had 2 very tight matches. They haven't been easy wins for him in the loser bracket, have they?
Yeah, I think he has the right attitude and the right momentum right now with him. I think he's in the best form you could be, and you can wish to be, because you know he's been playing really good 2v2. He's been playing really good both online and offline events, and I think he just carries this momentum of I don't know and I don't care which opponents I'm gonna face. Like, I'm better than them and I'm gonna beat them. So it doesn't matter if it's 0-0, if it's 1-3 at the scorecards. He just thinks at every single moment that he can beat anyone, and that's a really good attribute to have. You know, he's really confident.
As you said, you may have been sort of bored of hearing this story, but it's as good as it sounds. He came from South America over to Europe for more opportunities. He came over to play in this tournament, a tournament where he wouldn't usually be able to play in just because of it being sort of European-based only. Made a huge sacrifice moving over to Madrid with Team Heretics. He's paid their price back already by winning the Team of the Season Cup, tournament just a few weeks ago. Alongside that was the #1 ranked player in South America. He's now currently the #1 ranked player in the European West side of things here. He's at the playoffs in 4 weeks' time. He's just had an unbelievable debut season in Europe, and it could be even better with what is still yet to come, potentially today, potentially at the playoffs, the E-World Cup, the E-Club World Cup, the E-Nations Cup. There's so many tournaments.
So many.
And so much silverware that he could still get his hands on, which is a massive priority for him, no doubt.
It's interesting to see Alex Telles. I think we saw Cancelo, and we also saw Andy Robertson a lot. I think it's the first time I'm seeing Alex Telles on the starting field, which is interesting because he's also using Oxlade-Chamberlain as the other fullback. So
Oxlade-Chamberlain was one of those players that we never saw before today's tournament, Gravison. Obviously, if you don't know and understand the restrictions here in the eChampions League, it does follow a handful of icons that you are allowed in the team. Not all icons, or you're allowed a goalkeeper of any, aka an icon or a Champions League special promo item. With Liverpool making the Champions League final, it's allowed players like Oxlade-Chamberlain to actually come into the thoughts of pro players, and if he's not on the bench, as we're seeing here from Matthias Bonanno, he's starting in the 11.
I think we got to talk about esports clubs, both NOM and Team Heretics, who are doing a really good job on the coaching side of it, because both Andres and Edu are doing a fantastic job with their players. And I think we talked about it last month, the importance of having a right coach, and I think it adds up, because Nicolas obviously has Fernando, who's an awesome coach as well. And I think it's just compulsory to have a good one at the moment.
Mahrez towards the back post, could be a chance. Pele over the bar, it goes for a goal kick in the end. But just back on that point, I was in the La Liga finals in Madrid a few weeks ago, and I just sort of fell into a conversation between Edu, coach of Team Heretics, and the coach of Ducks Game in Oman, you know, Tuol in Javier, obviously coach of NEAT in that tournament, and just the conversations they're having about play styles of FIFA players and fullbacks and crossing, and I've never heard such an in-depth conversation from two coaches that, as we said earlier, just live and breathe the game. And it's so good to see that there's that level of detail here in competitive FIFA where players are, and coaches and staff in between these teams, are just breaking down games and analysing them so well.
Yeah, it's a big help if you are last chance of the game.
Could be a chance for R9. Superb tackle from Kimpembe, and that's going to do us for 45 minutes here. It's not been the most action-packed 45 minutes, as you can expect to see in this losers semi-final. Another elimination game here with the eChampions League. But back to that point, it just goes to show how serious this esport is getting now. And no doubt, I mean, Nick has just won $50,000 by beating Tex in that last game.
Yeah, obviously. I think if you go back to the FIFA 18, 19 days, you could just call whoever player there was available to coach you in a tournament, and that was okay. But right now, if you have the right structure as an esports team and you work with a coach for a whole year, the results are just there. Matthias, Nicolas, obviously Feldman and all the NOM guys, Team Hulit producing loads of talent. Dogs as well with Carlos and Javier. I think it just talks about the growth of our esport for the last couple of years.
No, absolutely, Gravison. It's great to see, and also great to see this tournament back in person. We had 2 years of online eChampions League with an invitational, and one last year that obviously was won by the Danish. Semi-pro footballer Oliver PN. It's back in person now. The last time the eChampions League trophy was lifted in person was back in Madrid in 2019. It was New York City, Dini Crislito at that time, that picked up that all-important trophy. Now, by the end of play today, we will see a new name lift it here in Stockholm and pick up $75,000. It will be one of 4 names that are left in this tournament. 2 of them on the screen now. Nicholas 99 or potentially Fnatic Tex, who waits in the next round for whoever wins this game.
Yeah, nothing happened so far, as you said before in the first half. I think they're just kind of analyzing each other because they are 2 players who are not as gifted mechanically, but really intelligent players. So I think
on R9 there, just making that run, Gravison. Sorry, didn't come to anything in the end. Recycled well, defended well by Kimpembe.
But yeah, as I was saying, like, they're not as gifted mechanically speaking, but they are really intelligent players. So I think the first half was like the first touches, first couple of chances, see how your opponent moves and reacts to your game style. And I think we're going to see goals now in the second half.
It's such a common phrase, isn't it? And we say it as commentators maybe too often, that this first 45 minutes is a feeling out process. But what does that actually mean as a pro yourself, Grav? So what is that 45-minute so-called process all about?
Obviously, you have like your own game style and your own mechanics. So every time you reach like a certain position with your strikers, with your midfielders building up the game, the play. But when it comes to playing different players, obviously you're not gonna do the same twice, or maybe your opponent player switches away, or maybe your opponent reads your, I don't know, your reverse elasticos. So that first half, you're gonna analyze how your opponent is reading your plays. And once you do that, you can see, like Matthias did there. Like, obviously it was an easy pass to the striker, but he knew Feldman was gonna pass the ball back to the midfielder. So he covered the pass to the midfielder. And that, Matthias wouldn't have done that in the first 5 minutes of the game. But you have been playing for 60 minutes, you know how your opponent thinks, and you get inside his mind. So that's the big difference between the first 10 minutes of the game and when the leg progresses.
Still goalless here. Just under a third left of this first leg. Could be a chance for Bale. We know in the air is deadly. Back to R9. It could fall kindly to Matthias Bonanno, who's building nicely with R9. Looking for reverse elastico, and the one more pass can't quite link it into the Welsh forward of Real Madrid.
That's weird from Matthias, because we saw his previous matches. He was getting clinical inside the box. I think he scored like 5 goals in the previous match and 6 goals in the match before. And now we're seeing 0-0, and not only 0-0. The 2 or 3 times he got inside the box, he wasn't as clinical as he was before. So I think they need to turn it up a bit, because they're just like a bit too passive, I think.
Do you think we're looking at 2 very possession-style players here, though, as well, Gravison?
Sure. I agree with you, 100%. I think Feldman is more comfortable with the position.
We know how Robbie likes to play, though, don't we? He's not a player that needs to score plenty of goals. He can sit on a 1-0 lead. I think he was speaking to Denny 10 earlier, who did knock out. And said at one point in the game, Robbie had the ball for 25 minutes. I couldn't do anything. I had to go out and constant press. And that's the style that both have, being very flexible, especially a player like Matthias Bonanno, who can offer that style to his game.
I think he's just comfortable defending with the 2 lines at the back, Matthias. So Feldman is also comfortable with the possession. So this gives you the type of match where nothing happens. But I think if you want to reach the losers final, you got to turn things up a bit, because you're gonna, if not, you're gonna reach extra time and then penalties, and it's gonna be a 50-50 situation, and you don't want to be in a 50-50 situation. Maybe you do if you have Edu on your side, but I think they should take some risks, because if not, the game is gonna be as passive as it has been for the last 80 minutes.
Mahrez. Good chance for Matthias Bonanno. It's Cuadrado just offside there. We're going to a pause with just over 10 minutes left to play. Not been the most exciting first leg for those that have just tuned in to the Champions League final, but do keep in mind that this is a game that will take you into a top 3 scenario and will guarantee you some serious cash alongside that. And a game against Tex, it is no surprise that it has been as narrow and tightly contested as it has been here so far, Gravison.
And we have two different stories, two different narratives. Obviously, you have Matthias Bonanno, who has played against Tex twice in online qualifiers, beat him twice in PKs, and on the other side you have Feldman, who lost against Tex on the upper bracket. So two different narratives, completely different narratives. I don't know. I think Tex, like knowing how Tex is and the kind of player he is, I think he would prefer to play against Matthias. You know, just revenge-wise. But I don't know. Both of them are really good.
Regardless of who he plays, he wants to play Nicholas again and get revenge there. It will be via a difficult run, though, through that loser bracket if he wants to try and turn that game around. Nicholas 99 FC, though, of Guild, didn't just book a spot in the playoffs today, he booked a spot in the eChampions League Grand Final, $50,000 richer, and potentially 2 legs of FIFA away from crowning himself as the eChampions League winner. And some would argue coming into the best patch of form at the perfect time, Gravison. Playoffs around the corner, a tournament that, I mean, it's set up for him to win again. He always wins the playoffs, so it seems.
Every single time. I mean...
Amsterdam, Berlin, back-to-back PlayStation playoff winner.
Are we going to see team press from Matthias Bonanno?
Or are we going to see a 0-0 here in the first leg? It's been our only goal that, our only game, sorry, where there hasn't been any goals. It will come in this one. As added time will follow any second now.
Last chance of the game from Matthias. Let's see how he builds up. He doesn't have much more time.
Added time of a minute. We've pretty much played it now. Intercepted well. The referee looked to play this last chance. He will for Robbie Feldman of Nom Esports. Gareth Bale driving forward. The Welsh forward. This could be a chance. It will be the biggest of chances. Robbie turns around to his coach, just says, calm down, calm down. There's still a long time left to play in this game, but Pele strikes the Israelian into a 1-goal lead and then says, come on then, game on, second leg, you've got to bring the game to me.
I mean, we needed this, we needed a goal, we needed something for the second leg, because if it was a 0-0 situation, it would have been awful for the B-word, obviously. But yeah, really like Feldman's reaction, like watching Andres and telling him like, how are you celebrating like this? Don't you trust me? You know I'm gonna win this game. But yeah, nice reaction from Feldman, nice reaction from Andres as well. 1-0 advantage, and we gotta see obviously Matthias changing something up, because it's not worked out well for him.
Absolutely, but he's a player that's been able to bounce back so many times before. We're off to a quick break now. When we get back, will Matthias Bonanno be able to bounce back? Oh, this could be into the box. What a chance! Oh! Matthias!
Mi plan es ir a partido. Cuando vas ganando una ronda, te podés cegar con pensar en la próxima, por así decirlo. Vamos. Partido a partido, concentración en cada eso y, bueno, analizando rival a rival.
Matthias! Well, it was one of the many names that came from the online era. Optole against Matthias Bonanno.
Cuando marqué el 4-1 contra Optole, sabía que lo iba a lograr.
Comes back inside into R9!
¡Vamos! ¡Vamos! Aunque él se haya puesto 4-3, yo en ningún momento empecé a dudar. Sabía que el partido lo tenía yo, que lo manejaba yo y que lo iba a conseguir.
to Stockholm once again for the Champions League Grand Finals. You join us in a massive turning point of the tournament where there will only be 3 players left after this matchup, but we had quite a quiet first leg, Gravison, didn't we? Until this goal happened in the 91st minute.
Yeah, it was perfect because obviously Matthias tried to defend the back post cross, so that opened a chance for Feldman to pass it to Pele and score an easy first time shot. And I think like Matthias did defend it well, because if he crossed it to the back post, it would have been an easy goal. But then obviously that opened up another gap for Pele to score a goal. But yeah, maybe he shouldn't have attacked. I think it was like 1 extra minute. It was 40 seconds, something like that. Just pass the ball back to the keeper and be 0-0 for another game. But yeah, he decided to risk it a little bit. He conceded a goal, and now he's in an awful situation to be in.
I mean, let's be honest, Gravison, we needed something in that game because it was such a stalemate, but also such a competitive game. No doubt this has been one of our tightest matches. Winner of this goes through to the losers final and will take on Fnatic Techs in a game of all games, which could send you into the grand final of the eChampions League. In that little break, you know Team Heretics better than anyone. What do you think Edu would have been saying to Matthias at that halfway point?
I think Edu obviously gave him like the right attitude, because I think they know each other so well. Like, they've been working together for just 8-9 months, something like that. But Matthias Bonanno has been in the situation for a long time, and not a long time, but loads of times. And I think he knows what to do from a tactical standpoint to change something up and equalize the game, because I think against Predator he was at 1 point 1-3, and he scored 2 easy goals in like 10 to 15 minutes. So I don't think Matthias is afraid to be in this situation, but obviously you gotta change something up, because if not, you're gonna be out of the competition, and nobody wants to finish in a top 4 situation.
Well, what's going to interest me about this one now, Gravison, is how Robbie Feldman will approach this game. He is up by a goal to 0. How we'll look to manage this match, as Matthias Bonanno, no doubt, is going to be all guns blazing, trying to find a way back into the tie. Could be on for a first real chance here from the get-go. Tried the double-tap pass from Renato Sanchez. Can't quite find Pele. But he's a player that we know who can frustrate his opponent, look after the ball, and really force you into a difficult way of playing, and a way of playing where you have to come out and attack. You have to adjust your own custom tactics that you'd like to start in any game.
Yeah, I think Feldman is doing the right thing to do. He's just keeping the ball, being patient, and waiting for Matthias Bonanno to just risk something, because if the match stays like this, obviously Feldman is going to win the game. So it's on Matthias' side to risk something, to go and pressure him. And I think Feldman is just in a comfortable position. But you should always look for the second or at least third goal, because you know how FIFA is, and you know at any time you can concede a goal from a set piece, from a bad offside trap, whatever. So Feldman should always be like with an offensive mentality to score a goal like this.
So close from Ronaldo Zaro from absolutely nothing. Lovely build-up play from Feldman. Looks to strike again from the corner. It's going to be a gift, an absolute gift.
Penalty.
Referee penalty. Alex Telles will go from hero to zero ever so quickly. For a split second, I thought it was brilliant defending, then I saw it again. Referee pointing to the spot, said that is a penalty as R9 goes down to ground. What an opportunity this is.
R9?
For Feldman, the only Israeli player that turned up here in Stockholm in the top 8. No! Misses! You will not see a better opportunity than that.
You cannot afford to miss a penalty like that. And when you're in a 1-0 situation, even less. Oh, man, I wouldn't like to be in Feldman's
tell me,
shoes.
how was that not on target, Gravison?
I don't know. I think it's just the nerves, probably, because he tried to adjust it like as much as he could, but he forced it too much. Oh man, that's awful to see.
That is a lifeline for Matthias Bonanno. who could have went 2-0 down, and in the kindest way, he wouldn't have been getting that ball back. Now, this game is still so well and truly open. Matthias Bonanno. Building, looking for that equaliser. Minutes is all it's taken. Pele down one end, misses a penalty, and Pele down the other equalises for that man on your screen, Team Heretics.
I wouldn't like to be in Robbie Feldman's shoes right now. This is mentally so tough. The chance of getting a 2-0 advantage, and obviously the chance of calming the game up. You miss a penalty, taking it outside, and then in the next chance, Matthias Bonanno scores a goal. This has got to be so tough mentally for Robbie Feldman. Oh man, it hurts to see, right? Like, as a player.
As soon as he can, but we'll talk more about that penalty miss as this game does unfold. It has to give him confidence that he was able to create a chance in these sort of moments, though. Feldman back to the drawing board after just conceding that goal to Pele. Look at the numbers back. Team Heretic shirts, they're just in line, making it so difficult for anyone in the attacking sense of Feldman to get a number forward, to get that final pass, that clinical pass he's looking for. And suddenly, for Matthias, I think it's just like, breathe, we're back in the game. And maybe, back in front, Pele can't squeeze that ball into Sadio Mane on that occasion.
We talked about tactics changes, and Matthias is using the 3-5-2, 3 defenders at the back, and he's been playing much better than in the first leg. I don't think we're going to see any adjustments from Feldman, because he likes to keep a classic 4-4-2 formation, but I think he maybe needs to mirror, because the 3-5-2 against like a 4-4-2, like non-offensive 4-4-2, Matthias is going to be really comfortable with 5 defenders at the back and just offside trapping. So I think Feldman should change something up, but I don't think he's gonna do it.
Keeping on that player switching from Matthias Bonanno, it's so in tune, it's so in sync with how he's able to defend. He stops Feldman in his tracks again. Looks to actually come down this right-hand side this time with Sadio Mane, one of the highest-rated players that has gone through the foot promos of the Champions League road to the final. Of his team, Liverpool, 96 overall he stands at. A player that is a must-have in any of these eChampions League teams. What a ball that could have been. Alex Telles back to being a hero. As he was the only player back there, had to win that header.
Yeah. Maybe last chance from Matthias right now. I think he's going to be maintaining the possession until the 45th minute and then attack. But yeah. Last time he did this, it was Feldman's goal. So is that at the back of his head? I think it is. So if Feldman presses as he did before, he might get a chance.
Mid time to follow here in the second leg. Scoreline currently sits at 1-1 between these two. Winner plays Fnatic Techs in the losers final.
Not again.
Great ball, it could be deja vu, and the worst possible kind is Riyad Mahrez. The angle's too tight for a shot, but he'll try his best to work it into the box. Unfortunately, that isn't going to happen. He'll clear it out of play, and it is half-time. I mean, what a 45 minutes that was. A penalty miss that I'm sure Feldman will not want to think about again. And then minutes later, Matthias Bonanno finding his equaliser in this game from Pele. The time green finish. 45 minutes left, all to play for still.
Yeah, you saw Feldman at the end of the first match, the first leg. He was happy, he was laughing but it's just impossible not to think about that penalty miss. And obviously you see the change in Feldman's emotion from the last match to this one, because he knows that was like such a great chance. As you said before, you couldn't ask for a better chance. And not only missing it, but consider the goal in the next play. It's so tough mentally, but yeah, let's see what Matthias does, because as you see, there was some changes in the formation side of it. Obviously, we cannot talk about it because they will hear us. But
I think I might have just seen Alex Telles get pulled off the pitch on a yellow card. Doesn't want to take that risk at all and wants to bring on some fresh legs, so it seems, for Matthias.
But yeah, let's see what Feldman can bring to the table, because right now is like I think the player who's willing to risk the most is gonna win this match. It's kind of a chess match, but yeah. Should we talk about Argentinian players? Because I mean, they come to Europe, 4 players in the top 4, 2 of them Argentinian. It's crazy. I mean, it talks about the level of confidence they have. Like, first time arriving at a different continent, maybe the toughest one, obviously Europe, in terms of FIFA. And man, aren't they good? Wow.
For so long, it was just Nicolas, wasn't it? The only Argentine we're looking at. Since then, the likes of Iago and Valen and Matthias Bonanno have come onto the scene and have made headlines of just how good they have been. So back underway here for the second half in our losers semi-final. Win this, you're guaranteed top 3 of the Champions League in the FIFA 22 season. Alongside that, a date against Tex in a loser final. Winner of that will play Nicolas of Guild in the grand final here in Stockholm, Sweden. Still plenty more to come today. Do stay with us as we look to unfold this storyline of this year's winner. Interesting you said at the halfway point, the player that wants to risk the most. What do you mean by that?
The player who is prepared to do some changes in his tactics, the player who's willing to risk a pass when they are building up from the back, the player who's risking to team press when you see your opponent passing the ball with his keeper. That's some risk you gotta take.
Here's Matthias now, he's onside, it's R9, building nicely, reversal, Astaco goes on his own, it was time green if it was not blocked by 1 or 2 defenders, no doubt. That could have been flying to the back of the net.
I think when you're in these kind of chess battles and you're being extremely passive, I think just the player who's willing to take the risk, maybe it doesn't pay off, but I don't know. I don't want to, if I get eliminated and PKs, knowing I was passive for 180 minutes, like it would be in a mental torture flying back to my home. But knowing I had the chance to take a risk and willingly took it, and then maybe I get a win or a loss, I don't know, but that sits well with myself. So I think they should take that risk if they could, if they can.
Seen so much from Feldman after missing that penalty earlier in the first half, and no surprise, look at how many shirts are back for Matthias. There is literally no room at all to manoeuvre in, let alone create a chance. Just sets up so well, doesn't it, that 3-5-2 that sits back into a 5 at the back when you need it to, then offensively offers you a wing-back scenario where you can bomb on players forward. Sanchez finds Mahrez. It's a flat 4-4-2 from Feldman. He just lacks that extra attacking player, or maybe that slightly narrow formation to allow him to get into these sort of gaps here. Pele does well. A couple of ball rolls. We'll look to interchange with R9. It's going to be R9 still with it. Pele interchange is fine for that right pass. Where's Riyad Mahrez going to end up? You've got Hullet queuing up, you've got R9 in the box waiting for the killer pass. Is it there? Hullet. Sanchez stands strong in the way.
Nice composure defensively from Matthias Bonanno. The right offside traps, and when he needed to cover the extra pass, he did. And the composure he had defended, he's lacking it offensively because he's not keeping the ball. He's randomly doing through balls when he shouldn't. I think we're seeing Matthias not play his best offensive FIFA this tournament. But I remember Nicolas told me this like 3 years ago. When you're not good, when you're not attacking good enough, you should always focus on your defense. And I think that's what Matthias is doing. And I think that Nicolas told me that 3 years ago, and it's just, I remember till this day. And I think it's such a great quote. Like, if you're not good offensively, you cannot afford to like give your opponent easy goals, you know?
This is which a player there finds Sadio Mane. Looking for a few too long balls is Matthias Bonanno, driving forward now with R9. It does find Sadio Mane. This could be a chance. Pele is in the box. This is Feldman. With just 10 minutes to go. Remember, loser of this is out of the Champions League. Are we going to see this game start to come alive now with this sort of counter-attack-esque style of play? It all gets a bit frantic. What a ball that could be. Oxlade-Chamberlain. Mahrez, is there a one more pass? Can't quite find Pele.
He's not being composed enough in this kind of situations. The play log was incredible. The first couple of passes, they were incredible, but he just needed that bit of composure to keep the ball, look at the runs, and then go for a through ball. But yeah, we're seeing definitely much more from Matthias in this second half of the second leg. But it doesn't matter if you concede a goal in these last 5 minutes of the game.
Well, I'll be honest, it looks like we're off to extra time. It hasn't been the most exciting of games, but this has been a tactical battle from start to finish. But not just any tactical battle, one that's got a serious lump of cash on the line, a $30,000 match of FIFA, where neither player obviously wants to slip up. There's one chance that will be on Feldman's mind. It's that penalty that will still be looming. He doesn't come out this game with a win. Added time of a minute. Surely he has to go forward and wants to go forward. There it is now. Could it be the final chance? No. 30 more minutes needed here, Gravison.
Yeah. If I was at this situation he just had, if I was Matthias, I would team press like like risking my life and everything. And maybe that's the reason why I'm here commentating and they're playing. But you know, if you have that chance to team press and get the ball and play for your last chance, I would take it. I would definitely take it if I could. But yeah, extra time. Matthias, I think, is comfortable in these kind of situations. We saw it like in the last online events, offline events, team of the season cup, everything. And I think Feldman is comfortable as well in the extra time. And if it goes to PKs, I don't know what's going to happen, because...
What changes now, Gravison, in this little break before extra time? Because no doubt if it stays like this, I wouldn't be surprised if we are in penalties in 30 minutes time.
We didn't see any PKs today, right? Which is weird, because I don't know if you remember last time when we commentated, every single match went to PKs.
I mean, Team of the Season Cup, even 2v2 FIFA was going to penalties after penalties. It hasn't been the same sort of scenario here. And to be honest, there's been a lot of goals across the games we've had in the Champions League. But this one, no doubt, has been super narrow and competitive, as we need 30 more minutes of extra time here in the end of the second leg between Matthias and Robbie Feldman. Winner of this, as we said, plays Tex in the losers final. It's going to be as simple as this. A famous commentary line I always say again, it's one bit of magic or a mistake. That will separate this game.
Yeah. I don't know if it was willingly, but I think I saw overload ball side from, I don't know if it was Feldman or Matthias Bonanno.
Mo Salah finds R9, Van der Sar.
I gotta concentrate when they, overload ball side from who? I think it's Feldman. Oh, if he doesn't notice, that stamina is gonna run out quick, I'm telling you.
Look at the stamina already of the two players. It is...
I don't think he did that willingly. Yeah, it's still on, and the stamina is going down quick.
Mahrez building nicely, little double tap pass, can't quite find Pele on that time of asking.
And if I was in Matthias Bonanno's shoes and I see that, I will keep the ball like for, I don't know, 5 to 10 minutes, because the stamina is going to go to 0.
Well, you can just see it. Keep an eye on that stamina on the right-hand side of your screen. Look how quickly he's going down for some of those defensive players like Robertson and Walker.
Maybe he did that on purpose, you know, just for...
And to be fair, on the flip side for Matthias, it's pretty much the same.
Yeah.
Still was in that 5-back, though, when he needs to be. Everyone back defending. in sync. We are pretty much there, half-time and extra time. It's a dodgy pass at the back. Marquinhos able just about to get 2 feet on that. Well, over the top, can't quite find his way through. Added time of 1 minute. Always the way, 15 minutes, the first 15 just flow past.
I might be too repetitive, but if I could, I would team press in that situation. But yeah, they just don't want to risk everything in a single chance, you know, because I mean, it's been a long journey. How many months competing? Since December, I think it was the first online event. So they don't want to risk everything in a single play. But I don't know. Is it gonna go to PKs? Are we gonna see Edu's magic again? I could see Prieto, Heretics manager. He's losing his life out there. He's suffering for his life.
Got the most stressful season, isn't he? Every time I see him at a tournament, he looks at me and just says, "I can't do this again."
Every single time. I mean, do you remember at the Tots Cup?
Yeah, I remember.
It was crazy.
Well, here we go. It's as simple as this. 15 minutes left to play here. This is your losers semi-final. $30,000 on the line. The chance to be in the top 3 of this tournament. And for a handful of these players, a chance to get a rematch against Tex, who waits patiently after losing to Nicholas 4-1 in the upper brackets. The first time he's had to drop down into the loser bracket in this eChampions League tournament. Are we going to see a goal here? Or is it going to be decided by PKs? But after Feldman missed earlier today, he might not want penalties after Pele put that one wide.
I think that gives you, like, I don't know if I would be risking, if I go to PKs after missing that one, I don't know if I would be risking it as much as he did, trying to adjust it to the post. But I think if you go to PKs, Matthias has to be the favorite.
In this moment here, what do you think Robbie is looking for? Where's that space he's looking for? Is it a big switch into a cross? Is it?
Yeah, I think he's just...
Bear in mind, it's a 5 at the back he's up against here.
Yeah, I think he's just trying to get that gap between the midfielders and the defenders. But if you keep the ball like this, you won't find it. Because your players are eventually gonna stop moving, as you can see. And I think just you're not gonna be able to create any chance.
It's the same passage of play from left to right from them. Feldman, he's trying to shift as many Heretic shirts over to this left-hand side of the screen. You can see now there's a little bit more space for the likes of Mohamed Salah if he can find it. But again, he doesn't bite into that left-hand side, or maybe he will now. Building.
Oh.
Maybe, just maybe, Matthias Bonanno will get one last chance.
That was a great tackle. But yeah, last chance. Could you imagine the scenes? Last minute goal.
Well, could fall on the opposite side. If Mohamed Salah could be through on that left-hand side of your screen, it's all she wrote. Penalty shootout, but a $30,000 penalty shootout. Winner plays Tex in the losers final. It felt like it was going to penalties, and it is going to penalties here. Who has got nerves? The nerve, sorry, from the spot. And who's got ice in their veins? Up steps Matthias Bonanno first with Pele, who does go down the middle and scores. Now, can Robbie Feldman put that wrong right with Mohamed Salah from the spot? Yes, he can. 1 from 1.
Yeah, he didn't risk it that much. Now we see R9, now we see a pattern from Matthias. Oh, green time. That was it. That was the reason why Van der Sar did not save it this time. Down the right side of it.
Perfect pens so far. It's Mahrez now for Matthias Bonanno. He stares down at his controller, does score, left bottom corner, 3 from 3. How can Robbie equal it with Hullet? No! Save by Matthias!
What are we going to see from Matthias? He went for the left side, right? He's going to go down the middle. Yes, he will. Now, Roy against the ropes. If he misses, he's out of the competition. Are we going to see for CR7? Score.
This is it.
One
you
more
score.
life.
It's job done for Matthias Bonanno. Is he on his way to a loser final? Cheeky Panenka! This man does not do it it the easy way, he does it the hard way. Matthias Bonanno is in the losers final of the eChampions League. Speak about nerve, speak about confidence. A Panenka to send yourself into that last three, a top three for that man on your screen.
I mean, I think 3 out of the 5 penalties were down the middle from Matthias, and it just messes with your mind. And again, Coach Edu, once again, with the PK win. It's amazing. That guy's a witch or something.
I would love to know if there's a bit of research on where they go on their pens as well. That would be unbelievable. But Feldman, unfortunately, will fall out the tournament regardless. He should be so proud of his efforts here. He is going to be at the playoffs regardless before a ball was kicked to this tournament. He has bagged himself still a lump sum of cash. And regardless of that, I'm sure he's made his Israel community proud. It's a top 4 finish. It's never happened before for an Israeli player to go this far in the Champions League. It now has happened, and he's sort of really set the benchmark, hasn't he?
Yeah, in the online qualifiers, I think he's ranked 3 right now in the EU East region. And you can see Jubal Belli, he's 4th right now. So obviously a top 4 finish in the Champions League. It's amazing result from Robbie Feldman. He should be happy, I think, with his result. What I don't think he's going to be happy, he played the whole extra time, just keeping the ball, looking for the penalties, and then I don't think he managed to do like a good penalty kick in the mental side of it. But yeah, I think he should be happy nevertheless.
And just to get your thoughts on the final 3, Nicholas, Matthias Bonanno and Tex, one word, stacked. What a top 3 that is.
I mean, stacked, and 2 Argentinians out of 3. But yeah, Nicolas probably the favorite because he has 2 chances. Tex, who just he likes to get revenge against both of the players, and then Matthias, who is obviously with Kyle right there to ask a few questions. So I don't know. I think we're going to see magic in these last 2 matches.
Well, just over a week ago, they played in a penalty shootout, did Matthias Bonanno and Tex. They'll play again here in Sweden. But for now, let's go down to Carl Walker, who's joined by that man who just held his nerve from the penalty spot. He's joined by Matthias Bonanno.
Brandon, Grav, thank you so much for that one. Yes, I am joined by Matthias Bonanno. A huge smile on your face just there. Matthias, what a performance from yourself. Were you worried when it went into penalty kicks that, I mean, you were coming up against a tough opponent, you'd be out of the competition?
Estás preocupado con lo de los penaltis, tenías un opositor muy fuerte y te había dado un buen partido.
No, la verdad que sí, el rival hizo felicitarlo por el partido que hizo el rival. Fue un partido muy duro, partido muy cerrado con muy pocas ocasiones y nada, se terminó definiendo por penales que bueno, por suerte nos están saliendo bastante bien.
I would like to congratulate my opponent. He did a great match. It was a close one. There were not too many opportunities, but eventually I managed to win it with the penalties.
And you're one step closer to getting your hands on this trophy just here. You've had to do it the hard way, but how much would it mean to you to be an eChampions League winner?
Un paso más cerca para ganar eso. Tuviste que hacerlo de la manera más difícil, pero ¿cómo se sentiría llegar a la final?
No, sí, nos costó mucho llegar a la final, muchas tandas de penales, muchos partidos muy complicados. Estamos a un paso menos, pero nada, ahora viene un rival increíble también como es Tex, así que nada, a seguir luchando.
Well, it was tough to reach this far. Really good players, and now comes Tex. He is a very good opponent.
He definitely is a very good opponent. You've got Tex and then possibly you've got Nicholas as well in the grand final. I mean, if you're going to do it, it's going to be the hard way.
Tex y quizás Nicolás también en la gran final. Si lo haces, será duro.
Sí, obviamente cualquiera de los dos va a ser duro. Más viniendo del winner bracket en caso de llegar a la gran final. Así que nada, vamos a seguir luchando y a intentar llevarnos todo.
Obviously, both of them would be difficult, particularly one that comes from the winner's bracket, but we're going to do our best.
We're going to do our best. I like that. I like the smile on his face as well. You can tell he is definitely confident just now. But let's get down to Mike LaBelle to break down some of that footage and some of that action with the MasterCard moment of the match.
In this case, we're going to look at moments. It was a cagey affair. There weren't a lot of opportunities. We saw a lot of the possession play, of course, penalty kicks, and went the long way. Let's revisit both goals that we saw within the matchup and how these were able to be achieved. Come with me. First up, we're going to have Feldman's goal, of course. We're going to go from chronological order here. And a big key was attacking the space. You've got the likes of Gareth Bale. He's got the burner on right here. And he's going to attack the space, and it allows him to wait basically for Pele to check back and to be onside. It's a simple goal. It's great timing for the goal in the 90th minute here. That's always going to be your target player anytime you can get your main striker into that money position. And it's just smart play in a late game situation. And game management is so important. And then now with the equalizer with Matthias Bonanno, we have more calculated triangle passing, where you see the player that you want to go to and you know that you're going to go back, forward, and then a little dump off pass. And we see this happen at the professional level time and time again, where they're playing more of a game of chess and they're trying to outthink their opposition. How are you going to unlock that space? And exactly what you see there. Again, Pele, time green finish, looks down the goalkeeper, able to convert on the near post, and we saw the penalty kick result. It was what we expect. As we're getting later in the tournament, sometimes the games get a little cagier, but Matthias moves on, got the result, still a favorite to move forward and kind of take some of that momentum. But back to you, Kyle and Rachel.
Thanks, Michael. Perfect penalty shootout there for Matthias Bonanno to make it through to the losers final, where, of course, he is facing Fnatic Tex. And then that matchup will decide who goes on to face Nicholas in the grand final. Will it be Tex once again, or will it be Matthias Bonanno? And obviously, that's a repeat of what happened in the knockouts only a couple of weeks back as well, which sent Matthias Bonanno down the loser bracket run, which he's doing so well at right now. Quick thoughts on that matchup, though. It's actually, I guess, Feldman, to loser. He missed that penalty, didn't he, in regular time, which could have seen him go 2-1 up and progress through to the loser final.
Yeah, and I guess it's all ifs, buts and maybes, and Feldman will be replaying that penalty time and time again over in his head. But I will say this, I think he's given a great account of himself to get this far, to go out against Matthias Bonanno. I mean, it's not a negative. He'll probably feel like a negative, but I think for him, he knows he's done himself a great job, and he's shown exactly what he can do here on the big stage.
Yeah, of course. He got the first goal as well, didn't he? Which obviously put him in the driving seat, 1-0 up. And then this was that penalty that we said just went wide there to the left-hand side of the goal. Really unfortunate to miss that one, and this made it all level, of course, for Matthias Bonanno back in the game. But that's how regular time stood. 1 apiece. We went to extra time, couldn't find anything there, which set up this lovely penalty shootout for us as viewers, not for those guys taking part in it, of course.
Definitely, and we can see that winning penalty, that reaction. I was stood not far away from him, and he jumped up as soon as he realised that it was going in with the cheeky Panenka just there. But Feldman, you can see how much it means to him going out at this stage of the competition. But for Matthias, you can see how much it means to him progressing through. And what another matchup we've got. Fnatic Tex, Matthias Bonanno, Nicholas 99 FC waiting in the grand final. Like Brandon Smith said, stacked.
Yeah, and Matthias is a player that's kind of just exploded onto the scene, like we said, online last year. But we can't say now he's not used to LAN events. He's been to many, about 5 so far this season, and is progressing nicely in them all. I know that La Liga, he came top 8 there, but he's getting to the latter end of these competitions. And remember, these two in the final, they went up against each other only a short while ago, and what happened there? Matthias Bonanno came out on top. So again, it's a matchup which these guys will be relishing, I think.
Definitely, and it's interesting what you said there about him doing so well on the online tournaments and him transferring that to tournaments like Team of the Season Cup all the way back between April and May. He came out the grand final winner with Team Heretics with Hidalgo. I got to talk to him there as well, but they've transferred those skills from online to LAN. That is not easy. We've seen many competitors not be able to do that, not be as successful as Matthias Bonanno, and I genuinely do believe he's going to have an incredible season, and he knows he needs it as well. He knows that he wants to get his hands on these trophies. He knows he's got to beat the likes of Tex. He's got to beat the likes of his fellow Argentine as well in Nicholas, a great player, an incredible player. And now Matthias, it feels like he's creeping into that upper echelon of FIFA player, into that GOAT category. We're getting there, closer and closer.
Well, don't say it too loudly, because Tex is still in the building somewhere. But that's what I'm, I guess, concerned about, where he watched that match from. He wasn't here in the stands, so it probably meant he was behind the scenes watching, sitting with his coach, just trying to go through this and find out what he's up against in the form of Matthias Bonanno. It's different 2v2 to 1v1. And what do you think he will have been doing in the last half an hour or so since that defeat to Nicholas?
I mean, Tex is a player that we know how confident he is in his own ability abilities, and he knows where he goes wrong, where he performs well as well. He's not afraid to not be negative, but constructive criticism against himself. So I'm sure he will have maybe watched some stuff back or thought about what he could have improved on to take that forward. He'll be looking ahead. He wants to continue, and he knows now he's got to do it over 2 legs of FIFA 22. He's got to do it against Matthias. It's not going to be easy, but if someone can do that, how many times have we seen Tex with his back against the ropes? He comes out fighting.
He does indeed come out fighting. It's Tex against Matthias Bonanno in this lower bracket final. But let's just hear from Tex right now.
Ronaldinho still bringing out that Brazilian flair. It's Samba in the box. It's Ronaldinho still. He's back to R9.
When you can't defend me and you can't score against me, what are you going to do?
Cheeky chip, surely R9. Reverse elastic. Oh, Tex.
Yeah, I'm buzzing. It's the first tournament in 2.5 years where I could feel successful at. I got top 8.
Yes, man.
But now we've got to move on to the finals. I'm happy, but the job's not done. My game style, I just like to control the game, keep it simple until I get in my opponent's final third, edge of the box. Skill move. And then look for the extra pass and then tap it in the open goal.
Pick it up again.
We want to see that Tex back for sure, the one that's really pumped up there. But I'm just going to pause because I want to welcome the audience who have just joined us here in the studio in Stockholm as well. Hi guys, thank you so much for joining us here. Yeah, the seats are filling up thick and fast because we have the losers bracket final, then the grand final, and of course we have this Icon Faceoff matchup coming up in a short while as well. We have some legends of the game from the actual pitch joining us here as well in the studio, and they're going to go in the hot seat and battle it out as well, which is going to be pretty exciting. But back to the loser bracket final, which is the next match. In the hot seat here, Kyle, Matthias Bonanno taking on Tex. Matthias Bonanno, what has he got to do to dismantle everything that Tex is going to throw at him?
I mean, Tex said it himself there. Some players can't defend against him. Some players can't score against him. It's so difficult because for Tex, in attack, he's incredible. In defence, he's incredible. So Matthias is going to have to capitalise on any mistakes that Tex does make. And he does make them sometimes. I mean, very, very rarely does he do that. But he will have to find those moments where he maybe makes a mistake and where he actually has to capitalise on that, jump on that, and then defend, because Tex, as he said in that video, he looks for the extra pass, skill move, extra pass, goal. He has to stop that.
Well, Carl's a fan of Tex, as you probably can hear there. Englishman talking about an Englishman, of course. Well, let's hear from Tex right now.
Oh, this could be into the box. What a chance! Oh! Matthias!
Mi plan es ir a partido. Cuando vas ganando una ronda, te podés cegar con pensar en la próxima, por así decirlo. ¡Vamos! Partido a partido, concentración en cada eso y, bueno, analizando rival a rival.
Matthias! Well, it was one of the many names that came from the online era. Optolate against Matthias Bonanno.
Cuando marqué el 4-1 contra Optole, sabía que lo iba a lograr.
Goes back inside, into R9! ¡Vamos!
Aunque él se haya puesto 4-3, yo en ningún momento empecé a dudar. Sabía que el partido lo tenía yo, que lo manejaba yo y que lo iba a conseguir.
Well, that, of course, was Matthias Bonanno, 99. He is in this losers final, and he's now walking back out onto the stage. He was here only a couple of minutes ago when he obviously dismantled Feldman to make it this far. He's got one more game until he maybe can find himself in that grand final.
And you can see the smile on his face compared to how he looked earlier on in the day. You can see the confidence from him. But as his opponent walks up, I mean, Tex will know what he has to do. And that man sat across him, Matthias Bonanno, stands in the way. As Tex looks up to his mum as well in the crowd, he finds her and he knows that he can do this. And all he's got to do is beat Matthias over 2 legs of FIFA 22.
Sounds like a really easy task at hand there, Kyle Walker, but it's not, of course. This is the losers final for a spot in that grand final against Nicholas 99 FC. It's coming right up after this break.
Pretty champions of FIFA will have the final chance of this game. Offloads it to Renato Sanchez. R9, great save from Schmeichel. Rebound!
To be honest, I don't care who the opponent is. I just do my job. I play FIFA.
Oh, that's a big goal. That header, the leap.
And that's what I do. And if I play good, I win. If I don't play good, I'm gonna lose. Controlling the whole game.
I think that's a goal, isn't it?
As he knows, that could be the goal to fire him into the eChampions League final.
Incredible feeling now to earn what you deserve, but I want to accomplish even more.
Welcome back to the eChampions League 2022. Starting to get very, very tense here in Stockholm, Sweden. Joined by myself, Richard Buckley, and Ryan Pessoa, as we're in the final stages of the eChampions League, and someone's going to be lifting that very trophy in a couple of hours' time. Ryan, we've got 3 players left. Nicholas is waiting in the wings in the grand final. We need to find out who his dance partner is going to be, whether it's Fnatic Tex or his countryman, Matthias Bonanno.
Either one, it's going to be a big game nonetheless, of course. Wow, now we have Matthias up against Tex, 2 huge names. You'd say Matthias recently coming onto the scene, showing how good he is, competing with the very best. Tex has been there from the start of the FIFA Global Series era.
We've watched a lot today.
Yep.
We've watched a lot of Tex, we've watched a lot of Matthias. Matthias has not played to the best of his ability.
No, definitely not.
Yet he's still winning games. What character does that show of Mr. Bonanno?
I think that's the key. I always speak about how you can separate the good players from the great players. This is another key example here. Of course, I'm sure he wouldn't mind us saying, we've already mentioned how he hasn't performed at the levels he associates or holds himself accountable to. But he's won 3. He's here in the final.
Top 3.
He's top 3 after playing nowhere near his level.
He should have lost probably against Snakes.
Yep.
Robbie Feldman had some great chances.
Mr. Penn?
Mr. Penn probably looks back on that game and thinks, Could have done more.
Yep.
Could have done something there.
Even against Predator, he was 2 goals down going
Absolutely,
into
and then had to force the comeback. But the Argentine is still strong here at the eChampions League. People filing in to this beautiful studio we have in the heart of Stockholm. Who will be coming out on top? Seconds away from your losers bracket final. Fnatic Tex against Heretics Matthias Bonanno. These two have been top of the tree here in Europe, and we need to find out who's going to be our grand finalist alongside Nicholas 99 FC.
It's key to mention, of course, both Fnatic's Tex and Team Heretics' Matthias Bonanno. They've played already in the season in qualifiers, most recently this week, just gone by on Tuesday, where Matthias was victorious on penalties up against Fnatic's Tex, and he's also won prior to that as well. So he technically has a 2-0 record against Tex. But again, going into
so
this,
even.
It's very even. The games have been really close. It's almost impossible to separate them, and it has often resorted to a penalty shootout.
As we get underway here, it's going to be Tex from left to right in that red Liverpool strip, and in the white from right to left, it's going to be Matthias Bonanno. Early pressure there from Tex, putting the fullbacks high up the pitch and trying to force the issue from Matthias.
You can see with the player selection as well. He's opted with Oxlade-Chamberlain, who occupies that right wing-back position there. See the runs that he puts forward as well. The switch of play is something that you associate very, very often with Matthias. As he breaks forward here.
Oh no, it's scooped around the defender and slots it into the bottom left corner. Matthias 1-0 up. What a start for the Argentine.
Wow, it seems as if space just opened up for him to play that pass into R9 Ronaldo. When you leave him with that much space, that much time, and that much goal to aim at, there's always going to be one destination for that ball, and it is in the back of the net. Tex there defensively looked a little bit open there. There was a lot of on-rushing runners there from Matthias with his setup offensively, and it led to just many, many options, but he chose the right one.
Green timed as well.
Yep.
In previous tournaments, we typically associate Matthias in a 1-0 predicament, being a favourite to go on and win, but he's sort of been the opposite today. He's gave leads away, he's been trying to fight back into games. He's not being himself, especially in the defensive attributes, and across that back 5, back 6, whatever you want to call it, with the players dropping in. There's been vulnerabilities there. It looks like a different formation from that 5 that you were talking about as well, with Teles coming over to left back here. We'll get into that very shortly indeed. Ronaldinho, reverse elastico. Couple of times inside the box. Offloads to Kyle Walker, and Ronaldinho will come again. Goes out for a goal kick.
Something you have to watch out there with Tex. Building up on the byline with Ronaldinho. He's phenomenal when he gets in those situations where he can just stop, utilize the skill move, whether it's an elastico, reverse elastico, or any other skill move he chooses at the right time, at the right moment. Of course, it didn't work out for him in that situation, but it's a positive sign. But for Matthias now, he'll be hoping that he can start as he means to go on. We're going to see a lot of this as well, the switches which I mentioned there, but it wasn't meant to be for Riyad Mahrez, I believe it is, up against Joao Cancelo in the air.
I expect to see this battle time and time again. Ronaldinho against Alex Teles on this far-hand side of the pitch. I think Tex will probably favour his chances against the Manchester United fullback with a player of Ronaldinho's capabilities, and especially when you put Tex's thumbsticks on the analog sticks as well. It's Matthias who looks the more likely here. Pele down the left-hand side. Fake shot straight back into the path of Texas defender. So a few birthday celebrations. We're going to be celebrating at the end of play today. We will wait and find out. It's a lovely ball over the top for Ronaldinho. He is onside. As he gets to the byline, Kimpembe just in the way. But that's where we're already starting to see a lot of these attacks forming down the near-hand touchline on the camera side of the pitch. But Matthias could be in over the top again. Lateral heel to heel on the finesse shot. Schmeichel at full stretch.
No, it's always dangerous there when you have the likes of Riyad Mahrez, of course, his Champions League player item with a finesse shot trait as well. So once you line up the angle for the finesse, if you green time it, you challenge the goalkeeper more often than not. And as we see, possession one high up the pitch here.
So it's a bad loss of possession there for Tex. Matthias playing it slow. Renato Sanchez offloads to R9. Sadio Mane looking for the little back heel. Just about got enough red shirts behind the ball there.
Oh, it was a great sequence of small twists and turns there with Renato Sanchez for Matthias. He'd done what he needed to do to make the angle, make the space for that pass across, but he gave it to Mane. You would have hoped for somebody a little bit better in that situation in terms of skill moves, just for the reverse elastico potentially, but it didn't work out in that attack. You see a triggered run there. I thought it could have been played over the top from Tex.
So potentially R9 to try and get away from his marker. Pele now, the recipient. Inside the box, forcing players onto him. Reverse elastico into Marcus Llorente. Looking for the patient build-up. Pele wins it back with a great tackle. High up the pitch, reverse elastico. He's trying to find the extra pass, but Matthias is just putting a white shirt in the way.
You know what, fair enough. The defending there, of course, he allowed Tex their possession to twist and turn with Pele and just dropped off a little bit, switched to the other centre-back just to prioritise marking that extra pass, what Tex was looking for. You can tell he's done his research. You can tell that he knows that Tex is always going to try and look for the extra pass, but potentially now Tex might switch it up a little bit. You never know, just to try and counteract that preparation. Oh, I thought the pass could have been in.
Quickly approaching half-time here. Will the referee let this attack play? Not to be. And that will do us for the first 45 minutes of 4 segments of FIFA that you're going to be watching over these 2 legs. Possession very dominant in the favour of Fnatic Tex, but the opening goal and the only goal in this losers bracket final has gone the way of Matthias.
Yeah, and just to look back at that goal as well, it sort of stemmed from nothing. I felt as if this space just opened up for him to play it into R9 Ronaldo in on goal. But we don't usually associate that with Tex. He's usually very structured in defence. Of course, he presses high up the pitch, higher than some other players. But again, very rarely you'd associate him giving away cheap opportunities like that. But Tex is an unbelievable player. He knows how good he is. A 1-goal deficit is nothing for Tex. He can score a numerous amount of goals at any given time. And he's got the ability and the backing himself to do so.
Well, the stage is set. We're about to get back underway for the second half here inside the first leg. I'm hearing the Tannoy announcement. Substitution, Cristiano Ronaldo on for Riyad Mahrez, I think that was.
It's another option. Of course, the aerial dominance of that's of Cristiano Ronaldo. He has that item in-game with the large aerial dominance, with his jumping.
He was toying with the idea before kickoff as well.
Yeah.
Took him 45 minutes. He said, you know what, let's make the change. Let's try something. Let's try a slight variation of it. Ronaldinho looking to get the better of Alex Telles. He does get the better of the fullback. Pele. You're looking at CR7 potentially. It goes to the Portuguese man, but his header over the top of the crossbar.
That's something we might see a little more now, but it'd be interesting to see if Matthias does something about that, just to try and get somebody to monitor the movement of Cristiano Ronaldo. Of course, in at that back post, you know he's dangerous.
Look, it was Oxlade-Chamberlain playing right back.
Yeah.
If memory serves me correctly. You've probably got someone on the bench. Maybe Kyle Walker, Andy Robertson, João Cancelo. One of those 3, you would think, with the Champions League player pool available that the players have at their disposal, would come on and plug that hole that CR7 has seemingly opened up here.
Yeah, you've got your coach alongside you in Edu, who's coveted throughout the scene this year. He's had a fantastic year coaching Team Heretics to extreme levels of success, especially recently. They've come on leaps and bounds in the FIFA scene. So you'll be telling him, just keep an eye out here. You can see the sub was actually made there. It was
Walker.
Kyle Walker brought on at right back to try and nullify the aerial threat.
I remember a few FIFAs ago, FIFA 19, we used to see pauses every 3 minutes to then swap the fullbacks.
Yeah.
You stick Ronaldo on the other side.
Yeah. The good old days.
Don't think I've seen the El Tornado done.
Not since
the turn of the 2020s.
Got the buttons.
Kyle Walker driving forward. Sadio Mane picks it up. R9 Ronaldo. He's pressured by Marquinhos, and Tex will walk away with possession here.
There's really not much to separate either of these players. The scoreline tells the story. Of course, it is a one-goal deficit, an advantage for Matthias, but there honestly hasn't been many clear-cut chances. There was only that one within the first 10 minutes, and it was taken.
It's a chess match right now here in Stockholm. Just the sort of the fakes as well, the fake run being made from the centre mid, forcing a player backwards, opening up a little bit of space. Ronaldinho, he's probably been the most active player here for Tex in the 60 minutes gone so far. Left stick dribbling, accurate, precise, perfect so far. Renato Sanchez, right place, right time. Edwin van der Sar just shuffles it away to Kyle Walker.
It's calm and it's composed there from Matthias just to play the ball out there. A lot of players could have made a mistake there and gifted possession away, but it was great defending. He nullified it, but I think Tex was just waiting for CR7 to go into a position that he could receive the cross in there. So we saw a little creative run there with Matthias to get R9 into space behind as he builds up again.
Ball roll, scoop turn, double it up. Sadio Mane into Pele. Back to Sadio Mane on the edge of the box. This is dangerous. Turns into Renato Sanchez, and the ball possession will turn over with red shirt streaming forward. Patience, the word to describe both of these two combatants' performance at the moment. There's no panic. Whipped into the back post, Ronaldo's up.
Oh, I thought
dangerous.
That would have been it. It is dangerous. It's something that Matthias has to watch out for. A ball over the top could have been played, and it has been. Famara is in behind. He's
Kimpembe.
Yeah, didn't take it in his stride well enough, but he still retrieves or manages to keep possession with the throw on there. He can build up to see if he can get one more attack.
A 2-goal advantage for Matthias would be beautiful if you're a fan of the Argentine or Team Heretic. João Cancelo's on the floor. We asked him questions if this results in a goal.
Wow.
Yeah, that's got to be a driven pass.
Yeah, it was, but could you imagine if that had found the back of the net as we see a slight mishap, but he still retained possession?
Mahrez inside the box, somehow near post, Schmeichel's equal to it. He's just getting a little bit nervy all of a sudden.
I think that was a pause cued by Tex, just to take a little breather, slow the tempo down of the game. He has no need to keep rushing through the game. 15 minutes left of this first leg. You say the tide is starting to slowly slip towards in Matthias' favour. He's created a couple chances there, but again, they haven't been necessarily clear-cut.
Yeah, I mean,
but it's just something just to have an attempt at goal.
The driven pass at the near post. If you count that as a chance.
I don't count that, no. I wouldn't count that as a chance. But there's space opening up there for Matthias to potentially exploit. We've seen Tex concede it from a corner early on. Is he going to use a similar technique?
Yes, he is. Kimpembe, maybe not the player you want to take the chance. Turns over possession. Oh, a little bit of a risky pass out the back, but Schmeichel keeps his head. So does Tex. And with 12 minutes left to play on the clock, that ball over the top looks money. Pele, Henrik van der Sar clattering through him.
That is a huge headed clearance there from van der Sar on rushing to stop that through ball reaching the required destination. But that's sort of what Tex has been resorted to, playing balls over the top or trying to go towards or lean towards crosses because of the way Matthias has defended so far in this first leg. I would say maybe Tex would be sort of okay if this first leg ends with just a 1-goal deficit. I know it hasn't been an onslaught from Matthias as we see him push forward here potentially to get another goal.
Ruud Gullit firing it into R9. It's Mane! Sadio Mane at the near post with an emphatic finish. It was zinged about the box. Any of the attacking players could have been the recipient of it. Mane it fell to, and the Senegalese forward did at half strike it well.
It's a great goal there. It's quick, snappy passing into the box for the extra pass to Sadio Mane with a finish in at the near post. An offside trap there maybe could have helped Tex push his line up a little bit higher. I felt as if there was a lot of bodies in the box there to make it easier to find the pass, but it's easy to say that from where we are rather than playing, because again, the stakes are so high. But Tex finds himself down 2-0 now. It's his first time today, in fact, that he's taken a loss. Or, well, took a loss against Nicholas, but I mean, he hasn't gone down without scoring first today until now. But again, now he needs to respond. Can he get a goal late on to try and get a goal back into this game?
If anyone's good enough offensively to respond in the entire global landscape of FIFA esports, it is the man with the controller at his hands right now in Fnatic, Tex. He's playing for the final chance of the game. He'll be hoping for this chance to turn to gold. As we go into the second leg, it doesn't. And Matthias Bonanno leads 2-0 in this losers bracket final. Ryan Pessoa, what a first leg of action.
Yeah, very, very, dare I say, exciting first leg in terms of how the game has gone for Matthias. But again, there haven't been too many chances between either of these players. But of course, for Team Heretics, they'll be delighted with the way this game is going. 2 goals up against Fnatic Tex going into the second leg.
Well, everything's still to play for here. Nicholas 99 FC waits in the grand final. Who will be joining them? Will it be Fnatic Tex or Matthias Bonanno? Find out after this break.
Ronaldinho still bringing out that Brazilian flair. It's Samba in the box. It's Ronaldinho still. He's back to R9.
When you can't defend me and you can't score against me, what are you going to do?
Cheeky chip, surely R9. Reverse elastic. Oh, Tex.
Yeah, I'm buzzing. It's the first tournament in 2.5 years where I could feel successful at. I got top 8.
Yes, man.
But now we've got to move on to the finals. I'm happy, but the job's not done. My game style, I just like to control the game. Keep it simple until I get in my opponent's final third, edge of the box.
Look at the B, look at the dribble.
Skill move. And then look for the extra pass and then tap it in the open goal.
Pick it up again!
to the eChampions League live in beautiful Stockholm, Sweden. It's an incredible place to be right now, but have a look at who is arriving. You can see his way back on the far right, Tony MC, but the two main men in the middle, Ashley Cole and Kaká, both arriving right there, ready for the Icon Faceoff presented by PlayStation. That's going to be taking place very shortly indeed. One of those two icons could be on the stage in about 45 minutes time. But before we get there, we've got an incredible losers bracket final left to conclude. Richard Buckley and Ryan Pessoa in the commentary booth. Ryan, catch everybody up to date with what they might have missed in leg number 1.
Yes, of course. It is Matthias with a 2-goal advantage to 0 against Fnatic Tex. All to play for going into the second leg. You'd anticipate slightly more, I guess, pressing from Tex and pushing forward with his players. I don't think he'd opt to change his play style instantly, but he needs a goal early on.
And it's going to be Matthias getting us underway from left to right in that white strip, and from right to left it's going to be Fnatic Tex. This is the best I've seen Matthias play all day.
Yeah, genuinely. He started to come into his own again. He's reaching the levels that we all hold him up to, and he's got a chance again.
Pele, green time, in the back of the net. Perfect start for Matthias Bonanno. A little bit fortunate how the ball's broke to him, but he did not make any mistake about the finish.
No, he put it into the back of the net. But prior to that, it was a La Croqueta cancelled pass into Pele, arrowed into the corner. 3 goals up. It's an incredibly perfect start for Matthias and Team Heretics. They are up early on in this second leg. 3 goals now for Tex to score. That's just to equalise the game here.
$50,000.
Yep.
You win this game.
Huge amount of money, and of course, gives you the chance to get your hands on a trophy as well. You've got Nicholas waiting.
The eChampions League trophy.
Yep. Wow. To be fair for Tex, if there's some level of confidence, of course he backs himself, but we've seen Matthias give away a 3-goal lead earlier today.
Against VFL Snakes?
Yeah, he ended up turning the game back in his favour, but again, he gave away 3 goals. He was 4-1 up. No, he was 3-0 up, sorry, initially. Yeah. Then it went to 3-3. Ended up winning 5-4 on aggregate. So for Tex, maybe you could say that will give him the hope and belief he needs.
It certainly seems like Matthias has warmed up. It took him, what, about 5 hours?
Yeah.
But he's playing at the level that we expect of him, that we've seen from him.
Yeah.
Team of the Season Cup, La Liga finishing second, the recent FGS4 qualifier, all the trophies in South America that he sort of accumulated last seson.
These are the tournaments that he's travelled over from South America.
This is why
This is genuinely why he's here.
Yes.
He's travelled half of the planet, as you said, competing in the European region, ranked #1 this season in Europe. Last season, #1 in South America. To play in the eChampions League, to win it.
Ooh.
Could have been a penalty. I really thought there was going to be a call there from the ref, but it would be his dream to win the eChampions League.
Last season picked up the CONMEBOL Libertadores title. This season, it's getting very close to the eChampions League. Tex stands in his way right now.
Potentially another matchup, a rematch between Nicholas, of course, the other player from Argentina, against Matthias. We saw Nicholas win, was it 3-1 in the earlier stages of the eChampions League?
In the knockouts,
so in the knockout stages as well. So again, there's always that redemption arc that he's looking to get, just to put himself back on the top of the leaderboard for the Argentinian players within the esports scene.
And he's come from the losers bracket today.
Yeah.
As well, which we have to remember. He's not had it easy by any stretch of the imagination.
He's had tough games. Games won by 1 goal, and of course that game we just saw against Robbie Feldman on penalties. He seems to be a player that wins his penalty shootouts. He won the last cup on Tuesday in a penalty shootout in the final against another UK player in Stingray. Penalties is something that he's practiced. He's got a technique for it, and he sticks to it, and it works for him.
You might see Ryan's social media, because I think you might have deciphered the technique potentially. Not to be talked about now, live on air with thousands watching, but I'm sure you'll have a few people messaging you saying, what's he doing?
It comes with practice, and this is something that I was speaking as well with you.
You've watched a lot of Matthias's penalties.
Yeah, Matthias
as well.
and Nicholas as well. Both of these players are players that they seem to be in games where they're 50-50 games, but they come out on top. And when you're in those scenarios where the games are really tightly contested, you often can find yourself in a penalty shootout. So you have to practice. You have to make sure that you're going into that penalty shootout knowing,
fully confident,
fully 100% backing
I know
yourself.
what I'm doing. Yeah, absolutely.
Yep, and that's exactly what they've done.
What's your penalty shootout record like?
It's probably about 0 to 95. Might need to invite you to a game to get the win.
We're back underway. Matthias leading 3-0.
Look at the switch of play here.
Just constantly moving that ball from left to right. Oh no, Ronaldo's onside. A fist bump from the Argentine. 4-0. It's a mountain to climb for Fnatic Tex.
It is, and it's the offside trap they're leading. R9 all ends up to score 1-1 against the goalkeeper on his, not even weak left foot, his 5-star weak foot for that Icon Moments item in FIFA Ultimate Team. It's 4-0, 30 minutes gone, 2-0 up now. 60 minutes left to play for Tex to get 4 goals, and that's just to level the tie. Against someone like Matthias, I've spoken about his defensive frailties in a couple of games, but he seems to be back in his zone. Yeah, he's back in his element, genuinely. You took the words right out of my mouth. He's performing at a level that he's comfortable at. And you'd assume it's all over.
Green time from Riyad Mahrez, just wide of the left post.
That would have been it. Finesse shot from deep is something that is very effective in this FIFA, especially with a player like Mahrez with the finesse shot trait. Not enough there just to get it on target.
You probably take that shot thinking, I've green timed it. I'm Riyad Mahrez, who's got a wand of a left foot.
Yep.
I've got a decent chance of this flying into the back of the net. Tex comes forward once again. The Algerian Riyad Mahrez looks to be playing a pivotal part in this potential comeback. Offside trap played there from Matthias, pulling the players forward. Ronaldinho to create just a little bit of space, just let him breathe inside the box. Marcus Llorente, his pass intercepted by Ruud Gullit.
There's nowhere to go. There's so many bodies behind the ball there. It's structured.
It's a labyrinth.
It really is. It's systematic as well, the way he's defending. He knows when to press and step forward with his centre-backs manually. He knows when to offside trap. He knows when to try and pull a player to bait Tex to play that pass in towards the box to make it seem like there's an option when there really isn't. And we saw Nicholas sort of do a similar thing there with defending with the centre-backs. But for Tex, again, it is mission impossible, in all honesty, well, to try and come back into this. But again, you associate comebacks and a lot of goals with Tex. We'll be hoping he can get one now, but it won't be falling in his favour. 4-0 up now going into the half-time of the second leg.
Huge, huge ask for Fnatic Tex. 45 minutes left to play. Matthias is getting ever closer to setting up a rematch with Nicholas 99 FC. The eChampions League Grand Final will be contested between two Argentines.
Both travelled over to Europe to compete in the FIFA Global Series, vying for titles like the eChampions League to put on their list of accolades. It's unbelievable.
Remarkable.
It's genuinely, they couldn't have written a better script for them to come over to Europe. With the way that the season has gone for them, of course, maybe for Nicholas, you would say, I wouldn't even say, he hasn't performed at the level he would have liked, being ranked 20th or 22nd in Europe. However, he's qualified for playoffs. He's in the grand final of the eChampions League. It's remarkable. It honestly is. And the same for Matthias, ranked #1, winning the previous cup, winning the TOTS Cup 2v2, the first Team of the Season Cup we've seen in the 2v2 format for the FIFA Global Series.
These are the sort of stories that Santiago Muñez from Goal was wrote about.
Genuinely.
We've seen it play out right in front of our very eyes. Tex whipped into the box. So easy to defend for Matthias. Vinicius Jr. Can't penetrate that back 5 as it was. is it just a matter of time at the moment, Ryan Pessoa? Next goal has to go for Tex just to give him confidence that he can turn this game around.
Yeah, but the thing is, when you have to push forward, you leave yourself susceptible to counter-attacks. More bodies going forward, the stamina bar for your players starts to dwindle as the game goes on. So you'd expect, even if Tex does grab a few, you'd expect Matthias to maybe even grab another.
For a second, I thought Kimpembe was about to head that past his own goalkeeper.
For Tex, it would genuinely have to be the most perfect 35 minutes of FIFA we will ever see.
And if you'd have said that 2.5 hours ago, I'd probably said, you know what, it's on the cards. But Matthias just looks like he's got into a different level completely from what we saw even against Robbie Feldman on that stage an hour ago.
Yep. He's just upped his gears. He's clicked into it. He probably was thinking, all right, I'm in the final here of the loser bracket, playing this bad. Could you imagine what I do if I'm starting to play as we see potentially a ball across could have been played there as Pele builds up.
Sadio Mane picking up the pieces at right wing back. No reason to force the occasion. Roulette into the box. Goes down under the tackle of Marquinhos. Mane again offloads it to R9 Ronaldo. 5-0. Matthias Bonanno putting on a clinic here in Stockholm.
Wow, and it was fantastic dribbling there after retrieving the ball with Mane. Played into R9 Ronaldo. A simple finish. 5-0. It's definitely game, set, and match for Matthias. Advancing where he will be playing a rematch against his fellow national teammate in Nicholas 99 for Guild.
We're in a pause currently. Both of the players making a few tactical changes, instructional changes. How much has this result surprised you?
You know what, it really, I'll be honest, I came into this tournament thinking Tex, for me, has his name on the trophy, the way he was playing, but of course, it's one day of FIFA. You never know what could happen on this set. That's the key thing about FIFA esports. You could just have a day where everything falls in your favor.
You can have 4 hours where you just
it doesn't need to be a whole day.
And then you switch on all the other way around, where you... How many times have we seen players 7-0 in Swiss, 5-0 in Swiss, and then the first knockout round just doesn't quite click for you, things don't fall into place, and you find yourself eliminated?
Yeah, you have to give a huge amount of credit to Matthias and Edu, his coach, as well, with the game plan they set out to play. They've been phenomenal, they've been emphatic, and they could be 6 goals up here as Pele has run the length of the field, green timed. Schmeichel putting out another big save there to stop it being 6, but it's possession given away here. Fatecci, of course, can see that not defending anywhere near the levels that he would have liked to. The game's over, that's why. He's not really...
It's just a matter of time.
Yeah, he's not really putting in that same level of effort because he knows the game is a foregone conclusion. Being 5 goals down, 20 minutes to go, it's definitely done in my eyes.
And Ronaldo, a little bit too late for that, Peter.
Great goalkeeper.
5's already gone in. Switch of play. Over to Sadio Mane. It's just not been his day. But Matthias has been so on it.
Yeah. This is a perfect
It's scary.
game. Yeah, it's a perfect... I genuinely would... I cannot wait for that final. I cannot wait to see both of these players. I want them to perform at the level that they know they can throughout the full 180 minutes, or maybe even more if they go to extra time. I want to see the victor just say, all right, I've played my best. We both played our best. This person has won. Not because I've played bad or whatever. They've just won the game based on their ability, and it'll be a cracking final, whoever wins it.
Not long to wait at all.
We see here just possession from Tex, trying to see if he can go higher up the field here. Of course, we know that it's done. He knows it's done as well, but it's not even trying to score a goal just to save face even. He's just playing the game out, just trying to see what could happen as a pass across. Kimpembe steps across, a similar theme throughout, not just this game, but throughout the day for Matthias as he builds up again. For him, would you continue trying to score? I think you just have to.
Yeah, I mean, look.
Try and put a statement out to Nicholas showing that I can score this amount of goals versus someone like Tex.
Even if Tex are sort of throwing bodies forward, you're still green timing shots. You're still putting an exclamation mark on the performance.
Yeah.
And that's exactly what Matthias is doing right now.
It's showing Nicholas to take note here. You might have scored 4 against him. I've scored 6. I'm ready. I'm raring to go for this final. And we've got 5 minutes left of this game. Of course, we've already mentioned Nicholas will be playing Matthias. Of course, for Nicholas, if he ends up losing the first game, he still has that safety blanket to rest on after winning in the winner's bracket, or being in the winner's bracket final into the grand final. But for Matthias, he would have to win the first round and then reset the bracket, and then win another one to be crowned the eChampions League 2022 winner. And on this rich vein of form you'd say he started running into, you'd definitely say it's possible.
It's a serious ask, though. It's probably one of the reasons we don't see too many losers bracket winners lifting the trophy.
Yeah, even despite this incredible performance from Matthias, it will be still, I'd say, a shock for him to win the eChampions, just because, again, you have to come from the loser bracket, and he's won so many games. He was in the loser bracket from the previous stage, and he's progressed again onto the grand final today. Commiserations to Tex, but a huge congratulations, Richard, to Matthias and Team Heretics.
What a truly incredible performance from Matthias Bonanno right there on the stage. Fnatic Tex will drop out of the eChampions League in a 3rd position. Matthias continues his run for all the silverware that Europe can offer. Team of the Season Cup check with Team Heretics. Now the eChampions League is very much right there, potentially with his name on the trophy. What a performance from Matthias.
Yep, started off as he meant to go on, of course, scoring very early on in the first leg. But he came on, he prodded, he created more chances, he made Tex, he forced him into mistakes. And that's the thing, is that at this level, you can't make those types of mistakes defensively for Tex, and he was punished.
So we've seen, obviously, the 2 legs, we've concluded the game. What went wrong for Tex?
I'd say build-up play. I think he was nullified from the get-go. I think Matthias was phenomenal defensively. He didn't give him any chance. Tex resorted to crosses, to long shots. He couldn't get his skill moves. He couldn't build up for the extra pass. There was no option there. And I think that's a key testament to Matthias' ability and the game plan him and his coach Edu came into this game with.
The game plan was absolutely fantastic, and we might be able to get a little bit of delve into that game plan because Matthias is joined with Kyle Walker on the stage.
Richard, Ryan, thank you so much for that one. Yes, I am joined once again by Matthias Bonanno. Incredible performance, dominating performance from yourself as well. Matthias, talk us through how you think you performed during that game.
La verdad que felicitar al rival por el gran torneo, Tex, un rival histórico, un placer jugar contra él y nada, ¿no? Yo creo que fue más táctico que otra cosa, un buen planteo táctico al principio, arrancamos ganando 1-0, golpeamos temprano y luego de eso se le vino todo el partido arriba, digamos, o sea, yo manejaba la pelota y manejaba los tiempos del partido y bueno, o sea, pude golpear en los momentos claves.
Well, in the first place, I would like to congratulate him for the match. I think it was very tactical, and then when I made the 1-0, then it started to become uphill for him. I managed to control the ball and the tactics.
Next up, it's Nicholas in the grand final. That smile on your face. 2 South Americans coming over to Europe to compete in this competition. Does that just highlight how good South America is as a region at FIFA 22?
Sí, la verdad que un gran orgullo para 2 argentinos estar en la gran final. El trofeo va a quedar en Argentina ya, en Sudamérica hay un nivel muy alto como se decía anteriormente y nada, no, esperemos que se dé un gran espectáculo y bueno, espero que la suerte esté de mi lado también.
Yes, indeed. South America is good. The trophy, we already have it in Argentina, and I hope it will be a beautiful thing to watch for the audience.
Well, I'm sure it will. The studio is starting to fill up with everyone that is joining us for our grand final. It'll be this man, Matthias Bonanno, taking on Nicholas 99 FC. But before we get talking about that, let's have a look back at some of the action as we go to Mike Labelle for the MasterCard moment of the match.
Thank you so much, Kyle. And we're really going to focus on setting the tone and how Matthias was able to get ahead and then stay ahead against Tex as we go into this all-Argentinian final. So walk with me, come this way. And we're going to look at how he overloads the midfield. He does a really good job of this. It just makes offense easier for you. And this is when you have midfielders that have talent, such as a Ruud Gullit. You can send them on runs in behind, allowing you to almost have another attacking midfielder or someone that can translate or turn into attacking midfielder. He feeds R9 from the top of the box, kind of a bread and butter position. You see that scoop turn, green time finish. And at this point, it's early on, 8th minute. But it allows, and Matthias just talked about this, it allows him to play a little bit different. He can sit deeper and he can really work his game plan in. And this is just beautiful build-up. I love the tiki-taka, the quick passing, almost prolific with the vision. As you can see what player he's going to be aiming for here. Just watch how quick this passing is in order to create space inside the box. When everything has that beautiful fluid free flow, you're going to convert. Mane, first time, top corner, best corner, and it was just more the mirror. He was able to add to this really, really impressive stuff from Matthias and the best that he's played on the day. So I'm looking forward to this final. I think that it's going to be back and forth, and this means a lot to both the competitors. But back to you, Kyle, and back to you, Rachel.
Yeah, thanks so much, Mike. Well, of course, we started the day, didn't we, with 8 grand finalists. We now have our final 2. Nicholas 99 FC and Matthias Bonanno 99. We'll see them in a short while go head-to-head. Matthias has to do it the hard way. He has to win not once, but twice if he wants to get his hands on that trophy. Nicholas, of course, has to do it just once. That is the grand final, Kyle. I want your thoughts on it firstly. Obviously, Matthias has come through the hard route, let's say the loser bracket. He's played 4 games already today compared to Nicholas, who's gone through that winner's bracket and has only played twice. Does that say anything about how warm one player is going to be compared to the other?
You could look at it and say, yes, it does, because Matthias has had to, as you say, play 4 games. But I know Nicholas, we know what he can do. He'll be back there practicing, playing, making sure he is very warm and staying warm as well. However, you can look at Matthias and just look at the smile on his face and look at the difference from this morning, or this afternoon, I should say, all the way to right now, because he didn't look too happy. He looked nervous. We heard from Gravison, he was speaking to the team and they were nervous for him as well. That's completely changed. That's completely flipped on its head, and you can see the smile on his face. I was stood next to him. We don't even speak the same language. I can still feel how positive he actually felt after those performances. And to beat Fnatic Tech 6-0, I mean, what a statement that is.
Well, he's having fun now, isn't he? He's just playing with confidence, which is exactly what will get you into that grand final. Well, let's have a look back at those highlights then. Fnatic Tech's Matthias Bonanno, of course, this is how it all unfolded straight away, didn't it? From the onset in leg 1, he just started scoring goals for fun. That was 2 in leg 1 there. Vamos, he says, before we head into the second leg. 2-0 up, and it just looked like he was playing with ease. And we said, Tex is always the man to beat, so the players really do their research on him, don't they, Kyle?
They do indeed, and they'll be watching everything he does. There's so much footage of him and how he plays out there, and I'm sure that all the pros know if they've got to face Tex, we've got to be well prepared, and Matthias Bonanno was well prepared. And what did we talk about before? I said if he is to beat Tex over 2 legs, well, he's got to capitalise on those mistakes. What did he do? Obviously listening to me, wasn't he? He capitalised on all of those mistakes that Tex made, and as he said, after he scored the first, it was an uphill battle and it was a struggle for Tex, and he kept on capitalising on that, Matthias.
Yeah, he's just been growing, hasn't he, throughout the day so far. We've had 5 hours of FIFA already, and we now have our 2 grand finalists. But right now it's time for our Expedia goal of the day from the matches so far, and it actually came from the match between Tex and Nicholas, and it was obviously Nicholas that gets this accolade today from that corner as well. What a goal this is, Kyle.
I mean, we've seen from Nicholas time and time again, he can score so many different types of goals. I'm sure we could have picked any of them that he's managed to score. I think the stunning thing about Nicholas is his offence, his defence as well. We don't normally talk about his attacking style just because of how good he is in defence, and he was talking back there to Richard Buckley about why he's so good at defence compared to defending compared to everybody else. But it's nice to highlight the attacking moves sometimes as well.
Yeah, of course. Well, when Matthias scores 6 goals as well, we have to highlight that, but Nicholas has been scoring them for fun as well. Well, we do have our grand final, of course, of the eChampions League, starting in about an hour's time. But we have this first. We have some absolute icons of the game. They're going to be playing the Icon Faceoff match presented by PlayStation after this short break. Cannot wait to see these guys in action.
Lots of touches for the fullbacks.
Yeah.
For Nicholas in this opening 50 minutes. Chance, what a strike!
I wasn't playing really good in qualifiers online, but here at LAN I think it's really different. Nicholas is back.
Nicholas reclaims his throne at the top of the mountain of South America.
In the last round, I think Cuadrado was really helpful for me.
To try and kill the game, though.
Yeah, he's killing the game well. It's something you have to do. We know the stakes are high.
I try to make my possession game style against Matthias. I know he's really good at the defense.
Cuts it back and an emphatic finish. The eChampions League 2022, live from beautiful, sunny Stockholm, Sweden. You're joined by myself, Richard Buckley, and Ryan Pessoa in the commentary booth. That's what the two final competitors are playing for, the eChampions League trophy. But before we get there, we've got some very, very special matches to be underway. They'll be coming in about 10 minutes' time if you're looking for the Icon Faceoff. But not only is the eChampions League in action, but there's some huge permutations for the FIFA Global Series playoffs up for grabs. If Matthias and Tex both got top three, well, that meant that Deshay74 and Footwiz Ethan both qualified for the playoffs. Ryan, if you're sat at home right now and you're wanting one of these two players, are you going out and buying a Team Heretics and Fnatic jersey?
Absolutely, and it worked in their favour, of course. Deshay, a French player, fantastic, performed well this season and has got his well-deserved player spot. And of course, for Footwiz Ethan as well, likewise, a fantastic player, deserved that slice of luck for the spots to filter down towards him, because he's a great player. As we look at the tweets, so we know what it means to them. You can see the placements where they are in the rankings in Europe West for that playoffs leaderboard. Of course, 225 points for Deshe. Wasn't enough to get him in that top 16 spot, but as we mentioned, the spots filtered it down for Footwear's Ethan.
And you can see World Cup playoffs secured after some results have gone my way. I managed to put myself in a position to make playoffs. After a really tough season, I'm very happy to have made it. Honestly speechless at the minute. Ethan, mate, slide into Matthias Bonanno's DM straight away and say thank you very much, my friend, for performing at the very highest level. Incredible performance really from Matthias and Tex and all the competitors who even made it here for the eChampions League finals, because it was such a tough bracket run. It was such a tough format. We can see the conclusion of the bracket. There's your grand final that will be coming up in about 35-40 minutes time if you are interested and you're getting ready for the grand final. But it was an incredible run from both Nicholas and Matthias.
Yes, Nicholas is undefeated, of course, being in that grand final through the winners bracket. But of course, contrary to that, you've got Matthias unbeaten today throughout the losers bracket. Of course, he had his back against the wall from the get-go. From minute one, he had to win every game in a row to reach this grand final, and he's done it.
Yeah, well, Matthias was in the losers bracket, but a man who was in the winners bracket was Nicholas 99 FC, his teammate from Argentina. He took on Fnatic Tex in the winners bracket final and actually found himself 1-0 down. Ryan, we've had a little bit of time, obviously that game taking place about 2 hours ago. Talk me through the highlights of where this game was won for Nicholas and lost for Tex.
Yes, of course, we saw Tex scoring and it was an instant response, but this for me is the goal that won it for Nicholas. It was the player lock corner into Kimpembe and then a fantastic save that we saw in the second leg there to give Tex that glimmer of hope, but it was another cross there into R9 Ronaldo when it was Cruyff to seal the deal. 4-1 for Nicholas. Tex eliminated or knocked down, into the loser bracket up against Nicholas.
And that was probably the downfall, where the downward spiral started for Tex. And how does it go from beating Predator 6-1 to then losing 6-0 and 4-1 respectively? What went wrong? Was it the competition level over the opponents in Nicholas and Matthias? Because it's a little bit of everything.
Yeah, it's tough. You couldn't just say he didn't play terrible. However, you could say for Nicholas, in his perspective, he played a flawless game. Genuinely, defensively, offensively, nullified Tex. He played incredibly well. The same for Matthias, but then you have to look at it. Tex is coming from a loss. Matthias is coming from 3 or 4 consecutive wins since dropping into the loser bracket. So he's on a high going into that game. So he's in that run or rich vein of form where Tex is on a little bit of a low point. But again, it was a perfect performance from Matthias.
He came into that losers bracket final after a really interesting, captivating matchup against Robbie Feldman. That was your losers bracket semi-final between Matthias Bonanno and Robbie Feldman. We can have a look at this game because it was like a chess match. It was tactical. There was elements of fortune for both players. That was at the end of the first leg. Robbie Feldman found himself in an advantageous position, but in the second leg, Matthias found his way back into the game.
Yeah, this was the key moment for me in that game. The missed penalty there from Roy. You can see the reactions from the great Gravison and Brandon Smith, but this was the response almost instantly from Matthias to equalise.
Vamos, carajo.
It was an important goal there. You can see the emotion pouring there from Roy Feldman. And after that, it was a slow game with a lot of possession from Roy Feldman. We go into a penalty shootout, and it was that penalty save there. And this goal, the cheeky Panenka from Matthias to advance him into the loser bracket final, where we just saw him play against Tex in a flawless game.
Do you think that reaction as well was a little bit to Robbie Feldman with him keeping the ball for long periods of the game? Sort of like, look, if you're going to keep the ball, I'll just beat you on penalties.
Yeah, absolutely. You have to outpour your emotions at this stage. You know how much money you've won. You know what it means to advance into the next stage to potentially win. And he's in the position now to potentially win.
Yeah, that game gave him a top 3 finish, did Matthias Bonanno, and we just saw a truly magnificent performance against Fnatic Tex in the losers bracket final. If you did miss it, there were 6 goals, all in the favour of Matthias Bonanno. We can show you the pick of the bunch right here. What a performance from Matthias. And look, we're not going to stop talking about it because you don't see Tex beaten like this every day.
No, at all. It was a resounding victory for Matthias. We see the pass in there. Pass back across to Sadio Mane. An easy finish towards the end of the first leg. We go into the second leg now. Straight away off the bat, a Lakoketa cancelled pass into a green time finish with Pele. Matthias takes the 3-goal lead, and again another goal in the first half. An offside trap, timed wrong, 4-0.
I think it's actually probably more impressive that he kept a clean sheet.
Yeah. He had to deal with a non-rushing text, but again, he nullified him. There weren't any openings for him to make the most of, and he defended perfectly.
Yeah, six of the best, really, for Matthias Bonanno. He finds himself in the grand final against Nicholas 99 FC. That's it from the commentary booth right now. We'll throw it back down to Rachel, Mike, and Kyle.
Yeah, thanks, guys. Well, yeah, delighted to be here and welcome again everyone who's just joined us in this amazing studio in Stockholm. We're pausing, though, aren't we, on the eChampions League Grand Final, which is coming your way in a short while, because we've been teasing you a little bit. We have something special to bring you. This is our Icon Faceoff, presented by PlayStation, and it's coming next. We have invited some legends of the game here to Stockholm. On the way, I'm going to say, to Paris for tomorrow for the big Champions League final, which is happening over there. But they've been actually playing behind the scenes so far. I can bring you up to date on exactly what's been happening. So we've had Fernando Morientes, of course, we've had Ashley Cole, we've had Henrik Larsson and Kaká all here, and we've had some teams that build off of creators and FIFA Fan Cup winners as well. And it's all been absolutely kicking off. Carl, I'll come over to you first. We had Team Morientes taking on Team Henrik Larsson, and Morientes came out on top 3-0. I mean, did you expect that against those two players?
I mean, to see him come through, obviously he's teaming up with some great players that have made their way here as well. It'd be interesting to find out the dynamic. Who got all the goals in there? If Morientes was the assist or he was scoring like he was used to in his career. And also, maybe I have to get backstage. What happened to Larsson? What happened to the team there? I mean, I'm surprised he didn't manage to score any.
He's going to have the excuse if I don't play much these days, isn't it? It's virtual FIFA. Maybe you could dabble in that a little bit. Over to Team Ashley Cole taking on Team Kaká. 4-1 there for Ashley Cole's team. But Mike, I'm going to ask you, how special is it for some of these Fan Cup winners to come here and play with some of these legends?
I mean, when would you get an opportunity to do something like this? 2v2 FIFA. I mean, Ashley Cole's arguably the greatest left back of all time. If you talk to Kyle, he's definitely going to co-sign that the full way. He's still in my squad too, even in FIFA. I still use his icon foot item, my starting left back of choice.
He's always in the squad, or will he get moved out for someone else?
He can get
anytime
rotated
soon?
out, but he is in a constant rotation in.
And Team Morientes, let's just talk about 3 titles there with Real Madrid, the UEFA Champions League. Of course, that's such an awesome achievement to have him here.
Yeah, oh, incredible. I mean, if somebody knows about winning the Champions League, if a team that know about winning the Champions League, it is Real Madrid. They've got 13 of those titles. Morientes has helped them win 3 of them. That's 3 more than any of us. I mean, to have him here, it just shows the prestige of the tournament and of being here in Stockholm.
Yeah, of course. Well, this Icon Face-Off is coming up after the break. It's Team Morientes taking on Team Cole. We have some content creators in there and some Fan Cup winners as well. This is going to kick off after the break.
Ronaldinho still bringing out that Brazilian flair. It's Samba in the box. It's Ronaldinho still. He's back to R9.
When you can't defend me and you can't score against me, what are you going to do?
Cheeky chip, surely R9. Reverse elastic. Oh, takes.
Yeah, I'm buzzing. It's the first tournament in 2.5 years where I could feel successful at. I got top 8.
Yes, man.
But now we've got to move on to the finals. I'm happy, but the job's not done. My game style, I just like to control the game. Keep it simple until I get in my opponent's final third, edge of the box.
Look at the dribble.
Skill move. And then look for the extra pass and then tap it in the open goal.
Pick it up again!
Well, welcome back to Stockholm then, which this year has the honour of hosting the eChampions League finals. Well, welcome back to our beautiful studio here for these eChampions League finals. We're taking a break though in the competitive FIFA action because we teased it before the break. We have something very special to bring you right now. We have the Icon Faceoff presented by PlayStation. So at the beginning of the day, we invited 4 legends of the game here to Stockholm. Team Morientes and Team Cole have made it through so far. We'll welcome them to the stage now. Team Morientes, Shauna Games, our content creator, and Ali G, our Fan Cup winner. Then we have Team Cole as well. They will be joining in a moment's time. They are the opponents, of course, to Team Morientes.
And I'm not gonna lie, Rachel, I'm intrigued. I don't know what to expect in this matchup. I wanna believe that Morientes is gonna score goals. And I also wanna believe that Ashley Cole is gonna have a lot of chit chat. There's gonna be some back and forth. As you see, Tony coming out, of course, Ashley Cole.
And Romeo, as well as our FIFA Fan Cup winner. So welcome both these teams to the stage here, and I'm really intrigued to see if Shauna and Tony can maybe add something as well to these teams, because this is going to be something special. The Icon Faceoff, Team Cole and Team Morientes. Ashley Cole, they're looking like he's enjoying this moment. He's sat in the middle, as is Fernando Morientes there. I mean, what an occasion for everybody who is involved in this one. And welcome to the stage our 2 commentators as well, Richard Buckley and Brandon Smith.
Thank you very much, Rachel. And yes, what an opportunity we have here in Stockholm, Sweden. An Icon Face-Off like no other. Content creator, you could say the next pro player, and then icons of the game who will be playing with themselves in-game. We're here, Richard, across this one-legged game of FIFA.
Yeah, this is going to be, honestly, I've watched a lot of FIFA esports. I don't know what to expect over the next 20 minutes. Hopefully we can see some end-to-end FIFA, we see some unbelievable stuff, but anything could happen. Genuinely, anything could happen in this game.
Well, I'm going to have a little chat with Tony MC first and foremost. Tony, you just come off the back of a 4-1 win. You took down Team Kaká. What was your overall thoughts from the game?
I think Ashley Cole played the fake humbleness. Like, oh, I don't play much, yada, 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 and then he was so good. And that was the key of the game, like, you know, to make them feel comfortable, to get confident, and then smash them.
Richard, over there.
Yeah, Shauna, you oversaw a masterful performance. What were some of the keys to victory for you?
Probably the way he can pass, like, switch the play. Like, Morientes is great at, like, yes. The way he can just see, like, the play is incredible.
He's got some FIFA skills. I look forward to seeing it then.
Well, come on, let's get this game underway then. And it is going to be Team Cole against Team Morientes, 2 Champions League winners in their own right, going head-to-head on this pitch. I just want to say as well, Richard, to the 2 Fan Cup winners here as well, Romeo and Ali G, they came out of top of thousands of people that signed up via the PlayStation Tournaments tab online. They won a PlayStation 5, some of them. They won cash, and they won this all-paid trip to Sweden to meet some of the best players on the virtual pitch and some of the icons of the game. It's not a bad weekend, is it?
Just like you know, I'm seeing some custom tactics and instructions being changed here. It's a serious game, and I'm looking forward to seeing it. Just having a quick look at the squads. Pele involved. Alex Telles, Renato Sanchez, Ruud Gullit. It's a remarkable squad, it really is.
Nice to see Tony MC just getting rid of any excuses for Ashley Cole down here in terms of controller issues.
We're ready to go. We are ready to go.
I think we're ready to go over here, though. Done? Tony says we're good to go, and I think we are good to go. We are underway in this Icon Face-Off presented by PlayStation Tournaments. It will be Team Cole from left to right in that Liverpool strip, and Team Morientes from right to left. As expected, Richard, both icons or foot heroes are starting themselves in game.
As you would expect. It's a truly unbelievable achievement being selected as a hero, as an icon in the game, and all the legends that we've got here today truly deserve the accolade.
Who's going to have first blood here? They both came off the back of very impressive results in the semi-finals. Could be an early chance. It's hoofed away.
Could have gone anywhere.
It's no nonsense defended there from Team Morientes. Whipped in by R9 towards that front post. Carl Walker this time to save the day. And in the end, Renato Sanchez. They are following the squad restrictions here in the eChampions League on this Fan Cup matchup. What a tackle that is from Marquinhos. Oh, that one a little bit more harsh. Pele, interesting switch of play.
Keep it calm, keep it ticking over. No reason to rush.
Shot from distance. Oh. That might have been Fernando Morientes fancying that one from 30 yards out. Does add an element to it, doesn't it, Richard? 2v2 FIFA. There's just such a different style of play. Here's Pele now. And that's Ali G in control there. With that blue icon above his head. Morientes with the green. Just switches that play. Ashley Cole. Does win it back, not for so long. Here's Ali G. A couple of skill moves out, combining the best as he can, looking for that ball across the box, goes on his own. It's a great effort, still could be on.
If you enjoy the action, make sure to tune into the PlayStation Twitch tomorrow, 2 o'clock Central Eastern Time. Watch some of the best players on PlayStation tournaments around the world play on the UEFA Champions League final on FIFA 22. And you'll actually see me and Brandon commentating it if you enjoy a bit of that as well.
Yeah.
2 o'clock tomorrow afternoon.
Chance to play for some extra cash there. Some of the best FIFA 22 players from around the world. So far, Richard, 15 minutes played here. Who's had the better start?
I would probably say Team Morientes. And that's not just because I'm stood over here behind him.
Please move it immediately. Thank you.
And I'll get a chance just to get the ball and slow it down a little bit. Team Cole in possession. Following this, we have the eChampions League final. What a ball that could be. Pele
is in.
Run him through. Ashley Cole, lovely ball into the box. We'll look for R9. It's and the Sar on it. Headers and volleys were just cleared away by Renato Sanchez eventually, but better signs from Team Cole.
Lots of crosses into the box. I've just had a little look across there as well. Tony getting some coaching in there. He's the gaffer.
That's what you're there to do, Tony. You can do that.
I'm just playing some Matthias over here.
Teles. This is Morientes in control of that light green icon. Look for that cross into the box. It falls back to Ali G. Nice build up this could be. Cut back, one more pass. Play it, surely Ali G. Where's the pass? Penalty!
Just give it. The question is, who's going to be taking it?
Pepe. Tony MC's on his seat. Tony, was that a red card?
Cut it. VAR. Come on.
It's a shocking tackle. It's a horrific tackle. Who made the tackle? It's all Ashley Cole.
I mean, who's taking the penalty?
That's the question. We're in a pause at the moment. I don't know who's going to be over it.
Tony, what are you going to do? You've got 10 players on the pitch. What are we changing?
We changing the fact that we are drawing and we want to win. That's what we're doing.
Where are you sacrificing? What position on the pitch?
What?
Who's being sacrificed on the pitch? You keeping a hole at the back, or?
Yeah, of course. You try to back first, then offense. We're gonna lose. We're gonna lose some offensive power, but defensively we're gonna be great.
And Ashley, can I ask you, was that you?
Yeah, I think it was me. It was me, yes.
Well, hopefully you're on the penalty to save it.
I think we're trying to decipher who's going to be on the penalty.
It's got to be Morientes that takes it with Morientes.
We'll wait and see. I mean, there's a lot of tactical changes being made on that side of the stage at the moment.
No, they've kept the hole at the back. I can tell you that.
Here we go. Who's on the penalty?
Is it Fernando Morientes? No, it's not. It's Ali G over it. The Fan Cup winner of the PlayStation eChampions League Fan Cup steps up, scores! It's the first goal.
I mean, what a moment. He just scored at the eChampions League. Sadio Mane slotting it home. How does that feel?
It's feeling great.
What a moment.
That was Ali G, the German Fan Cup winner. As we said, he's travelled out here to Stockholm for a day that he won't forget anytime soon. 10 men. It's looking difficult over here.
It's a big ask. It's a very big ask. It's a nice bit of FIFA, though, that.
Well, actually looks like there is
been a bit of coverage. It's Alex Telles that's now in centre-back. Big tackle from Telles. Nicely done. Building nicely. There's R9, reverse elastico. Nice skills again. This is Romeo building up the perfect chance. Defended well.
He deserved a goal. It was incredible dribbling in and around the box. For a second, it looked like it opened up.
This could be too rich. Mahrez! Oh. Well, there's plenty of action still underway here, but let's take a moment to join Carl Walker, who's joined by another special guest and an icon of the game.
Thank you, Brandon. I am indeed. I'm stood here with Kaká, the man, the myth, the legend. However, we've seen what you've been able to do on the pitch at times. Oh, a goal goes in just there. Brandon, Rich, I'll throw it back to you very quickly, all right? You go.
We'll come back in a second, Carl. Tony, that's the reaction you want?
Yes, because we have one. We just 10 men and we draw the game, bro.
Who scored the goal? Robbie, did you score?
It's a great finish, I've got to say. R9 at the near post, level pegging, 10 men. The underdog story may be coming true.
Right, Carl, pick up from where you were. Sorry about that.
Thank you, Brandon. I mean, incredible 1-1 in that game. But Kaká, I need to ask you, what happened backstage? I thought I was going to see you out here on the main stage. How did you lose that one?
Yeah, I lost against a team cold, but we played very well. We started the game winning 1-0, and then we conceded a few goals. But it doesn't reflect what was the game.
Okay, oh wow, okay, all right, great answer just there then. I mean, does that mean that you're supporting Morientes then, Team Morientes in this final?
No, actually I'm supporting the team called because at least I would have lost against the champion, so team called.
I mean, you played on the biggest of stages, you've managed to play in the Champions League. What is it like though? How does it compare to playing in the eChampions League? Surely this is better, right?
Yeah, much better. So, but we have a great game to watch tomorrow as well.
We do indeed, Kaká. Incredible to talk to you. Let's get back to the action though. We're getting closer to half time. Brandon, Richard, any update on the score?
Still 1-1 here, Carl. Thank you for that. Little chat there with Kaká, who did play in the semi-final. This could be an unbelievable chance. Ashley Cole recycles it well. Back to Mane. Oh, it was tiny feet from Romeo. The fan can't win at half-time. It's 1-1 here and still all to play for.
I'm coming in with a word from the coach, the gaffer, Shauna Games. 1-0 up, goes to 1-1. You're 11 men. Surely the win is there to be taken.
Yeah, just got to stay calm and, you know, the defence will open up and we'll win. Easy.
Still confident?
So confident.
You heard it here, Brandon.
Still confident. Romeo, just a quick word. Romeo, just a quick word for yourself. It seems like you play better when you have 10 players on the pitch.
Yeah, it's, I don't know what to say. We're playing good since the 20 minutes and we're having some chances, so yes.
And just in a few words, what's this experience been like for you coming out here to Stockholm?
Insane. I mean, I qualified through a fan cup, so it's an insane feeling, insane emotions here.
Amazing stuff. Well, good luck in the second half. It is still all to play for.
It just goes to show the power of the PlayStation tournaments as well. You get yourself signed up, compete.playstation.com. So many opportunities on there, and you can be here playing with legends of the game.
I have to say, you know, these two have played in pro tournaments before, but by their own right, they wouldn't call themselves as standout pros. It's for the next generation of FIFA talent to come through. As you said, there's so many opportunities to play for cash or even to come out to an event such as this. Enough of us talking. Back underway. It is 1-1 between Team Cole, that might only have 10 players on the pitch, and Team Morientes, that are all square here.
I love the switch to play. Say that, just knocks out a play, but certainly seems like a opportunity to pull that 10 players, get the extra man involved, and hopefully for Team Morientes find an opening.
Alex Telles had all the job to do. Left back,
well.
centre back. That's a big win there by Hullet. Plays through Fernando Morientes. Could he be the man to be the provider? The idea was there, just couldn't get the conviction of the pass. Ashley Cole being controlled by Ashley Cole. They made a very little run through. It's Ashley Cole again being controlled by Ashley Cole. Is there a cutback available? There it is. Did so well Renato Sanchez. Good feet from the Fan Cup winner Romeo. Wins a corner, pressure building.
Out of the two sides, probably the more likely at the moment, you would say, Team Cole.
Sort of just felt their way into the game, haven't they? What can we see here off the training ground? It's R9 that's over it. Whipped out wide. It was read by Morientes, who was controlling Marquinhos.
Counter-attack potential? Yes. Not today.
Building nicely again. Finds Riyad Mahrez, who's been causing all sorts of problems throughout today in the Champions League.
What a player he is as well. Off that right-hand side. Probably the only go-to standard right mid, right winger in this sort of eChampions League format. The five-star skills. This game at the moment, middle of the park.
It's a midfield battle, isn't it?
Just dominate it, pick up the ball, take the game by the scruff of the neck.
At the moment, it seems like it's been Renato Sanchez for both teams doing that job. Is he onside? No, he's just off. 61 minutes with 29 left to play here in this Fan Cup Icon Faceoff matchup. Let's join Carl Walker, who's joined by another icon of the game and a special guest here in Stockholm.
Thank you, Brandon. I am indeed. Henrik Larsson, thank you for joining us on the main stage. But we need to talk about what happened in the back of the arena. How did you lose that game? You didn't even score a goal.
No, we didn't even score. That was all due to me as well. I'm really poor at this game. But we lost against a very good team. So, yeah, I don't think that we had that much of a chance anyhow.
I mean, you're taking all the blame, you're shouldering it like a true leader does just now. It would have been nice, though, for you to be out here, to be on this main stage. But does that mean your team, Ashley Cole, then? You don't want Morientes to win?
No, I'd rather that Morientes is winning, as Kaká said. I mean, then we lost against the winner, so that's all right.
We're here for the eChampions League. You know lots about the actual Champions League as well. What a weekend it is. It starts here in Stockholm, then it's Paris tomorrow. This is an incredible, incredible weekend, isn't it?
Yeah, it's fantastic. I mean, it's the first time for me at this kind of event, and I really enjoy it. Watch the skillful players playing, and then going tomorrow to the Champions League final in Paris. It's fantastic.
It's going to be a very, very special weekend. Good luck. You've got another year. I'll see you next year. Work on those FIFA skills, all right? Brandon, Richard, back to you.
I will be practicing.
Thank you very much, Carl. Yes. Luckily, I haven't missed too much here. There's still just under 20 minutes to play. Great to hear from the likes of Kaká and Henrik Larsson that are in the building here in Stockholm for the Champions League final, which does follow this one between the two Argentines, Nicolas and Matthias Bonanno. But before that, we could be going to extra time or maybe straight penalties. I'm not sure on the rules.
I still think there could potentially be a winner here. The 10 men of Team Cole starting to get a little bit leggy. Space opening up for Team Morientes. Just need to find that killer pass.
Tony, I've got to come to you. Time for some subs or not?
I believe we have Bale on the bench, so for some crossing will be a nice time to do it.
Let's get him on.
We've seen how good Gareth Bale can be as well at the back post, and even in Champions League finals himself, scoring one of the best goals ever in the history of the competition.
Massive tackle there from Renato Sanchez, who's been here, there and everywhere in this Icon Face-Off presented by PlayStation. Pele, nicely done. It could be a chance. Ashley Cole with R9. He went for a cheeky chip, but if it wasn't for a great save from Van der Sar, that could have been the match winner.
Oh, what a chance. He's done very, very well, Van der Sar, to spread himself. A little dink. It was the right option. Just an equally fantastic save.
Sort of feel like they're built into this game, haven't they?
They've got better and better. Their chemistry starting to flow. But I'll allude back to it. 10 men.
Mane on a little bit of a solo run. Ali G in control, the PlayStation Fan Cup winner. Still will be hustling for the ball. It's Schmeichel off his line. Let's get two hands on it eventually. A chance for Ashley Cole in game to play out on this left-hand side. Intercepted by Hullet. One back. Well, for a throw-in.
What we got left? 5 minutes? Time to be a hero.
Late drama. Maybe, just maybe.
It's what we've come to associate with the eChampions League.
Tell you what, Morientes just driving with R9 there. Does get dispossessed. Cole wins it back with Pele. Thiago into R9. It's Ashley Cole. Oh, what a chance. R9's done so well for him. Kimpembe back to save the day again. Will there be one more chance? Yes, there will. Has to be perfect. Added time to follow, probably nothing more than a minute. There it is, a minute of added time. Playing for the final chance of the game.
That's a little bit risky.
They might not get it. We've played it. And there we have it.
All square. What a piece.
Well, let's see what the plan is here. Is it ends a draw?
While we're deciding, we'll get a little word from Shauna. 1-1. Disappointed not to have picked up the result in the 90 minutes, going to extra time?
A little bit, considering, you know, we had a one-man advantage, but I think them having a red card made their chemistry, like, go up. I don't know.
They often say you play better when you're down to 10 men. Brandon, what's Tony think to that?
Well, can confirm extra time is on the way. Tony, give us your thoughts of the overall 90. Bearing in mind you had 10 players on the field, I think you bounced back well.
Yes, we have many chances. They just scored a penalty and they didn't approach even our goal. They don't know our goalie. They don't know him. So, I mean, we playing very good football here.
Extra time now. You mentioned Gareth Bale. Are we going to make some subs?
Yeah, it's like they call the Real Madrid time, right? The last part of the game. You know that. Are you going to see it tomorrow?
If you didn't know already, Tony's a massive Real Madrid fan. Predictions for tomorrow?
I'm a fan. I mean, I like Real Madrid. I can say that. Yeah, I'm excited for tomorrow.
Predictions?
We're going to be, at some point of the match, going to be losing, for sure, but then we're going to come back.
Okay. Well, they're winning regardless. He's going to be in Paris tomorrow enjoying that one, Tony. But regardless, he's got to win a game first, Richard, before he gets there, and I'm just going to wait to rejoin it.
Yeah, the lobby is being made at the moment. If you're enjoying any of the action, make sure you stick with us. It's the eChampions League Grand Final coming up very shortly indeed. Matthias Bonanno, Nicholas 99 FC, the two Argentines battling it out. The winner will not only take home the eChampions League trophy, but also $75,000 as well. A truly remarkable moment. And also, the first time we've seen that trophy in particular being lifted in, 3 years? We were remote for a couple of years, Oliver PN lifting it, and the last time it was lifted, New York City Chris, all the way back in 2019, now known as Diddy Chris Lito.
Yeah, 2019, back in Madrid last time we saw that trophy lifted, and $75,000 on the line, Richard. It's not a bad lump of cash. As we said before that, we've got this Icon Faceoff to conclude between these two players here. Ashley, if I can ask you, I've always wanted to know this. What's it like playing with yourself in game?
I don't tend to do it too often, to be honest. But no, it's amazing to see yourself on a computer game. But if I had a choice, I wouldn't play or put myself in the team that I use.
What do you think's lacking about your player in game? If you had to be harsh.
Maybe my shooting. I think I should be marked up a little bit more on my shooting.
Well, I think he's done a great job in there, Rich. He's been making some great runs on the left-hand side.
I feel like the in-game Ashley Cole item plays better when Ashley Cole's also controlling him in real life. We're getting underway very shortly indeed. Extra time is where we're going to kick off. And hopefully we can find a winning goal.
Hopefully indeed. Extra time is upon us here in this Icon Faceoff presented by PlayStation. Incredible opportunity for two FIFA players to come out here to Sweden to meet icons of the game, alongside FIFA creators from around the world. 30 minutes is needed. Who knows? Penalties might even be needed as well, Richard.
Yeah, absolutely. There's always the potential of the dreaded spot kicks. So we're about to get underway in extra time. 30 additional minutes. Will it be Team Morientes? Will it be Team Cole coming out victorious?
What makes this interesting, though, Richard, because we've rejoined the game on the esports build, there's no need for a change. There's no need for a sub. Same starting 11. Team Cole in that Liverpool strip from right to left in this first half of extra time. The red player icon's being controlled by Romeo, the Fan Cup winner in the yellow. Here's Ashley Cole. So on the flip side, it is Ali G, the Fan Cup winner, with the blue icon above his head. And the light green is the foot hero, introduced to FIFA 22 this year, Fernando Morientes. Team Cole building up nicely with a player who has been so influential in this game, Renato Sanchez. This is nice from Romeo, the Fan Cup winner, building with Pele. A couple of skill moves combined as he looks to line that killer pass into Mane.
Since the extra time periods got underway, Team Cole certainly looked the more likely out of the two sides.
What a touch that is. Mane, what's a ball that could be? Ashley Cole scores with Pele! The moment we've been waiting for one of these icons to step up and score. It's come at the best of times in extra time with Pele.
It's a really nice finisher as well, sweeping the ball past the goalkeeper first time. A lot of the work done before it's fallen to Pele, but still got to put the ball in the back of the net, and he did exactly that.
Well, this is where we got to see a reaction, haven't we? 7 minutes left in his first 15, or is it going to be onslaught?
Well, extra time's be one-way traffic.
Oh, wow, look at the red shirts running forward. It's Ashley Cole looking to be the provider this time. It's a great idea with a cross. 2 hands on it from Edwin van der Sar. Team Morientes trying to do their best to have the last chance of the half. They will get it again.
Oh, a little bit cynical. Sadio Mane goes into the book.
I think they'll call it a tactical foul.
If you look up tactical foul in the dictionary, you've just got a picture of that right there. 105th minute.
Big switch of play. Finds Alex Telles. Whips it into the box. It's headed away by Renato Sanchez. Added time of just a minute. Will be enough time to get one more chance if they can look after possession. Defended well, and that should do us for half-time and extra time. Tony, I've got to come to you again. It's all going to plan.
So we figured out which one is Morientes. So when Morientes has the ball, we pressure him. So he lose possession. So it's good, you know, to have a friendly show match like this. You can do cheeky stuff like that.
Tactical, Richard. It's just not very nice, is it? Shauna, what's gone wrong?
They're pressuring Morientes, that's what's gone wrong. I don't know. I feel like we need to be more attacking. We need to like hold it more in the final third, shoot more. I don't know how many shots we've had in the second half, but it's not been enough. So yeah, hopefully.
I think we're going to throw caution to the wind. Constant pressure has just been applied. So there's got to be bodies flying forward.
It could go either one of 2 ways, that, Richard. Well. Is that goal from Pele that Ashley Cole scored going to be the match winner? That came in the 98th minute in this Icon Faceoff presented by PlayStation. In a 2v2 game of FIFA 22. A Fan Cup winner and an Icon. Here is Riyad Mahrez. Good feet from Ashley Cole, controlling Mahrez still. It's a good idea again. It just... I mean, finesse?
You can call it that.
Take a finesse.
Yeah. More of a back pass.
Morientes now of Pele.
Big
Nicely
chance.
done. Ali G in control. Fan Cup winner tries his best to ball roll, scoop, turn his way into the box. But there's the gaps that are now going to start appearing.
Might get 1 or 2 more chances for Team Morientes to potentially force a penalty shootout. But the gaps are opening at the back.
Just got us downside, he will. Pele still just about with it, offloads it. Into Mane, this could be the goal that seals the deal. Brave from Van der Sar. And into the pause we go again. It looks to be changes on your side of the field, Richard.
Yeah, we've seen subs being brought on. Vinicius Junior potentially. Tony spoke about Gareth Bale. He's entering the pitch right now as well.
Can I ask you, Ashley, is it all about game management now?
Yes. Yeah, we'll put Gareth Bale on for the long diagonal balls because he's good in the air, Romy said. So.
And how did it feel bagging that goal as well?
It's not too bad. Not too bad. Get the winner.
Decent finish. There you go. Watch out for Gareth Bale. Long ball forward. We're playing long ball with 7 minutes left to play.
Didn't realise Tony resembled Big Sam, but 7 minutes left to play. Lump it long. The message for Team Ashley Cole.
This could be it. They can seal it now. Still could be alive. Not once but twice. 2 massive saves. Look at the chance now. So running race. Valley G can just get around that player, Kimpembe.
Team Morientes are not out of this yet. 5 minutes on the clock and ball possession. Maybe I spoke a second too soon.
Has to be perfect though, Richard. It's a bit frantic there in the midfield. Constant press has been implied. This is it. To seal the deal, it's Mane through to Ashley Cole. Plays the one more. It was either a great tackle from Kimpembe with Morientes, or was it just a bad touch?
I think it's an outstanding tackle. Ricocheted it off the attacker. Last chance saloon.
Perfect. Perfect in the build-up. A chance for Romeo, the Fan Cup winner, to seal the deal with Pele. Tries to play the one more pass, as selfish as he is. We go back for a free kick. That should do it. Your Icon Faceoff, presented by PlayStation, has had extra time and an end-to-end game. There will be one winner. Team Cole and the Fan Cup winner of Romeo, coached by Tony MC, will come out as deserved winners in this matchup. What a game it was, Richard. Extra time needed.
It's just what we wanted, really. End-to-end FIFA, chances, opportunities, red cards. I think the only thing we missed for a few penalties.
Well, amazing stuff. Thank you so much to the Icons, the Fan Cup winners, the coaches. But for now, it's over to Rachel to give us her thoughts about that game. What an exciting game of FIFA that was.
Well, that was pretty entertaining, wasn't it, to say the least? And Tony MC, he can be on a coach on any of our teams, because he was pretty cheeky, I'm going to say there, making great observations to win that match. But if you enjoyed that, we have some more FIFA as well coming tomorrow. Join into PlayStation's Twitch, which is twitch.tv/PlayStation, tomorrow at 2 p.m. Central Eastern Time, and watch some of the best players on PlayStation tournaments around the world play the UEFA Champions League final on FIFA 22. Can they predict the big winner from this season? Tune in to find out tomorrow. That's going to be great fun as well. Well, that was great fun, wasn't it? I hope you guys enjoyed our Icons Face-Off presented by PlayStation. Team Cole coming out on top over Team Morientes. But the grand final is next.
Pele on eye, Numit has to be patient, will be patient!
At the practice games, I was really confident because I won many matches and I played really, really good FIFA.
Big chance here for Umit!
The Vasco was really good for me. I was with Vinicius in the box and he stand there with his Marquinhos and I cancelled the pass.
Look at the cancels, look at the skill moves, R9! The smiles continue in Germany. And RB Leipzig's Umit.
It's a crazy feeling to be in the top 8. It's such an unbelievable tournament and I worked so hard for this moment and now I'm here.
Well, the time has come. This is the eChampions League Grand Finals between Nicholas 99 FC Team Guild, of course, and Matthias Bonanno Team Heretics. Yes, Mike, it is getting a little bit hot in the studio here in Stockholm, or it's a bit cold, whichever way you're looking at it, because we know the Iceman is out in force. The Iceman, for those of you who are just tuning in, of course, is Nicholas 99 FC. He has ice running through his veins. Guys, this is a massive moment. This is a massive final. Two players from South America. They both come from Argentina via London for Nicholas and via Spain now for Matthias Bonanno. They both travelled over here to Europe to take part in one competition, and one competition only, this one, the Champions League Grand Finals, and they have both done such an excellent job to be here. They've moved their entire lives over here to be in this final, and they've done it. Mike, this is a moment for both of them, isn't it?
And I feel like making a statement, just saying, there's only 2 South Americans that even competed in this event, and they're in the finals against each other. And the only guy that beat Matthias was Nicholas.
Yeah, I mean, talk about that.
That was not an opinion piece. It's an observation.
That was last time out, guys. If you didn't tune in for the knockout, so it's a month ago here in Stockholm as well. Nicholas defeated Matthias Bonanno 3-1 there to send him down into this loser bracket run, which he has absolutely completed with, I'm not going to say ease, because today didn't go quite to plan in the first couple of matches. He ground them out. I mean, how has it been for you watching him progress today?
I mean, it just showed that resilience. At times when he's looked like he's down and out, he's actually managed to keep on pushing. He's actually managed to keep on going. He's actually managed to pull out those results out of the bag at times as well, even with his back against the ropes. At such a young age, he's managed to do that with all the experience he's already gained to make his way to the eChampions League final. But I'll say this, he's still got it all to do, because he's got to force a bracket reset now.
Yeah, of course. Matthias Bonanno has to win not once, but twice here. Nicholas has to only do it once because he's still in that winner bracket run, of course. So this is, ladies and gentlemen, your grand final. Please welcome our finalists to the stage. Matthias Bonanno.
As the man approaches, hopefully you can hear me perfectly now. And if you didn't hear me before, is Argentina the best nation in the competitive FIFA scene? This would say something like that. So we have, of course, Matthias going up against Nicholas, the Iceman, who's approaching undefeated, including beating Matthias 5-6 weeks ago in the knockout stage.
Well, Nicholas 99 FC, Matthias Bonanno 99. These are your grand finalists who are about to go into battle on FIFA 22 to be crowned our eChampions League champion for 22. And I think it's about time we throw up to our casters while our two finalists settle in. We, of course, have Brandon Smith, Richard Buckley, and a very special guest who actually just won the Icon Faceoff. It's Ashley Cole of Team Cole.
Rachel, and yes, I mean, this is weird how life works, doesn't it? eChampions League final, myself, Brandon, with Ashley Cole, who's won the Champions League, and me and Richard Buckley that have never won the Champions League. It should be an exciting one. Ashley, just a quick one. Play on the stage. How was it, nerve-wise? You did score the goal, the winning goal.
I did, but I was nervous. I've had, been fortunate to play in front of 80,000, but to go out here and play the game that, I'm not too comfortable with, I was very nervous, and it showed in my game.
I thought you played all right, to be fair. I thought you played well.
Okay, I'll take that.
We're going to see two outstanding FIFA performers right now, Brandon, on the main stage. They've battled it out, but Matthias Bonanno, he's at a disadvantage because he's come through that loser's bracket.
Yeah, in terms of just finals as well, we haven't actually joined us for the first leg. What changes going into a final of any competition, mentally?
Got to take your chances. You've got to this stage, you've got the opportunity now to win silverware, so you've got to maintain that high quality of focus and determination and try to get the first goal.
And I'm sure pressure and sort of the mental side of the game, something that we see on the FIFA performers all the time, very similar to real life. You know that this is the final, I've got to play at my very best, and managing that mental battle is half of it.
Yeah, they'll be sitting down there now, very confident in their ability because they're in a final. They've had to go through the stages where they've, been in such a tough competition. They've overcome that now. So now they'll just be focused and confident on playing to their best ability.
Yeah, let's not forget that these two have battled, Richard, through online qualifiers in December, 3 or 4 tournaments on the build-up here. This is the big one for two players that have made huge sacrifices, coming over from Argentina to Europe, $75,000. It's a difficult one, isn't it, to put that money to the side of you, Richard?
Yeah, it's... The money is probably, it's always going to be in the back of the mind, and the accolade of the trophy, but just as Ashley said, you've just got to deal with it. You've just got to play the game, and look, the often football phrase is play the match, not the occasion. But it's a lot harder than that, and for someone who's played in monumentous games, how hard is it just to settle?
It will be, because as you mentioned, the prizes are so big. But again, I think they've got to, not rest on their laurels, and they're there for the reason. I think, going into this game, they've got to be really confident in their ability, but hopefully they've got their tactics set up as well.
And you had an opportunity to play on FIFA Ultimate Team just now. You got to use Ronaldo Nazario in game. What's it like using those players? Because they're unbelievable to control. I mean, you said the words, I can't believe how realistic it is.
Yeah, no, it's brilliant. I've, again, had the opportunity to play against some of these players who, I actually play with on the computer. So, yeah, I've been up against them in real life, but to see their top qualities on a computer game is fantastic.
We have to speak about Rich, someone who's got an icon in game, and recently was a player that the community was talking about for a while. He was an SBC, I think, that dropped into the game not long ago. That your item in game of Ashley Cole was being used by people in the FIFA scene, and was a very decent fullback.
Yeah, absolutely. That prime icon moments, the resounding moments at fullback, and I think one of the top 3, top 4, 5 rated fullbacks on the game. So you got
not
to take
too bad.
it.
I'll take that. Yeah.
He was asking for more shooting though, which
I can see it. You got decent left leg, yeah. Well, here we go. Incredible season in the eChampions League, and we're about to get it underway.
Yeah, unbelievable scenes here in Stockholm. It's so nice to be back. The last time we were in person for an eChampions League final was Madrid in 2019, where it was New York City Chris of the United States of America that lifted the trophy, and now we are officially underway. It's Nicholas in the white, kicking from left to right in that Real Madrid. Strip of Matthias Bonanno from right to left here. So much on the line. And still so much to play for.
I think the opening sort of 10, 15 minutes is going to be so important. We saw Matthias Bonanno go 1-0 up really quickly in his losers bracket final, and then just settled into the game. He maintained possession, knocked the ball about, and just sort of played the game at his own pace. Nicholas can't let that happen. And what was save? Cracking save from Van der Sar.
Unbelievable scenes. Matthias Bonanno still knocking on the door, looking for Chamberlain towards that back post. It's a frantic start as Mahrez will do his best to find his way through. How important is it to have an early start in any final?
Yeah, you got to keep that momentum going, keep that confidence flowing, and making sure you keep possession of that ball, because turnovers in this game could be so dangerous, as we just seen there.
And so quick.
Yeah, it turns so quickly. The pace of the game is played is very understated, and you might be watching this at home thinking, yeah, I could do that, or I can play at that pace, but it's so zippy. 3-4 passes and the ball's in behind you, you're 1-0 down.
I bet you felt that when you were playing that Icon Faceoff, just how quick this game is. You've got to think so quickly.
It is. You have to play the game very strategically in terms of course, you can't tire your players out. So, that game management will come into it. But again, you've just got to make sure you keep good possession in your half. You can't lose balls in your own half there.
So another corner to Matthias Bonanno, who's been knocking on the door of Nicholas since this game kicked off. This is the grand final of the Champions League. Headed away, bouncing around the box. Sadio Mane.
It's a save.
Van der Sar is ridiculous.
It was a great volley, great technique there, but end up with another corner.
Headers and volleys in the box, you may as well call it. Kimpembe back to goal. He's not going to be a player that takes a shot, happy to recycle it all the way across from left to right. Ridiculous start this from Matthias Bonanno of Team Heretics, who did beat Tex on the build-up to this one.
No, he did, and he dispatched Tech 6-0. It was that early goal, 2-0 up inside sort of 30 minutes, and then you can defend, you can sit a little bit deeper, you can force your opponent to make mistakes and just pick at the bones. It's a strategic strategy, but for it to be successful, you've got to get that early goal.
80 minutes to play. It's a frantic start. I think it's more how important it is, Richard, for Matthias to go up by a goal to nil to unsettle Nicholas, because he's a player that normally likes to take the lead, and yeah, he hasn't lost the game. Mahrez back to Cuadrado, will look to whip that ball in all the way across, finds Hullet. Sanchez trying to do what he can. Cuadrado on the overlap. One of the only players that actually looks to start Juan Cuadrado, the Colombian fullback.
We've seen everybody use that fullback over the years. Ruud Hullit's had a spell there when back post crosses were a thing. I mean, it's almost a position that you stick in there to sometimes offensively, sometimes defensively.
Cuadrado back to Mahrez, looking to build up superbly. Well, Alex Telles does get pickpocketed. It's the Colombian fullback trying to strump forward. It could be ridiculous for Ronaldo. No, he just can't get enough on it. Van der Sar has been so good for Matthias Bonanno, but he just can't save it.
Yeah, when you hang balls up like that, back post, you know, that's Ronaldo's bread and butter. So got to defend the wide areas a little bit better for me.
And how dangerous is Ronaldo in real life?
His leap and timing is phenomenal. So you know how many goals he scored over the years, good quality headers, great timing, bicycle kicks. He had everything in the locker.
I'll be honest, I'm asking questions of the goalkeeper.
Me too. Yeah, if you get a hand on it, you got to stop it.
It's almost down the middle as well.
How does Van der Sar do that down one end?
And then at the other end, he
yeah.
Hands made of plastic bags. Like, you have to do better in a grand final as well. You have to do better.
How many times is it such a common phrase that you feel 1-0 down, it's not really justified? Chamberlain to try and equalise it, finds Pallin. Marquinhos. Tries his best to drive this forward into Marquinhos here. How many times have you been in a game, Ashley, in your time where you've been so dominant? You go 1-0 down still and you're standing there questioning yourself, we deserve to be in this game a bit more, but it just hasn't gone that way.
Yeah, you have them frustrating moments, but you know he's got to overcome that. He's finding it very difficult to regain a possession there, but again, he's still got time. Don't panic yet.
We've seen a very early pause. What, we got 34 minutes on the clock, and changes being made tactical between these two players. It's never too early to make a tactical change, Ashley?
I would say disagree? No. I disagree. I think, of course, you're losing another sub. So you know, later on in the game, could you use someone with a little bit more speed or pace, power? So yeah, I think he's could have made a little boo-boo there, making a sub.
Cruyff gets the start, which hasn't happened for many players throughout this Champions League process. And not many pros have backed the Dutch forward. He certainly is capable of the job.
Yeah, he's one of the best players on the game, Johan Cruyff, but with only 3 icons to choose from that you can select, he's typically not the player picked.
Nice. This could be an equaliser.
Oh, what
there
a
it
finish.
is.
Another one. Balls in the box.
Ronaldo, superb finish.
Yeah, balls in the box seem to be, you know, the theme of the day. It's a great touch, great finish, great technique again. 1-1, deserved.
And R9, you give him a sniff. He's sticking it in the back of the net. Beautiful knockdown as well. You can't understate the assist for Matthias Bonanno. Level pegging just before half-time. Perfect time to score.
Some would say it's deserved after that start that Matthias Bonanno had. Two players that know each other so well, Richard. Two Argentines that were national teammates. Both were playing in Argentina last year before moved over to London to play in tournaments like this. To be involved in days like this too, as live fans are in the building here in Stockholm. A game of all games, a $75,000 game, the Champions League Grand Final. Remember, this is a 2-legged game, so still there's technically 3 halves of FIFA. left to be played. Added time of just 1 minute. Sanchez will do well at half-time. It is 1-1. Nicholas 1, Matthias 1. Ashley, thoughts at the break? Fair to say that it should be 1-1, or do you think Matthias maybe should be leading after that dominant start?
No, I think it's a fair result so far. 1-1. You know, both enjoyed good spells of possession. Not too many chances at goal, but when they did get in front of the goal, they took their chance. 1-1.
I've just seen the XG. Matthias 1.4, Nicholas 0. 0 XG at the halfway point. So maybe you're saying that Adrian van der Sar should have done better, reflected in the in-game statistics as well.
Yeah, Van der Sar playing out his skin for Nicholas. Quite literally, as we said, we're very lucky to be joined in the commentary booth by someone who has won the Champions League. Just a quick word on the Champions League. We're lucky enough to be involved in the eChampions League. What is it about this tournament, this footballing tournament, that is just so special?
I think so many, you know, to me, massive icons have had the privilege to, you know, step on the stage, win the trophy, hold the trophy up. So as a young kid, seeing, you know, players that I looked up to growing up lift this famous trophy, you know, that's what makes it special to me.
I think as well, when you think of footballers and their sort of standout moments, they all typically fall in the Champions League. Zidane, the volley, Drogba, the incredible performance. I'm sure you've got good memories of that as well.
I've watched that a few times, yeah.
But it's just where the best players play seemingly their best football, and very similar to what FIFA as well.
And what was that night like?
Unbelievable. Very difficult to describe, you know, in words to you right now. The feeling, going into the game and then actually lifting the trophy.
Amazing stuff, and great to have 4 Champions League winners with us here in Stockholm. We are looking at potentially the next eChampions League winner. As we're back on the way for the second half. Nicholas 1, Matthias Bonanno 1 in the opening leg. It was an early goal from Cristiano Ronaldo before it was the icon of Ronaldo Nazario. Squared things up. Nicholas trying his best to outsmart Kyle Walker at the back. What's that run that's just being teased forward by Riyad Mahrez? Cancelo comes across. To just do enough. It's difficult for these two, Richard, because as you said, they just know each other so well.
Yeah, sparring partners, played probably hundreds of games against each other. They also played so much last year when we were playing remote, obviously with the global situation. In South America, it seemed like every other tournament they were matching each other, whether it was in semi-finals or grand finals. They know each other's game inside and out. And when they matched a month ago, in this exact arena, on that exact stage, it was a 3-1 victory for Nicholas. So if history is going to repeat himself, it will be Nicholas lifting the eChampions League trophy.
No doubt, that's just a little bit of extra motivation for Matthias to go and get that result. "30 minutes left to play off this first leg. So far, so good. Question I have to ask you, Ashley, in terms of the newest sort of fullbacks coming through the ranks in world football. We get to sit here and mostly commentate over the likes of João Cancelo, Kyle Walker. For you, who's been the sort of standout talent over the last 12 months in world football?
I've enjoyed watching Theo Hernandez, AC Milan fullback. I think he's, you know, obviously just won the Serie A Scudetto, and I just feel he's, you know, the next one. He has everything about talking about Theo, and then he just does that. What a finish!
Bonanno. Incredible scenes from Pele. Was building up so nicely. We're seeing it on the replay. R9 into Pele. It was time green. He was not messing around there. And from 1-0 down, that pressure, Richard, and the XG now starting to come off in his favour.
Yeah, and you talk about fullbacks. It built up from the wide area, moving the ball inside. First time finish past the goalkeeper into the far post. While we're in this pause, I just want to pick your brains, Ashley. I mentioned these two played so much against each other. They almost know each other's game plan inside and out. How hard is it when you've been playing and you know the winger, or your teammates internationally with the winger, or you've played against him a lot, knowing sort of what they're going to do, having to change up your game a little bit, or knowing what they're going to do and they're changing up their game? Is there a battle there?
Yeah, mentally the battle will start pre-game, before the game. But again, it's just, keeping your wits about you, because as you mentioned, you could change as these players do in-game. So you just got to be aware of that.
Having that plan B, C, D.
It's sort of like not giving all your gems away.
Yeah, but for sure. I've played against a lot of my best friends, and I know them, they know me. But of course, it's who strongest weapon works.
Well, there still is plenty of time left in this one. Nicholas looking to equalise off the back of conceding. Mane will do his best to find Vinicius Junior. It's been an action-packed day here in Sweden. We kicked off the day with 8 players, 4 Germans that I sit here and think, how is there not a German player in at least the top 3?
Crash out the tournament early doors. First 2 rounds of action. All 4 of the German players did fall out. We're left with 2 Argentines.
Mahrez, a couple of ball rolls. This is Matthias Bonanno looking to build up for a 3rd goal in this game. Quadrado. Antonato Sanchez, who's been the ultimate box-to-box midfielder, might not be in icon form, but regardless of that, lost Lille still does. Brilliant job in the midfield. Moving from side to side. Still between the 2 midfielders. Sanchez, Hullet. Finds Mane now, looking for the equaliser. Nicholas, maybe a bit too tight, wins a corner.
He's very good in those areas, though. Down the byline, just looking to probe, try and get that extra opportunity, that cutback. We see a lot of goals, the extra pass. It's what we've been known for this year in FIFA eSports, and it's a really, really tactical game. Sort of a chess match at the moment we're seeing unfold.
Yeah, and obviously forget away goals for a split second, but in Champions League across so many 2-legged matches that you would have played in your career, how important is it to take a goal, at least to that second leg?
Yeah, you always want to take a goal, give yourself an opportunity to obviously go back home and kind of finish the job off. So it's very important to score away from home.
Will Matthias get that? Or Nicholas have other ideas? He's coming together in the box, very nearly. It's Kimpembe of all people that was on his way to equalise it.
It's very, very scrappy all of a sudden.
Yeah, I would like to see some more shots from outside the box. Test the goalies. Test the goalies.
I mean, we've seen Van der Sar on one end.
Exactly.
It's not been great so far.
Gareth Bale off the bench into Telles. Matthias looking for goal number 3. Nicely done, Pele. Still, he's patient, is Matthias, so patient. Pele, one more pass, you'd like to think he might fall kindly. It was Bale for a second, then it was R9. It just couldn't bounce or fall to the feet of the forward as he would have wanted. I mean, Gareth Bale's synonymous with scoring Champions League goals. It was only been right to get one in the final here of the eChampions League. Final 4 minutes of leg 1. Nicholas will get a chance. Maybe that was it there. Defended well superbly by Kyle Walker. As we approach the 90th minute, would you say deserved winner coming out this first leg, Ashley, or is it too hard to call?
Yeah, no, I think so far he's deserved to be 2-1 up. I think he's looked a better player in this matchup, and I still think there's more to come from him.
Yeah, 3rd goal would be really nice going into the half-time break after this first leg of action, but Matthias Bonanno with a certainly stronger XG, maybe the stats going in his favour, but only 1 goal to sort of take into that second leg.
Yeah, amazing stuff. And I have to ask you, Ashley, what would you join us for the second leg? Do you think Matthias takes the result? Do you think he's the Champions League winner?
Yeah, I see a little bit more, I felt, from Matthias, so I think he's going to go on and win it.
Amazing stuff. Well, thank you so much for joining us here in Sweden. It's been an absolute pleasure having you in the commentary booth. We're off for a quick break now. When we get back, it's time for the second leg between Nicholas and Matthias. Which Argentine will lift the trophy here in Sweden? Only time will tell. We're back in a few minutes' time to find out who will be the eChampions League winner.
can be dangerous, doesn't have the 5-star skills that maybe he'd want in that area. This man certainly does. Heel to heel. Oh, 9! Simple for Feldman.
If my opponent gives me the option to go forward and I see that his defense is not that strong, I will try to score a lot.
Robbie Feldman, beautiful play in around the box.
My opponent didn't have any constant pressure tactics, and I just thought to myself, okay, if he's not going to press me, I'm not going to give him the ball. I know it's not the prettiest thing to do.
LA, big opportunity, down well to it. The rebound falls nicely. It's ugly, but he will not care one bit.
I don't care. I took the win, and that's the most important thing in esport.
Well, potentially we are just one game away from crowning a new eChampions League winner for this year in FIFA 22, but that would require one hell of a second leg from that man on your screen, Nicholas 99, who trails by 2-1 against his fellow Argentine and good friend in the FIFA scene, who wants to take this one more game further into a bracket reset. You join myself, Brandon Smith, and Richard Buckley for the call of the grand finals here live from Stockholm, a game that certainly is swinging towards a bracket reset.
It is at the moment 2-1. Matthias Bonanno does lead. However, if anyone is capable of turning this around, it's that man in the yellow guild hoodie on the screen, Nicholas 99 FC.
Well then, leg 2 underway here in the eChampions League final. $75,000 on the line and the all-important trophy. But after a 2-year wait, he's back to be lifted in person. It's a moment that we've been waiting a long time for, Richard.
It certainly is. What, 3 years?
If it wasn't for Van der Sar being so heroic in the first game for Nicholas, it could have been 3 or 4-1. There was something about the last time these two played in Stockholm in the knockouts. There was a little bit of fire to this game, wasn't there?
Bit of spice added into...
Don't always see emotion from Nicholas. We saw it certainly
tenfold
last time here in Sweden. Building nicely, Nicholas with our 9 just offside.
I think there's that sort of extra edge on it, just for the simple fact that there is always that pride of being the best, especially sort of from your country or from your region. You want to be the best, and Nicholas has had that mantle for a very long time.
Cheeky reversal has to go, fires through the legs, back to R9, one more pass, Mane makes it 3-1. And we're edging towards a bracket reset, which if you don't know what that means, we play this game again over 2 legs.
Goal for the hosts, number 7, Sadio Mane.
Wow. Matthias Bonanno is strapping in for a long ride on that stage. Because as it stands, this game will conclude. That will mean that Nicholas has suffered a defeat here in the eChampions League. And we will play again. We'll start fresh. A brand new 2-legged match of FIFA to see who lifts the trophy.
Always seems to be the way in a grand final. There's always a potential bracket reset that often seems to happen. Sanchez, Mane wanting to make it certain it will be going to another game.
Cruyff.
Nicholas. Well, is there one more pass? Cruyff off the post. It was bouncing. Just couldn't bounce in towards the goal.
Just didn't make a strong enough contact on the ball. It was beautiful play. The double tap pass into the path of Johan Cruyff, but just couldn't quite squeeze it into the near post.
Interesting that he does play for Nicholas Richard Cruyff. He hasn't been backed by
anyone else.
Anyone
other than Nicholas.
It's the same argument you can have in a different regard to Thiago starting for the German players. Everyone's got their own favourites in amongst this Champions League format. Pele to make it 4-1 while playing Kimpembe.
Alex Oxlade-Chamberlain for Matthias Bonanno.
Cristiano Ronaldo for Nicholas.
I think the pool of players available to utilise in your squads, especially here at the Champions League, given it only Champions League for items and icons who have played in the competition, sort of just gives it that little bit more. I should say icons, any icons we see Pele used, but it just gives it that little bit more added interest, I would say, in the squad selection department, because not all the same sort of players and same squads are utilised.
Walker from fullback. This could be 4 goals to 1. Pele, Mane can't rush it through. It's a difficult one. There has to be credit given if Matthias Bonanno was to pull this off today to his coach and Edu, who has been remarkable on the journey. The success that Team Heretics have had this year in the Global Series.
Also, just the effort, the sort of heroic effort that it's required to overturn from the losers bracket as well. He's been in there since the start of play today. He's played more games than anybody else, and he finds himself in a grand final, arguably looking fresher than ever.
Well, who knocked him down to the loser bracket? Nicholas. And he may have taken a long road and an extra few games to get to this stage now, but if anything, it's like, yes, you knocked me down to the loser bracket, but I'm not done yet. There may be 4 weeks and a bit on, but I'm back for more. And I'm back to force this into a bracket reset. If can hold on to this result. Currently leads by 3-1. Does Matthias Bonanno against Nicholas. Again, this would not conclude the match and would not make Matthias as the Champions League winner. It would be a bracket reset, which means we have to play again. That because Nicholas is on the winner's bracket side and Matthias is on the loser bracket side. Half time between these two. Maybe time for a change for Nicholas. Because at the moment, can't seem to break down Matthias Bonanno. Great to see a crowd in here as well in Stockholm that
absolutely
join us for the final day.
Yeah, it's great to see so many people in here supporting and witnessing potential history being made. eChampions League 2022 will be lifted potentially in 45 minutes time, potentially in about 45 minutes in real life time.
Quite literally. What a setup it's been there. You see the trophy in sight of one of these two will be lifted. Here in Stockholm, headset back on from Nicholas. Love from Nicholas's coach. Notepad and pen. Back to basics, writing down every single small intricacy or interesting point he may have to bring forward to Nicholas of how Matthias is approaching this game. And so far on paper for Matthias Bonanno, every single final he's been to, Richard, other than the La Liga Cup, he has won.
So far so good, isn't it? In finals for Matthias Bonanno. Nicholas looking a little bit stronger though, coming out of the second half.
Got it on Hull. It's Matthias that comes out on top, maybe not. Oh, he did so well.
Oh, he deserved it. The cancel is magnificent. Sit the goalkeeper down. Just can't quite squeeze it in the near post.
Cancel there of the shot was immaculate. Just too tight on the angle of the finish. Matthias can take the pressure off him. That would be in the form of scoring another goal. Nicely done. Pele finds R9.
If Matthias does score next, it's probably game over, you would say. 4-1 lead, 30 minutes left to play.
But look, that second leg can be, or second match can be so different.
It can, yeah. Game over for this in particular series. We then reset the bracket and we go again.
Well, he has spoken about pressure being a privilege this weekend, has Nicholas. That would certainly be the perfect time to use that quote. If he was to lose this game, it would force the bracket reset. And that'd mean that he'd have to come out and really bring the best performance he has, potentially of the season. His main job here was to get into the playoffs, the Global Series playoffs, which give him a chance of being at the FIFA E-World Cup. That's what he did in his first game, beating Umit. And he said after that the pressure was off in some regards. But still, the opportunity was there to lift this trophy. Nice scoop turn from Ronaldo. How many Team Heretic shirts are back, forming the most difficult of midfield and defensive lines to break down. Sanchez finds Hullet again. Is there a crack in this back line? No, there isn't. It's an offside trap played, and maybe this is Nicholas's sort of final roll of the dice with 22 minutes left to play. He needs 2 goals. I mean, there's not really much to lose. If he loses, it's a bracket reset. If he gets a goal back, it's game on.
Yeah, both coaches deep inside the tactics and instructional changes being made right now, personnel changes as well, I would imagine being brought on. We've seen Gareth Bale be influential off the bench with his height, power and pace that the Welshman does provide. You can see the changes being made there as well. It is Gareth Bale looking like potentially as a left fullback. Maybe going to find his way higher up the pitch for Nicholas on the right-hand side of your screen. Matthias Bonanno's point of view, João Cancelo looks like he'll be entering the pitch for this final 20 minutes.
If you had to describe in a few words, Richard, what has been so impressive about this performance from Matthias across the two legs?
It's almost a continuation of his game against Tex in the way that he's just sort of not shut up shop, but he's looked really, really calm. Just as I say that, he gives possession away, potentially opens up a counter-attacking opportunity. It's just the calmness of his play, but also when he is defending, there's always seemingly a black shirt in the way. Whether that's on the block, whether that's on the passing lane, or the last-ditch tackle.
Nicholas running out of time and running out of luck, unfortunately. So that one goes out for a goal kick.
The press is there.
Well, Nicholas has done crazy things in his time in FIFA esports. One of those coming all those years back at the FIFA World Cup. This would require one hell of a turnaround, though. Here's Bale to seal the deal.
Must score, really. It's a golden opportunity. You're one-on-one with the goalkeeper. Maybe there was a pass even across the box to another shirt running in.
Look at the gaps where Nicholas is naturally just pressing them, running bodies forward. Last 10 minutes. Bale wins it back. 2 goals needed without really any time left in this. Cruyff. The ongoing runner there was R9. It was a bit too obvious to play that pass. But it stopped in his tracks again, once but twice. Nicely won back, Cuadrado. It's just a heretic shirt in the way, alternatively.
What a
flying goalkeeper in Van der Sar that time parries it around for a corner kick. 7.5 minutes left to play. It's 2 goals needed.
Cracking save from Edwin van der Sar, you have to say. Outstretched, full frame. A wingspan of an albatross across his goal right there, tipping it out for a corner kick. Time is dwindling.
I think it is. I'm happy to be proven wrong. Six minutes. And Matthias on the ball, less than that now. Well, it's half the job done. For Heretics, Matthias Bonanno. 9 to conclude it. Doesn't really need to, he's already got a 2-goal cushion. Mathematically, I don't think it's possible. It's a performance to be proud of from Matthias. Finesse from distance into the hands of Van der Sar. It's happening, people. A bracket reset in the eChampions League final is upon us.
Job half done for Matthias Bonanno. He's seen the mission objective and he's ticked it off. Force a bracket reset.
If anything, it's 1 for 1. I beat you in the knockouts, I've beaten you in the final. Might as well call it the ultimate best of 3. That's full time here in the eChampions League final. A bracket reset will happen here in Stockholm. Nicholas will have to take on Matthias Bonanno again. He's done the hard part, Matthias, and now he has to go and beat him again over 2 legs to lift the trophy in Sweden and to be called the eChampions League winner. Can he do it? It is a huge task, a mammoth task. It's a wake-up call for Nicholas 99 when we get back from this break. It is Grand Final, Take 2, Part 2. Don't go anywhere. We'll be back in a few minutes' time. Two good chances though, Gravison, in the first 20 minutes. It's going to build him confidence. Denny 10. Pele! That's the difference!
I played really confident at the warm-up. My first opponent, I beat him 6-2. I think we are in a good way. It was not easy to score against me.
Beautiful! What a save! Pulling out saves all weekend long.
For me, it was easy to score a goal. So the key was the formation.
It's on 9 minutes in! 40 minutes, he's done well there. Oh no, he's done even better!
I looked to my coach and I smiled because I know it's over. I'm through and now we are in the top 8.
Welcome back to the eChampions League Grand Finals here in Stockholm, Sweden. We're at the final hurdle. Matthias Bonanno against Nicholas 99 FC, who's going to be walking away with the eChampions League title and $75,000. We are 2 legs of FIFA from finding out.
No, we are indeed. It was a bracket reset that was formed by not Nicholas, but the other Argentine that has been making all the headlines over the last 12 months in competitive FIFA. That man on your screen that relocated to Madrid at the start of this FIFA 22 season to have more opportunities to play in tournaments and league partners such as the eChampions League. Who would have thought that that plan has all come together so well, being in a grand final for both of these two in the eChampions League. That's why they came to Europe for this tournament.
They came with one purpose, and it was to play in tournaments of this stature. And boy, have they done themselves proud, and the entirety of South America and Argentina, for that matter of fact.
Doesn't really feel pressure, so it feels with Matthias Bonanno. Always cracking a smile, no matter.
Because he sees me in the commentary booth.
I don't know where you're getting this illusion from. I know you're a fan. Matthias Bonanno. We're hoping to lift that, but so will Nicholas, who today bagged himself a spot at the FIFA playoffs, hoping that he could do enough to book a spot in the World Cup. We're back on the way here for the bracket reset. Matthias Bonanno from left to right in that Team Heretic strip, who lifted the trophy just a few weeks ago in London, not for a 1v1 tournament, though. It was the 2v2 Team of the Season Cup. Was he wanting to do it in person in any 1v1 tournament that he can? He was the FGS4 winner as of late. He is the #1 ranked player in Europe West. Nicholas said that, all right, yeah, my online results might not have been as good this year, but regardless of that, in person, it's so different, and I'm a player that can prove that.
Almost saying that's where I play my best FIFA, that's where I perform. It's hard to get motivated online, but when I'm online, when I'm in person, that's where the real Iceman comes to play.
As we've seen throughout the last few years, Ronaldo, it's Cristiano Ronaldo involved alongside Ronaldo Nazzaro, two of the players that Nicholas does back in this team, alongside that Cruyff, Hullet, Riyad Mahrez on the right-hand side. It's an action-packed attacking 4 players for Guild Esports' Nicholas. You'd probably argue he's coming into the best form at the right time. It's playoffs just around the corner, Richard. You'd probably put your money on your house on him making the World Cup.
We didn't last year. Matthias Bonanno.
Ronaldo, Elastico, timed it red, that was the difference.
Big opportunity for Matthias to open up the scoring here. The red time shot sort of fumbled into the goalkeeper.
Regardless, it's the first warning shot fired. Nicholas. What's key this time is that Nicholas does start this game with the first goal. Something he wasn't able to do.
Great tackle from Hullet.
So long. In leg one, Hullet has been everywhere, but I just feel like Renato Sanchez is such a compliment alongside him.
Almost, he can do everything that Hullet can do. Equally as good, maybe just not as physical, you would say. A little bit more mobile as well.
Ronaldo, a little fake shot into the box, won't be enough. He was hoping that, if anything, he was in the box. That's what he's there for, just to offer that extra question mark on the right back of Kyle Walker when the ball does go in the air. And he finds himself in the midfield too. We'll pull it, not for that long. Sanchez drops into a back 5. It's the prime example of how you can use a 3-5-2. Matthias Bonanno, it's been part of his formula to success of the recent FGS tournaments.
Well, I think some of his success as well is the fact that, yes, he can play a 3-back, he can also play really comfortably in the 4-3-2-1. And also the formation that we've seen probably the most this weekend from him, the 5-2-1-2. 3 different formations, all offer you different elements of gameplay, all offer you different tactics and instructions and sort of the way that they play. So having 3 formations that you can go into is so important.
Cruyff, Hullet! I mean, he timed it green, it didn't even hit the target. I don't think there was a save. We'll have to see it again on the replay, but the chance that Nicholas was able to create there, it was a perfect one-more pass from Cruyff into the midfielder. Got to be crying out for that to be on target.
Have to be. Have to be. We're going to see it again here. Ruud Hullet was the maker of the move. He carried on his run. Johan Cruyff played it into him and It's a goal kick. It's a miss from Ruud Gullit after being timed green on a 5-star weak foot as well, you have to say.
Have to be asking for more from the prime Icon midfielder. That does go out for a goal kick. There was no hand on it from Van der Sar, which just plays wide. Regardless of it, he will give Nicholas confidence, Richard, that he's able to create chances. As we said, they both had results on each other. Nicholas beat Matthias back in the knockout stage of this tournament. And here today in the grand final, the best time to pick up a result. Matthias was able to win 3-1, forcing this bracket reset that you see now. Gullit, nicely done. It's good hustle from the Dutch midfielder, Sanchez. Couple of ball rolls, does what he can. It's still Renato Sanchez now, the Portuguese box-to-box midfielder of Lille, still with it somehow. One more pass. Oh, it's just offside, but regardless of it, what build-up that was.
No, it was great build-up. It was a really good win-back of possession as well. He's pressed very quickly, has Nicholas, when the ball's been sort of played into quite a fragile area on the edge of Matthias's box. Nicholas has gone quickly, he's won the ball back and then looked to play into that extra pass territory. Even though it was offside, it's a very good save as well from Van der Sar, getting across his goal.
Yeah, it was a guessing game when you get into that area. Fortunate enough for Matthias, he was just offside. He's on 9, it's Cole Walker! Of all people, that could have been the hero.
He's not the man you want the ball to fall to.
He's happy to take the shot regardless. Both have been able to create a chance in this opening 45. If you have just joined us, it's grand final time here for the eChampions League. Live from Stockholm, Sweden. The best 2 players that have made it through online qualifiers, group stages, knockouts. How about that for a seat? So we'll be missing for such a long time, being back in person with fans in the building. Tactics and words from both coaches just being implemented. It's been pretty even first 45.
Yeah, it certainly has. I think the 4-3-2-1 that Matthias is using, when you sort of look at the tactics, the formations, it's what you expect of him. It's typically what he starts the game in. Both players have the opportunity and coaches to look now in the match facts and see what my opponent is using, how they're lining up, what formation is it. But yeah, not too much to really shout about at the halfway break here. Leg number 1. Still plenty of FIFA left to play to find out who's going to be lifting that eChampions League trophy.
Game of all games for these two. Played on this stage many times over the last 2 months, but no game such as this. Nicholas trying to find a way through. Little Lacriqueta finds R9. It's still Cruyff now. Gets in game. Elastico or 2. It's a combination of all combinations in the box when you're trying to guess which way he's going to go.
Again, it's very good defending from Matthias. You saw his player selection, where he wanted to pull a player into. It was Ruud Gullit first, sort of shepherding the passing lane, and then as soon as he knew the extra pass wasn't coming, quickly collapsing almost on the ball, making sure that any skill move didn't result in a clean strike at goal.
This is nice. Matthias, scoop turn. Oh, 9! Dangerous as ever in the box for Matthias. His breakthrough in the first leg. And surprise, surprise, it's time green. It's always perfection when it's that man causing problems in the box.
And again, he loves that scoop turn. The scoop turn just to create the space. Such a useful skill move that you don't really see too much used on its own. It's usually combined with the ball roll beforehand, but just using the acceleration and the sprint boost that you get out of the exit of the skill move to rifle it into that near post.
It's the worst position you want to be in. I mean, for either play, you don't want to go 1-0 down for just the style of play that you're up against. You know they're going to control the game.
How do you combat that now?
Matthias wants 2. He might just be on his way for 2. Support roll scoop turn. Nicely done, Mane, Hullet. Sanchez all in the conversation, all in this build-up. Heretics Matthias. Stopped in his tracks that time by Quadrado. Just bundled off. Mane for a split second and said, that's our ball. Who would have thought as well, the only 2 Argentines that qualified in the 32 will stand here. They've both been in very different bracket runs, Richard, across knockout play in these finals.
It is incredible, isn't it, when you look at the numbers and you probably look at the percentages of these two making it to the grand final.
Nicholas, scoop turn, La Croqueta of Cruyff. The idea was there, just couldn't find the one more pass. Slowly but surely, Matthias is edging his way to a 1-goal cushion at the halfway point.
At the moment, he just can't get near the ball, Nicholas. The possession, he's been paramount.
Mahrez, Pele, nicely done, R9 for 2! Magical start from a very, very special FIFA player.
The possession, just pinging the ball around, he played it out wide, and then as soon as he saw the gap, the foot stepped on the accelerator, and he went for the kill. Double tap pass into the path of R9 Ronaldo, who is always going to be deadly in front of goal.
No, it's just gone from a hill to a mountain to climb for Nicholas. You might be saying it's only 2-0, but against a player that doesn't ship that many goals and concede, especially in these types of games, a goal before halfway point would be the best possible way to respond. But look at that manual player switch in there again from Matthias. He's making it so difficult. Player that's really mastered his craft, as you said, against what? 3 different formations, 3 different ways of playing.
I mean, just think about this. In 2 back-to-back games, he will have beaten Tex and Nicholas on his road to potentially lifting the Champions League trophy.
And every game he's played today has been elimination FIFA. There's not been a second chance. Scoop turn, R9. Can't find his way past João Cancelo then. If it was 3-0, that would have been the worst possible situation. 5 minutes away from the halfway point. It's going to be the breaks and the team talk of all team talks for Nicholas.
He found himself in a not a desperate situation, but a down sort of a poor situation against Ummet earlier today. He lost the first leg 1-0, but he was down to 10 men as well, sort of consolidated and took that result and said, you know what, I've got out of that game with a 1-0 loss. I know I can score. I know I'm capable of turning this defeat around. Can he do the same again? Can he bounce back again? This will be sort of 3 legs of FIFA now where Matthias sort of had his number when you look at them as individual games.
This is nice. One more pass, Hullet. Tried his best to just look for an angle of R9. It just wasn't falling. Added time for a minute 25 in-game seconds. Win the ball clear. Matthias Bonanno, you are in to a second leg with it all to play for.
And what's so impressive about that as well, just before we go to the break, Brandon, Nicholas scored an exact corner just like that earlier today. Mike Lobel broke it down. He played out to Locks and then switched it to the edge of the box of Ruud Gullit. What Matthias did, he recognised that, switched to his own defensive Ruud Gullit and put him on him. So as soon as that ball got walked in, it was Gullit against Gullit, 50-50.
Yeah, really nice call there, Richard, of just how analytical Edu and Matthias are here at the break. The notepad and pen are out for Guild Esports as Nicholas needs 2 goals if there is any way back in this tie. But you're right, he has been in difficult positions before. He has been in worse situations, and he's a player that often can turn results around like this. He needs to bring his A game now.
Yeah, it needs to be his A star game. We need to see the best Nicholas that we've seen all day long if he wants to turn this game around against a tough, durable Matthias Bonanno.
How do you find a way through this player, though, Richard, who has been just so regimented in all angles of his game? Defensively, his player switching, you're rightly to call out any sort of tactical set piece. He's on that. He knows, you're right to say, he knows his number. He knows everything that's coming his way.
No, he certainly does. How do you combat that? How do you play against that? It's a really tough question, and not many people have figured it out. Matthias Bonanno, when you look at his record, what did you say in grand finals? He's lost once, was it? And that was at the Liga Santander. When you look at his final resume, when his final record, when push comes to shove, typically he finds himself lifting a trophy.
Yeah, and don't get me wrong, obviously that's been a shorter career than Nicholas. Nicholas has only lost 4 finals in his time, but he's been to a lot more finals. He's been to, we can't forget, the likes of
E-World Cup?
Yeah, E-World Cup, playoffs where he was a 2-time champion. He could go and do that again in July. But has he met his match? That is the question here. As there's a small break in play as we reset up the lobby for the second leg in this one. 2-0 down in the Champions League Grand Final. There will be part of him that would have felt that defeat because he was unstoppable in the winners bracket. A bracket reset happened. It's the worst time to lose a game.
No, it certainly is. And look, a lot of the time we see people lose that first game and then sort of get downtrodden. You find it hard to get back into the game, finding it hard to go again. What went wrong? Why am I losing now? Out of all the times to lose, these are all the questions that will fly about in your mind. Matthias Bonanno has got better and better and better throughout the tournament. If he was going to lose Matthias, it was in the first 2 rounds of today. Because earlier on today, he was not playing good at all. It was a penalty shootout win against Robbie Feldman that got him through. And that was sort of the shackles are off now. I've got a top 3 finish. Let's just go and enjoy yourself. And that's exactly what he's doing right now.
Well, first goal here is everything. A line I say too many times, but literally this is the time that it really does count. First goal is huge in terms of how this game will play out. Nicholas will kick from left to right again in that white strip. Matthias Bonanno in the heretic strip from right to left will be Colour will play it in this game. As we said, he's 2-0 up. This is the final match of the 2022 eChampions League season. The first time he's been back at LAN over 2 years. We've had to wait. Someone will be lifting this trophy. Potentially in under just 20 minutes' time. A moment that the FIFA seed has been waiting a long, long, long time for. $75,000 alongside getting your name engraved into the trophy. And heading into the playoffs in just under 4 weeks, being feared by pretty much everybody.
Message to Jay Cheatham. Hello, Jay. Celebrating your birthday. Happy birthday, Jay, for all of your friends.
What's more impressive for me is just how the level keeps going up of these two. They've had a long day here in Stockholm. They've had to play their A game. For Matthias, what, round 5, round 6, semi-final, losers final, grand final. bracket reset.
6 games if he's successful.
It's a lot of
2
FIFA.
legs, yeah. Nicholas, it's been knockout, sort of winners bracket FIFA. The opportunity to give yourself the advantage in the grand final. The advantage is being wiped away, though.
He really could make this final into something, Nicholas. He's done it before. Cast your mind back to London in the last FIFA E-World Cup we saw on paper. A grand final against Mo Albert.
2 goals in 3 minutes to force extra time.
Ridiculous. Whatever it was, Modric scoring the equaliser from a corner.
Shortest man on the pitch.
Correct. He's a player that can turn these games around. Matthias scores again. I think it would wipe away any chance or hope. Here's R9. Watch that run of Cruyff. He'll look to just gamble on the back line. Ronaldo linking up well. Just the goal to ignite that spark of belief and confidence. Back inside, Nicholas. He'll cry for that free kick. We'll get it. Into the pause we go. The first one of the game.
Tactical changes. Personnel, probably not, with only 24 minutes left. 24 minutes gone, I should say, on the clock at the moment. You see the 2 POVs from both competitors on your screen right there. Not going to call out exactly what is being changed, as our voice is being bellowed into the arena, and don't want to give away priceless pieces of information. There was just a couple of minuscule changes.
Yeah, player instructions potentially being involved and formation changes. It's Cruyff, space, time green! Nicholas! We said he just needed a goal to get him going, to get that belief back within. He's the only player that's back, the Dutch icon, and that's why, for moments like that.
And what goal it was, all from that short free kick. Played a variation of the free kick. Johan Cruyff, I think, was the extra man who ran over the ball firstly, slid it into his path, green timed across the goalkeeper. Game on.
Game on indeed. 2 goals to 1, Matthias leads. We said the first goal was huge. And if Nicholas wanted to make this a game to remember, he had to score first. Maybe didn't expect the shot to come directly from him, did Matthias, but what a strike it was, as you said, from a quick free kick. Is there an instant reply from Matthias? Pele down this byline, getting into those difficult areas, which is hard to defend. Cuadrado, nicely done. Keep an eye on the mini-map where there is ongoing runners. Little red dots, that is Nicholas's players. It's got the likes of Cristiano Ronaldo that are just lurking on that far left-hand side. If there was a deep cross to be played, he would be the first man there on the scene. R9, far-hand side of your screen, is past. The defender can't do it there. You can just feel like Nicholas is in a feel for this game again.
Looks rejuvenated, re-energised, does Nicholas. I think the possession and the sort of period of play that we've seen from him here is reflecting that.
Cancelo towards the back post. Cruyff is there, and so is Van der Sar. He's creating though. Final 3 minutes before half-time. Whatever small tactical and instruction changes that were made have made an all-important difference.
I'll be very intrigued to see how Matthias and Edu sort of manage the 45 minutes that we got coming up here? What's the game plan? Are we looking to keep possession? Are we looking to tire the clock down? Or maybe get that third goal and potentially push the game out of reach from Nicholas? So many questions left to be unanswered with 45 minutes left to play.
Well, it would be his biggest individual payday that he's had ever. For Matthias Bonanno. He won 100k at the Team of the Season Cup, but that was split between him and his teammate Hidalgo. I'm sure we'll be watching somewhere around the world. To play for, though, 45 minutes left. Nicholas able to grab a goal back through Johan Cruyff. An all-star audience here in the Champions League that watch on this final. Live here in Stockholm. Just got a feeling about this one, Rich, that maybe could be on for a bit of extra time.
Feel it in your bones? Feel it in your toes? Extra time looming? I think it's very hard to call. Both players have got the quality for this game to be over in a flash. Get 2 or 3 goals and just seal the tie. Very similar to what both players did in their winners bracket and losers bracket final versus Tex, where it was sort of a blitz. Few goals in a quick succession.
This is from Mahrez there on the edge of the box. Had a flash shot, didn't work out exactly. I would have wanted it to. You're right, what you said before half-time. How does Matthias want to play this one out? Potentially 38 minutes away from eChampions League glory. Or not. Here's our 9, Matthias on the back foot. Nicholas looking for the equaliser. Game on! Not 1 but 2. It's Cruyff who will be the hero. From a 2-goal deficit to a 2-2 scoreline. I said I fancy this game maybe to go that extra mile, and maybe we could be on for it.
Nicholas, take a bow. What a goal. The shot cancel inside the box. The recycling of the possession into a really dangerous area. And Johan Cruyff, the man of the moment for Nicholas at the moment. Incredible performance.
Honestly, just a minute, as South American fans watch on from all around the world here, this is an opportunity just to celebrate the talent that is coming out from South America in particular. Argentina have done everything in the last few years just to stand up and to be accounted for. These two players want to be involved in the conversation in European FIFA tournaments. They made sacrifices, they moved to the opposite side of the world to be involved in this. And they came for finals and they came for tournaments such as the Champions League. This is the perfect display of what they can offer.
What a game.
Said he's been in worse positions before, Richard. Nicholas, I call him a nice man for a reason, does not show any emotion.
He looks like he's going to go on and get another here. Winning the ball back instantly from the kickoff.
I always said it about Matthias, he's been so good online, he's been good in person. We've seen in such as the Team of the Season Cup, he's had late runs in the La Liga, but just been lacking that trophy in a 1v1 tournament. This is his best ever chance. Whipped into the box. Well, it's there! Kimpembe! May just be the hero that we will talk about for years to come.
That corner right there that Nicholas has pulled out on 3 different occasions, I've seen it. Twice resulting in a goal. Once resulting in a clearance off the line. That corner...
You couldn't stop it.
Is remarkable. The way that he does it so quickly, player looks onto Hully, edge of the box, wins the header. We talk about players having to have maybe something up the sleeve, a set piece, a free kick, a skill move, just something different. Nicholas has this and can pull it out at the drop of a hat so quickly. You don't give him corners.
I mean, we credited Matthias, didn't we, in the first leg of this second game of just how well he dealt with it. But I think you're right to say it was just so quick. We have to give him credit. He was 2-0 down. A bracket reset's happened. He's been 2-0 down. How does that man react now?
You just have to try and recompose yourself. Keep possession. He gave possession straight up. And it's from that possession loss that Nicholas has gone on to find this third goal. As soon as the kickoff, he went to go out wide, lost possession, and then a goal has resulted in it. Just, by the way, we'll see that corner now used for the rest of the game. And guarantee you, people will be doing that.
The Nicholas corner, we'll call it. I tell you right now, Matthias Bonanno will not be getting a sniff of this ball for the last, 32 minutes left to play here. And I said to Nicholas at the start of today, will we see emotion from you? He said, maybe. And if he wins this game now, I can assure you there'll be emotion from the Iceman, who was 2-0 down, a bracket reset. People would have questioned him and questioned his resilience. Look no further. But there still could be another twist or two to this matchup. So 3-5-2 locked in from Matthias. Will there be a third goal and an equaliser? It's R9. Drops back, R9 still. Matthias looking for the ball across, runs it out of play. Possession given back to Guild. Nicholas.
And every minute will feel like an eternity here for Nicholas, as just looking to keep possession, keep it ticking over. If an opportunity arises, yes, try and get a fourth. He's called the Iceman for a reason. He keeps his cool in these scenarios. He could be in again with CR7. The ball bounces all the way through to Edwin van der Sar.
Well, it was back in FIFA 19 where he picked up $75,000. Did Nicholas. A few FIFAs on. He might be on to match that payday in the eChampions League, but it'll be his first ever eChampions League victory. It was back in FIFA 19. He had a go at Glory. Unfortunately, didn't do enough to get out the group stage. Back in Manchester, you can cast your mind back to the first ever eChampions League. He wasn't part of the final 8 that would travel to Madrid. What's interesting is we've had a good couple of conversations with Nicholas, haven't you, Richard, about how he views himself in this FIFA scene and what a trophy like this could mean to him.
Yeah, I mean, everything. He sees himself as sort of maybe an elderly statesman in the game, being at the top level for 5 years now, and this will be a crowning achievement. But Matthias is not done yet.
Oh, it's nice. Not nice enough. Into the pause we go again. 15 minutes away from potentially seeing the comeback of all comebacks from Nicholas of Guild Esports. He just has to play the best defensive 15 he's ever played.
And again, this is why going through the winners bracket is so important. If the roles are reversed, we're off the air, because Matthias has won. But because he's come through that winners bracket, it allows him to have an off game, it allows him to have a bad game. He suffered a defeat, and then he gets to go again. He gets to pick up from a blank slate.
Number 13, Alex Telles. And number 7, Sadio Mane. To be replaced by number 21, Gareth Bale. And number 14, Alex Oxlade.
Where would this stack up alongside his achievements as a FIFA player? As Matthias got other ideas to send us into extra time as he looks to pile that constant press forward. Look at the numbers, look at the number of heretic shirts that are just pressing and pressing and pressing, making it difficult. But this is an Iceman you're up against who will not feel the pressure there.
He's done so well to get out of that predicament.
He can seal the deal. Sadio Mane into Cruyff. Is that the goal that seals the Champions League for Nicholas 99?
Elite level composure. He's got 3 men on his back in his own defensive third. He ball rolls out of it with Juan Cuadrado and then just pings it over the top. Little downwards header into the path of Johan Cruyff. He'll run away with a hat-trick.
I think you're right on that. You've got to look back on that moment with Cuadrado there. Players around him, but still, someone have the composure just to get out of that.
It's a goal. If he loses the ball, he's conceded. It's very simple. Now Nicholas, 10 minutes away from lifting the eChampions League trophy.
I don't mean to say it, but the amount of times we've seen Matthias get into these moments and then just fall the tiniest bit short in terms of Lamb 1v1s. He was 2-0 up in the game, but we played 2 legs of FIFA for a reason.
He's also reset the bracket. It's such an advantage going through the winner's bracket and having that opportunity to have a loss. I think it's understated of how important it is. Because fatigue does play a factor as well. He's played double the amount of games that Nicholas has played. Nicholas looks fresh in this second leg.
Looks like he's playing a group game of how focused he's been! Get that man's name on the trophy! 2022 eChampions League winner, Nicholas 99, the Iceman, strikes here in Stockholm.
Heading hands for Matthias Bonanno. He knows that this game has slipped out of his fingertips. And Nicholas, 99 FC, Guild Nicholas, with a 5-goal flurry in this second leg, is minutes away, seconds, even that.
C3 Club World Cup winner, FIFA playoff PlayStation champion. He's got a list of accolades. This one surely has to go to the very top. He moved to London. He moved to Europe to be involved in the conversation, to be involved in tournaments such as this, to be amongst the best in the world in Europe. He may have made us second guess throughout this final, but he's not playing games. And still,
he's not cracked a smile.
Even at 5-2 up, he doesn't even want to celebrate yet.
We'll see an outpour of emotion when he gets his hands on that trophy. I can guarantee you that. Nicholas is a fan favourite amongst pro players.
6-0.
Pro players love him. Fans love him. He is the Iceman. He's been doing this for 5 long years. And finally,
he has his moment.
Incredible.
After a long 2-year online period, he's back on land, he's back at his best, and he's back winning trophies. He's not done yet. Honestly, stop him. 7-0. eChampions League winner in Stockholm, Sweden. The Argentine, the Iceman, Guild Esports' Nicholas will lift the trophy and $75,000. This year on FIFA 22, you have to give the man credit. Mentally, he's so strong. He points to the brain. He is mentally so strong. He's the Iceman. He went for a bracket reset. He was 2-0 down, and now he is a champion.
An enormous amount of respect on the stage right there. Nicholas and Matthias Bonanno, 2 of the world's very best. But the eChampions League will be going to Guild Esports and Nicholas 99 FC. What a player.
I mean, what a guy. What a guy outside of the game as well. Loved by many in this scene. Loved by those that are watching from all around the world. He has his moment. He has his time. Massive congratulations to Guild as well that picked him up at the beginning of the season this year. He's a player that guarantees you one thing: finals, and often trophies if he's feeling it on his day. Today he does feel it. He is your eChampions League winner. And I mean, there's not many players that remain calm, composed, 2-0 down in a bracket reset.
I can't think of a FIFA player who deserves a trophy like this one as much as him as well. He's so close to the E-World Cup, those real crowning moments. Yes, the playoffs, incredible sort of prize earnings and performances on your individual console, but this, he's the best of Europe, arguably the best in the world as well. Nicholas, eChampions League winner.
Yeah,
wow.
Well, thousands came and competed from all around Europe. This man flew in from Argentina with one job: to win European trophies. And he's down now, joined by a very special guest and our very own Rachel Stringer.
Thank you, boys, for a wonderful call of that grand final here for the eChampions League Final 2022. This man, Nicholas 99FC of Guild Esports, is your champion for 2022. Kaká, please, can you present the trophy to our champion? This is a moment we've been waiting for since December 2021. Nicholas, please lift the trophy. What a moment for the man who now calls himself a Londoner via Argentina, of course. Thousands tried to qualify for this moment, all starting back in December 2021. We went to online qualifiers in February. Then we came here only a month ago as well, before the grand finals this weekend. Nicholas 99FC has gone and done it. The most coveted trophy on the continent in Europe. He is your eChampions League winner for 2022. This is a moment you're going to saviour forever. We're going to come back and chat to you about this awesome moment after the break in our Pepsi Max post show. Guys, please come back and join us. You get to hear from our champion.
In a match that will qualify you for the eChampions League Grand Final.
Ich halt eigentlich echt unbekannt in der Szene bin. Ich bin seit letztem Jahr erst so richtig in der FIFA-Szene drin. Jetzt schon ICL Top 8, das ist wirklich unvorstellbar. Ja, ich werde auf jeden Fall mein Bestes geben. Ob ich es gewinnen kann, natürlich. Also
Is there a winning goal with it? Yes, there is! As Snakes erupts on the stage!
back then to Stockholm, which has played host today to the eChampions League Grand Finals. Welcome back to the studio here for this, the Pepsi Max post-show with our champion, of course, Nicholas 99, FC of Guild Esports. We've had an audience which has been fantastic because we've been online for a couple of years now as well. It's great to be back at LAN events and have you here to be able to lift a trophy. But Nicholas, you really did that the hard way today, didn't you?
Yeah, it was really, really hard. Yeah, and we already know with Matthias, you know, we know each other, how to play, and he's so smart. And before the final, I was thinking it was the most difficult final. And yeah, I don't know what happened. I think the second leg of the, the reset, but that's it. I think it was a good comeback.
I mean, after they did manage to reset that bracket, what was going through your head just after that moment? Because it was all in your hands, then he turned the tables. What were you thinking?
It was accept the situation. That was okay. He was better. That's okay. I have one more life because that's my reward coming from winners, and say okay, let's try again.
And at what moment did you feel that the game actually shifted? Because you left it late, you scored a couple goals. What point did you feel I could do this? Because you couldn't break them down.
I think when I scored the third goal, because I was doing the comeback, but in that situation I was like, okay, I'm winning, and I was like, I can't believe this, but yeah, that's it.
And Nicholas, you've changed your life to be here to contest for this trophy. You've moved all the way from South America, of course. You now live in London. A Londoner, welcome to the party here. What does it mean to lift that trophy after everything that you've been through?
Well, we know how special is the Champions League in the real life, so that's really nice, this trophy, and how the competition means. And yeah, I moved to London. It was a very, very tough season. In the qualifiers I didn't so well, so that's okay, but luckily we have LANs. That's it. I think this is a very special moment, and I think it's my first trophy.
It definitely is. I want to talk about the future. Even though you'll get tonight to celebrate, I'm sure you'll start to think about the rest of the season. How will this affect your season? How will it be a positive for you?
Before making top 8, I was not too confident. But when I came here before top 8 to make it, I got a lot of confidence because I play really, really good at LAN events. Online, I'm not too good this year, but I got a lot of confidence. And the last qualifier this week wasn't the best for me, so that was my last chance. So it was all or nothing, and yeah. It's a good thing.
So you took it all or nothing, you took it all.
And it's safe to say Nicholas is back. You're confirmed. I know coming into this, a lot of times you were talking about the online, and I guess the big question everybody wants to know, you've been one of the most consistent, one of the best players. This is your fifth win over the last 4 or 5 years. What's the biggest key for you?
I think it's mentality. I think, consistency, you need to practice, you need to learn how to play it many ways. But I think it's mentality. It's you have goals, you have motivation, you need to get it. And I think, for example, this match against, when I do the comeback, was just mentality and just, let's play, and yeah, I never give up.
Well, that answers my question on the tapping of the head when you finished that matchup as well. Well, Nicholas, congratulations. We'll let you now go and take the trophy and celebrate with your team. You deserve it. Congratulations once again, Nicholas 99 FC. Well, awesome job. And I want to just quickly give a big shout out as well to Matthias Bonanno. What an awesome runner-up. He was excellent out there. He forced that bracket reset, of course. So commiserations to him. We'll see a very bright future from the man from Argentina. But let's go into our FedEx top goal scorer then of the day. And it is that man I was just talking about as well. Our runner-up here today, Matthias Bonanno, 21 goals next to his name, Mike.
We got to give him a lot of credit. Remember, he started in the lower bracket, and he was able to grind his way through. And I mean, facing the best of the best. And a lot of those results early on weren't pretty. He really started to see his confidence shift against Text, and then, of course, going into the matchup against Nicholas. But before that, it was penalty kicks, it was late game drama, it was low scoring affairs, or just back and forth back-and-forth affairs, really a roller coaster.
Yeah, and Nicholas was second there with 16 as well. I mean, what a tournament for both, but I'd love your thoughts as well, Matthias.
I mean, Matthias, we've seen what he's been able to do over the last few years, and as you said, a very bright future. I'm sure this will hurt. I know he will have wanted to lift this trophy. He probably thought after resetting the bracket, he was in pole position to do that, but it just shows the experience of Nicholas. Maybe that's something that Matthias needs to work on, and he will. I am so confident he will be back and he will be winning trophies very soon.
Well, I just think that will ignite the fire even more in Matthias Bonanno's stomach there to come back and try and fight for this trophy again next season. Well, we've heard our thoughts down here on the stage about that grand final. One last time, we're going to hand up to Richard and Brandon, because I would love to hear your thoughts, guys. Was that the best grand final we've had in FIFA esports history? That bracket reset, that comeback from Nicholas.
I mean, we said it in the comments booth, Rich, didn't we? That 2-0 down, we fancied maybe Nicholas sort of having that. I mean, that's what Nicholas can do. He can always do that in the grand final. He bounced back from 2-0 down after losing in a bracket reset, which often shifts people's confidence, Richard. It didn't shift Nicholas's confidence that much.
No, it really didn't. And I think that interview that we heard from him there when we were talking about the mentality, it's one thing saying it, but then also having the facts, the stats, and the win to prove it. Like, you don't lose your head. You've just been beaten. The brackets were being reset, and then you bounce back. In terms of best final ever, I'm going to say no, just because it was a blowout in the end. But I can't give you an answer at the moment. Let me have a think. I'll get back to you with a final that I think could rival it. Yeah, I'll get back to you. Not right now.
Matthias Bonanno, I think he's still so early into his career as a FIFA player. Yes, he wants to win early. Yes, he wants to win big, and it's great that he's even involved in the conversation. But he'll learn from these finals. Nicholas, as I said, has lost 4 finals in his time. He'll be back.
FIFA 17, Rocky versus Shells, Berlin, FUT Champions.
Still your favourite final?
That's a better final. You can go out and watch it. It's on all social media. It's a great game. It's a really great game. Talking about Matthias, he will be back. He's got seemingly the rest of the tournaments in the calendar year to combat for. He's going to be at the playoffs where he can potentially book a E-World Cup spot. The Club World Cup already wrapped up because of his performance with Team Heretics, and then potentially the FIFA Nations Cup as well further down the line with Argentina. Who knows what potentially could happen there, but he's got so much potential, does Matthias Bonanno. I think we're only just scratching the surface.
And just a question about Tex as well. He came out to social media, lost with a lot of pride as well, just said, you know what, Matthias, you're one of the best defenders I've played against this year. Very professional, very mature of Tex. Was it a shock not to see him in the grand final today, or maybe lifting that trophy?
I think it was until he went down to the loser's bracket. I think the loser's bracket, anything can happen. It really can. The match probably derailed him more was the Nicholas defeat in the winner's bracket. When he went down, I mean, anyone will be able to tell you, as soon as you go down to that loser's bracket, that lower bracket, you're in the trenches. You're battling away, and you're coming down on the back of a loss where you've got someone like Matthias who's just won, 3 straight in a row. It's a really tough predicament to be in. But we're going to see Tex as well. It's not the last time we're going to see him in competition. Potentially, definitely the playoffs, and then a three-peat potentially of events later on in July. E-World Cup, Nations Cup, and also the Club World Cup with Fnatic. This season it's really starting to hot up, but what a performance from Nicholas. I think that's his first, when he said on the stage, his first trophy, what he means by that is the playoffs, he didn't get an actual trophy to lift. The Club World Cup that he won with King Esports, there was no actual trophy. I think that's the first time he's ever got his hands on a piece of silverware to lift it above his head. I'm really happy for him.
I mean, he's normally lifted checks above his head of 10k or 75k.
75k.
Well, that's his joint biggest ever payday. But that's it from us in the commentary. It's been a pleasure providing you the commentary from Gravison and Ryan Pissarro as well. But down to you guys. I mean, it's nice to see a trophy being lifted again, isn't it, in person?
Oh, it's amazing, but I do not agree with Rich and his comment on the Rocky Shells because it took him so long to think about it. So, sorry, he just wanted to go against what I was saying. I know what Richard Buckley is like. Anyway, let's get back to the job at hand down here on the floor. I mean, what an awesome final we just had. Guys, we're actually going to go into the first match of that grand final. Of course, it had to go to a bracket reset, but this is how the first matchup played out. Here we go. So the grand final, it was Nicholas 99 FC, Matthias Bonanno, of course, and this was very much one-way traffic, wasn't it, boys?
And with Matthias in particular, the big struggle for Nicholas after he got the opener, he really could not penetrate. And you see a beautiful goal there with the cross, the knockdown, the extra touch. The same here, works it in. Pele, green time finish, doesn't even need to do that, but just for that extra insurance. It played a big factor in the header that you start to start things off. As you see again, another little slotted pass. And you could tell that Matthias was growing in confidence after beating Tex and kind of grinding through the day, because there were times where he looked even emotional while he was playing, really didn't look himself. And I do want to give a lot of credit to Matthias as well. He just won the Team of the Season Cup, where he was leading Team Heretics. He had Hidalgo, and he got second here. This has been a fantastic season. It's not over for him. I mean, this is still top tier. And coming into this year, we hadn't seen any LAN experience from Matthias. He doesn't look like a rookie at all. He looks like a vet. But he came into the online period, really during COVID and that adjustment, and also decided to make that move over to Europe and take a chance and bet on himself, and it's definitely been paying off.
Well, I think it shows how confident he was as well, like you said, and Graverson was with the team and said he really didn't feel himself, and the team didn't think he felt himself early on today, and he just kind of grew in confidence. When you were asking him about the matchup against Nicholas, he was just smiling and relishing that opportunity.
Literally, as soon as he walked over to me, you could see the smile on his face as soon as the games had finished, and you can see the difference, literally the difference in his face, from looking quite worried, looking quite nervous, thinking things through, and you could see what he had to do during the games early on in the day. Towards the end of it, the smile on his face. Then to get that bracket reset as well. What I'm looking forward to with Matthias, though, is seeing how does he bounce back? What does he do now? He suffered a major loss in the final after resetting the bracket. What can he do to come back even stronger?
Well, hopefully something special. We'll hopefully see him in a few weeks' time at the playoffs. And then, like the boys said, in July, we have so many tournaments going on. But obviously, it went to a bracket reset. And this is how it went down. Right, so it was 3-1 up, wasn't it? 1-0 to Matthias Bonanno. What happened, Kyle?
Well, Nicholas said he accepted that situation, and then it got even worse for him. Matthias Bonanno made it 1, made it 2, and going into that second leg, the 4th in total of the grand finals. We heard what Nicholas said. He only played 1 of 4, and he certainly showed us what he could do in that 4th leg, making it 2-1, 2-2, and after this moment you could see that he was growing. He knew what he had to do, and Mike, he certainly did that with this goal that just completely took over.
And no one else in the competition was bringing that type of corner kick where you're knocking it down, you're seeing the player lock. This is late, it was great, it solidified the win, but at the end of the day, a lot of space to work with here, and he kind of added those goals in to send maybe a little message to Matthias. There has to be a rivalry here. I know they're both happy to be in the final, considering they're both from Argentina, but at the same time, Nicholas being a bit of the old head at 22 or 23 years old, and you see the up top, he left it late, but he got the job done, and he deserved that second opportunity. As he said kind of in the interview, I went undefeated the whole way through, and even if you're Matthias, the only guy you lost to is Nicholas.
Yeah, exactly. 7-2 it finished in the end. Like the boys said, he just kind of, once the floodgates opened, they really did, didn't they? The goals went in. This, though, is Nicholas's route to the finals to crown the champion. Snakes first, we said that. He beat him, Snakes went down, he progressed. But Kyle, do you want to take us through this?
Then he went through against Giovi, then he beat Matthias Bonanno, then that set up a matchup for him against Ummet, which we saw today. Then it was Tex, and then it was Matthias Bonanno one more time. It took a grand final reset, that bracket reset. He had to do it the hard way, and it certainly looked like he was down and out. But Nicholas, the Iceman, well, he showed us exactly why there's ice in his veins.
Ice in his veins. Trophy going home with him to London as well. Well, guys, that has it for the eChampions League Grand Finals. Thank you to everybody involved. Congratulations once again to this man, Guild Esports, Nicholas 99 FC. We'll see you soon. Goodbye.